evening, everybody. Let me know if y'all can hear me, see me, or at least my avatar, all those things. Let me know how are y'all doing, by the way? Good Friday evening. Welcome to the weekend. Friday night show. All right. Welcome in to my mods. Forrest, thank you for being here. Morris dog mom, how are you? Um, it's happy I saw you come in. Thank you, and we are happy to have you back. We are real happy to have you back. In fact, Sparky, how are you? Simi, welcome in, and thank you for being here. Rachel, you too as well. All right, guys. And for all of y'all who just like to listen in, we appreciate y'all as well. But we would love for y'all to join the conversation. Um, my name is Salty Sleuth. I'm broadcasting from the middle of nowhere. I have no credentials to share with you except some life experience. So here we go. Sound is good and pictures fine. Thank you. Thank you, Forrest. You're my breath of fresh air at times. I hope you know that. And I hope you enjoyed that nice meal last night and that margarita. It looked like were having a nice time. I'm glad you had a great birthday. Yes, Simi, thank you for reminding you and Forrest both reminding everybody y'all do all those YouTubey thingies that they like us to do. Let's do it to get the stories out there, right? To get the content out there. Yeah, do all the YouTubey things. Hit that like button. Get us into the algorithm so we can get more like-minded people in here and get some of these stories out there and topics out there that we cover. Hey, Jody, welcome in. Good to see you. Guys, it's a relaxed Friday night. I've had a relaxed day. I've just been piddling around the house doing a few things, getting some content ready, seeing what pops off throughout the day, and here we are. We're going to get to the ciders stuff here in just a few minutes, but there's a couple of other things that were coming down the pipe that I wanted to talk about today. Thank you, Simi. I know, Simi, you and I think so much alike. When I'm in someone else's chat, which I don't go to too many, but when I do, I love my flying buttons over there, right? Heart button, the 100 button, the laughy face, the shock face, the surprise face, whatever you want to call it. I love hitting those things. Yeah, y'all do that. Do it, guys. I need to get a little more entertaining for y'all, but I don't know how to make true crime entertaining, right? I don't know how to go about incorporating entertainment with what I do. So I apologize for those of y'all who think I may need a few more bells and whistles around here, but maybe one day when I take the time to look into all that. But I'm usually just diving into a document or the latest law or all those things. So I hope that I feel like y'all don't mind. Y'all keep coming back, most of y'all. I'm hoping we're getting some new people in. So yeah, hit the like button so people can see how we true crime without all the bells and whistles. I don't know. I don't know how to do all this. We're just winging it out here. Okay. Y'all, there was a case. Well, we'll get that in a second. First of all, y'all know how back when we all kind of start taking a look over there, that Lauren Matthias and that Dr. John guy of hers, those therapists, doctors, psychologists, whatever they want to label themselves as today. I was already side-eyeing a really top doctor on the YouTubes that a lot of people love, right? I was already side-eyeing comments and evaluations that I was hearing him say because I didn't know that I agreed with them. Like I don't know nothing, just a lady on the internet. He's the doctor, but I've watched many doctors over the years, right? And so sorry, you're not the only one. And I'm like, I don't know if I fall in line with that, and that's okay. And I just left it at that. And then I saw that Rex Heuermann stuff, and that same doctor come out and make some heavy accusations against Rex Heuermann's daughter. Okay, fine. We all can have our thoughts, but that was heavy. So I always side-eye these YouTube doctors, as I call them. We got the YouTube lawyers. We got the YouTube doctors. and everybody's trying to get to the bottom of what credentials John Matthias has and all that, and rightfully so. We should be concerned, especially when these are the people in charge of evaluating our offenders and testifying in court cases, on behalf of the offenders, and why they shouldn't be punished to the extent that you want to because of this and this and this. Well, Rex Heuermann's in jail therapist has been arrested. Y'all, she's a liar. She's a liar, liar, pants on fire. I don't know the whole story, but we're going to try to get into some of it. I'm going to show you the story that I saw, and then I will be following updates, right? Because we don't like it when we got sketchy, not just therapists at play in these court cases, but witnesses, or expert witnesses is what I'm trying to say, if I can get the words out. And okay, I had to make sure I have my banner up. Okay, so let me play. I'm going to start off with this little news piece that I saw on the Gilgo Beach therapist. Now, she appeared in the Peacock special, guys. I watched that Peacock special. I don't know how many of you saw it yet or didn't even know it was out there, but there is a Peacock special. Asa Ellerup, whatever her name was, was paid to be followed around by Peacock to do their little documentary, which, hey, we're all down for those documentaries. Y'all know we watch them. So I'm not going to go throwing shade at the Peacock for doing what they did, because I watched it, right? Like, if they didn't do it, we wouldn't have been able to watch it. So it is what it is. I'm not going to bitch about it. So you do you, girl. However you got to do you. You're weird. You got to go down in the basement and hang out, see what it felt like to be one of them girls your husband killed. Oh, okay, freak. But anyway, see? I'm going to get in trouble. This lady was on that Peacock special. In fact, she was in the room when Heuermann confessed to his wife and daughter that, yeah, I did all that. I did all that right there under your noses in the same house you lived in. Allegedly when you were out of town. Ew. Okay. A funny typo. What was funny? Did I miss something, or did I say a funny? Hey, Higgins, welcome in. You are a beautiful human. When we get to chatting in the chats, we were in Jay's the other night. You and I were just like having our little. We do that all the time. I feel like we end up doing that. We could probably sit and talk for hours. We're that way. Okay, let me get this up, and we'll look at what happened here. So I'm not sure how she. This is what I got to look into. If some of you in the chat may know a little bit of the backstory here, I don't think she was like court appointed. I don't know. She was the family therapist, right? So I don't know if Asa's like, hey, we need some serious help. My husband just did all this, and me and the kids don't know what to do now. Maybe, I don't know. I wondered what the therapist was arrested for. She did violate some. No, she don't have a license, Higgins. She don't got no license. And she had some larceny charges, y'all. There's a lot. I don't know all of it yet. So, okay, let me pull up this and we'll play it. So this is I hope I don't get in trouble, but man, I have to watch this Siders case, because there was like a piece I wanted to play today for the case that from ABC6 WSYX over there, but they're owned by Sinclair and they'll get me. They done got me one time, so we're gonna read it instead of playing it. Nanny boo boo, work around. I don't know. Newsday might get me. We'll see. They're kind of they're taken aback by us little old YouTubers sharing their stories. Well, hey, y'all go sub up to the Newsday. Maybe I should drop links in my chat to all of the links I play, and that'll make them feel better. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We're just gonna toss. It's gonna be a toss up. We'll just play. Let's see what happens. We don't really care. All right. It won't be like a strike 3, you're out, girl. It's like, oh, girl, you're You got to share that little $1.50 revenue on them ad stream thingies, like with the Sinclair. Okay. Practicing without a license. I know, Higgins. We did stomp the same grounds in Tennessee. That was wild when I found that out. That was wild. That's probably why we get along, because I know your people, you know mine. I was known as that girl from Florida. You're that Florida girl, aren't you? How can yin's tell? There was two of us, me and my sister. We was in Florida girls, because we was completely out of place in Unicoi. When's the last time yins went to the tanning bed? I'm like, I ain't never been no damn tanning bed in my life. I'm from Florida, man. We don't, what? I just walk outside and it happens. Y'all, we're under a little heat wave, that little Saharan dust, gusting beautiful skies at night. But damn, it's been a little hot in Florida lately. She worked with the attorney for ASA. Okay, so let's watch this. Do I have the screen up? Yes, I do. Like I'm acting all crazy. Okay. Hey, Pammy. I gotta stop, y'all. I gotta say hey to my girl, Pammy. There she is. Pammy in the house. Thank you, ma'am, for coming in.
He looked at me and he goes, do you have any idea what it's like to want to kill someone?
That is Allison Winter. She's the...
Okay. Allison Winter is her name. And God, there was, I forget how many counts, y'all, she has. So I don't even know where my note sheet went on her, because I got my other notes here except for her. So I'll just let this news clip speak for itself, y'all.
therapist.
Oh, I will have to stop and commentate from time to time, but that music in the background is probably going to get me into a little bit of troubles. That's okay.
Who's been working with the now convicted Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann, his ex-wife, and their daughter. If you've already watched the documentary House of Secrets on Peacock, you've seen her. According to the show, the family waived their HIPAA privacy.
She went happy. Y'all, I'm sorry I have to interrupt that. She went to John Douglas's house. This chick, the doctor, or what, unlicensed therapist? What did she do? Knock on the door and be like, hi, I'm Miss Winter. I may or may not be licensed. And I talked to Rex here. Wait. Is the BAU talking to this chick? An unlicensed therapist? Girl, get out of the way. The BAU needs to talk to Mr. Heuermann. The big boys came to town. What is happening? John Douglas's house. What the hell? Happy. We cannot make this shit up, y'all. We cannot. It's in the Peacock doc. I missed it then. I gotta rewatch it. Late tonight when I'm bored and nothing to watch, I'm watching it again.
Privacy rights, allowing her to share intimate details of their conversations.
She is in the room when Rex Heuermann tells his wife that he, in fact, killed 8 women. She speaks to that in the documentary, and she was also present with the family on the day of the guilty plea.
Here's the twist. Newsday has confirmed the therapist is facing her own criminal charges and potential jail time. According to these court documents, Winter is facing 18 felonies, including grand larceny and unauthorized practice of a profession.
18 felonies, y'all. Larceny, what? Happy, I'm wondering now that I even see the last episode. Okay, so I need to go but do my homework, don't I? Damn. I'm going to go watch it tonight. I promise. Wow. 18 felonies. Lady, how do people think they can get away with this, especially when they put themselves in the public eye and insert themselves? Y'all, people wonder why some of us have such issues with the Delphi case. One of them was the doctor treating Rick Allen. And why in the hell was that therapist living large in Facebook groups discussing the Delphi murder case? What? And then you're going to go back, ma'am, Delphi therapist, and give this man a lot of drugs and a lot of confessions came in the Gray Hughes, decides to tell everybody he's knows you, talks to you, something about a white van. And then lo and behold, during the trial, a long time later, this man stumbles into court I got a white van and I drove by the crime scene and I interrupted it all. Dude, you were the first gun they took in the case. So when people say there's issues with Delphi, please listen, because there seriously is, y'all. And I'm shocked at how many people don't know why we have issues with Delphi. That I got sidetracked, I know, but I can't with these therapists, these pretend people. And it pisses me off. But that's okay. Y'all do y'all, because you get yourselves caught when you decide to make it about you. Like going here and doing all this, lady, and then going in Facebook groups and shit like the other doctor. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, 18, damn. Hey, Carrie.
Investigators say Winter was practicing without a license between November 2018 and May 2024.
Okay, now, y'all look, 2018 to 2024, do the places that she worked at never required her to show her license? They don't hang them on the wall. Y'all, if y'all ever seek a doctor, I don't care if it's physical, mental, look for the diploma on the wall. Look for a license. It's usually displayed in the offices. I got nothing else to do while I'm sitting there waiting but look around. And believe me, I'm looking for those credentials. I want to know where the hell you went to school. Was it, it matters to me. It's going to matter to you when whatever services I offer, you're going to want to look at my background, right? I don't care if it's cleaning your house, walking your dogs, watching out for your mama while you go to the store, or your babies while you go to work. You're going to want to see something. I hope. If y'all are just willy-nilly hiring folks and not looking, please start looking. Red flag that shit. Oh no. Google your medical professionals. 6 years and nobody validated her license. I'm saying we're all going, what? Wow.
She's also accused of submitting fraudulent insurance claims, allegedly for her work as a social worker, totaling $60,000 dating back to December 2018.
So the whole time she's been practicing without a license, she's billing the shit out of the Medicaid and whoever, insurance people, whoever she can bill. Every patient she ever treated between that time period, she billed for them and got paid by whoever their insurance was, whether it was state funded or private insurance. Wow. Nobody thought to verify her license along the way. 60 grand. Man, if I had a warped ass mind, I could have made a killing. Y'all know how some of them women in life seem to just fly by the seat of their pants, wreaking havoc everywhere they go, and life's just grand for them, and you're like, what the fuck? I'm over here struggling, right, doing everything right. That's what this is. Ew. I don't like that. I don't like shit like that.
We went to her Sayville office here on Railroad Avenue.
This is the Google image from June 2024, and you can see Allison Winter's sign.
The sign outside that used to list her practice has been taken down, but we still see her practice listed on the sign inside the building and on her office door, which was locked.
Yeah, hi, Allison. This is Grant Parpan at Newsday.
We tried the number listed for her practice and left a message. We also went to her home in East Northport, but her son told us he thought she was at work. Do you have to do anything specific to call yourself a psychotherapist?
It's a great question, and the answer that frustrates many of us is no. Actually, psychotherapy.
What? Y'all, you go. Everybody who's all those communities that y'all hang out in that stream about John Matthias, let them know about this wackadoodle lady over here. Let them know. We got to dig in deep. Like this lady's like, no, there's no, they're just psychotherapists. Well, we got a long list of those types for you, ma'am. Wow. Careful out there. Semi-sharp, I don't blame you. I understand exactly what you mean. I second guess every doctor. Not because, look, I've had them stare me in my face and tell me something that just never turned out, right? You have to second guess a doctor. They don't. And the thing is, they're supposed to know. They're educated. and they know, but they know textbook. I had a premature baby. He was born 3 months early, and they looked me dead in my eyes and told me he would not live without a double lung transplant. And he would probably have zero quality of life. And I probably needed to send him down to Miami, Florida, a million miles away from me, even though I'm in Florida, to an extended care facility because I couldn't care for him myself. My son is 35 years old and he's fine with 1.5 lungs and no lung transplant later. So I've had doctors come and apologize, but I understood also they didn't know any better at that time, right? He honestly, he's a miracle. And I knew that, but you got to second guess them at times, guys. Don't ever just take their word for it. Go take a moment to yourself, breathe and think, and then go from there. Best advice I can give when it comes to those kind of circumstances. Guess I'll go be a psychotherapist now. Hey, can't you scroll on Facebook, Higgins, and sign up to be one in 18 months? Or no, is that child investigator people? Yeah, I got sick of seeing that shit on Facebook a few years ago. 18 months and you can go be a social worker. Like, what? How many folks are signing up for this shit off of Facebook? Some fast, free, easy money. I don't know, y'all. Okay. Warn everybody, y'all.
Therapy is really an umbrella term.
We spoke to Melissa McCardle. She's a licensed clinical social worker, PhD, and Dean of the School of Education and Human Services at Malloy University.
We have one of the most rigorous licensure processes in the country here in New York State.
There are several steps after you get a master's degree: passing an exam, 36 months of supervision, at least 2,000 hours of client contact, and state certification before you can practice independently. Now, we did confirm that Winter got her master's in social work from Adelphi University in 1999, but there is no record of her ever having a license through the state education department.
So why would she not get licensed up if she's got the damn degree? Ma'am, did you just I don't got to do that step. That's a little much. I don't feel like going down there today and applying for my license or whatever the hell she needed to do. What? Lazy lady? Now you look foolish. Why would you go and earn your degree like that and then not get licensed? That's unbelievable. Yeah, Rachel, I get that. Yeah. Mm. I had a mishap at my house with one of the nurses. My son came home after a year of being in the hospital. He came home and I had round the clock nurses, and I just quickly got rid of that shit and just kept an overnight nurse so I could sleep. But the daytime nurse made a big mistake. And we were back in the hospital 2 weeks later. And the doctor walks into the room. One of my son's old NICU nurses was in there with me. Doctor walks in. He stares at my son for a second. He's like, well, Mom, you really messed that up. And before I could say a word, the nurse spun around, told his little shrimp ass off. And I'm a short lady and he was my size. She told his ass off and let him know real quick a nurse caused what was wrong and why we were back at that hospital. He exited the room, and the head of the hospital made sure he never came back into my son's room ever again. So yeah, you kick them arrogant asses out when you need to. And if their bedside manner is horrible and they have no compassion, they're not the guy for you or gal.
It concerns me a lot when
I'm not giving medical advice. I got to cover my ass. I got to cover my ass. Not medical advice, friendly advice.
When I hear of graduates of social work who are practicing outside of the boundaries of state regulation, there's a reason we have those regulations, and they really are about protecting the public and protect.
So did nobody at the jail or anywhere along the lines ever say, we better check Rex's therapist out? Who the hell approved her to come into the jail? And then secondly, is she credentialed? She's a doc. I don't know. Somebody should have freaking known by now. Damn.
Our clients and our communities.
In the documentary, Robert Macedonio, the attorney for Huerman's ex-wife, says he connected the family with Winter because he's known her for 20 years.
Oh, he connected the family with her. Hey, can you do me a favor? I got the Gilgo Beach serial killer over here, him and his wife, and damn, they're gonna need some help, and I just know you can do it. 20 years we've been friends. Oh, you're not licensed over here? It doesn't matter. You're just doing us a favor. What the fuck is this attorney? And Asa, we need to get Peacock to pay us, or pay you, to follow you around. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's okay, Higgins. I've seen a lot, right? With doctors, and y'all, for those of y'all who know or don't know, I also lost a child. She was 16. I had doctors in dispute on how to take care of my daughter when she had an aneurysm. So I get it. That's why I tell y'all, just go outside and breathe and take a moment and think, and then get a second opinion. Always.
He's worked with other clients of his and says, quote, "We trust her." So did he know she didn't have a license? We don't know, because the attorney who talked on a regular basis leading up to the trial and the documentary won't talk to us now.
The attorney that used to talk to us will not talk to us anymore now. Okay.
Also don't know if anyone from the production company knew she was unlicensed. Multiple emails to several different people, including the director, went unanswered.
Well, Peacock don't care. Oh, y'all said this is your therapist? Cool, bring her on in. Wow. They make being a fraudster look so easy. I know, Simi. That's what I'm screaming. We chose the wrong path in life, us do-gooders, or the people who tried to live right. We're like, damn, these scammers are out here living a good life. What the hell? 60 grand later. I wonder what all did she use that money to pay all of her bills, or was it vacay money? Was that a part-time job? What are you doing out there, lady? Wow.
What's also interesting is after Winter was arrested and was already facing charges, she continued working with Huerman and his family.
They're having a hard time, but they accept it and they're okay with it. And they will.
They're having a hard time. They accept it and they're okay with it. What exactly are they okay with? That they're not okay and it's going to take time to heal, or they're okay with what he did? Just, y'all please all go away so we don't got to think about it anymore. What kind of help did she offer Asa? You know what I'm saying? In therapy? Like, I don't know, my husband did all that. Well, Asa, maybe you should go down there and chill out for a little while in that weird ass room and see how you feel. Do you pick up on their energies and gain some empathy for them, maybe, and that'll help you get there? What in the world? Some folks also like to insert themselves into cases, so like they become obsessed with it, right? We've seen it too many times in a lot of cases. It's not talked about enough how a lot of times some of these players in these cases become like part of it, like, not like the YouTubers and the Nancy Guthrie thing, but next level stuff. It's crazy.
Figure it out.
This is her talking to reporters outside the family's Massapequa Park home the day Huerman pleaded guilty. We tried her attorney and the Suffolk DA for a comment on Winter's case, but no one wanted to talk about it. She is due back in court July 21st. I'm Shari Einhorn for Newsday TV.
So she's due back July 21st for court. Wow. I don't know what kind of trouble she's going to get into with these larceny charges. Well, because she's got the larceny charges for billing the insurance companies. I just think that's wild, that I'm glad she got caught, you're not on a soapbox. I get it. You do right by your heart, right? If you whatever you put out there does come back. So I try to put out good things because I want good things back. I don't and do unto others as they do unto you, whether you're a believer or not. You know what I mean? Like the way I look at it, I don't know what's above that sky. I know what the good book tells me. I know this. If that exists, I need to get there because there's people there that I like to see again one day, right? So I might need a hand getting there, but you know, so do good and you get back good. And it's just like sometimes though you see people out there who do bad constantly and it seems like nothing happens, right? That's the part that makes you go, damn. My mama used to say, I can't get ahead for getting behind. And I'm like, well, she had some really crazy sayings when I was young, but they make sense now, right? I think a lot of y'all would get that. We all have that time. Yeah, she got free advertising and airtime. Um, because going on the Peacock special was huge, right? Higgins, they put her name out there and all that stuff. So that is wild. So, and she didn't testify or wasn't going to testify that I know of. Like if it had went to trial, you know how they always have especially during mitigation phase, they'll bring in the therapist to talk about stuff, or the doctors rather, and um, they'll do evaluations during pretrial phases and all that. I don't think she was involved with any of that, just like the family therapist, I guess. I guess Rex is going to go to prison. He's going to need some therapy to what? Learn to deal with prison, or to work through what he's done. I'm not sure what we're doing with Rex. I don't give a fuck, right? Let the BAU have at him. I can't believe she went to John Douglas's house. That's the guy. That's the FBI's profiler guy. The head dude, or he was. Oh, my coffee cup is empty. Imagine that. We got to do something about that. Get myself stirred up. Karma's, she a little bitch sometimes. She does show up eventually. In weird ways, though, right? Not like directly, but indirectly. Sometimes you're like, oh, I wonder if that was karma. I was wondering when that was going to happen. There's a song called Better Boat by Kenny Chesney. I kind of try to live my life like that sometimes. But we all, what? Sometimes we just live in the flesh and but we are what we are. We try to do right. Now, so there's another story that I've been watching. This case actually started. So I'm actually, let me see. I did this. All right. Yeah. So Idaho 4 case happened November of 2022. And a few months later, January 2023, there was this case that happened. And at the time, I was still working with NFT groups. But in our Discord, we had a true crime channel. Me and 2 other ladies were running it. We would do a weekly Twitter space. Was true crime back then. Because we used to do all these other Web3 spaces, right? And so we were doing that. We were starting that right before I came. Well, not right before I came to YouTube, but that's what led me to coming to YouTube eventually, was what I started there, right? So there was a case that happened that we were watching. Actually, our NFT artist, hey, did you hear about this story? This lady, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what is it? And he showed me. I was like, oh, hell. Okay, so I didn't follow closely because it was one of those that I knew was going to get not weird, just was going to be a lot to unpack with it because of what happened. And now it's about to go to trial. And I want to I think I'm going to stream the trial. It may be a heavy case for y'all to follow along with, but socially, I think it's an important conversation, especially when we are seeing images of the Siders' house right now. And when I say that, looking at the mother, the alleged mother, and it appears right now, Elizabeth Siders is the mother to all of those children, as it appears right now. I don't think any of us can look at that house at the Siders and say there's not some sort of mental illness in that household. That's not excusing what happened in the house, but we can't look at that and say there's not, because nobody in their right fucking mind is going to live that filthy. We can all get messy. We can all have a house well lived in. We can all have a big family. I grew up like that, big families. My mama had a clean house, but she had a house full of kids pretty much all the time. 4 were hers and half were everybody else's. But my mama had a clean house, right? We didn't do nasty. But life gets messy sometimes. Y'all know what I mean. Looking at that, you know it's not that. So this case, and I don't know how many of y'all have heard of it, let me know in the chat. It's Lindsay Clancy. Do any of you know who that is or heard of the case? Yeah, I don't watch. You can't watch for it, Higgins. You'll be sitting there waiting forever, right? When something happens and you hear about it, you're like, that's when I wonder, oh, was that karma? Oh, shit. She really is real, right? Right. That's right. You got to trust in the universe. It's hard sometimes. It's hard to trust in the universe, the higher power, whatever you choose to believe in. It's hard to trust in it, right? Okay, it's Lindsay Clancy case. Happy. Rachel, you've heard of it? Good. That I'm not surprised by that, Rach. Yeah, happy. Yes. Okay. Followed it when it broke, says glass evidence. Awesome. Okay, good. Guys, there's a lot. I have not been following closely since it happened, right? Right after it happened. And I knew it was going to get a lot, right? But now things are going to be happening. So I started taking a look. I'm going to just give you guys a little bit of a rundown. She had 3 children and she unalived her 3 children. So that's why I'm telling you, it's going to be a little bit of a heavy case. If it's not for you, we understand, but we're not going to spend much time on this right now. We're going to move on. But I want to give you the gist of it because I am going to be covering it, and I'm probably going to cover the trial because I want to see what happens in court, because the law matters, right? There's things that matter about these cases going forward, and that's what I like to do over here. And that's why I want to look at it. Well, Rachel, because it's got the babies involved. You know what I mean? I don't always seek them, but sometimes we can't avoid them, like I've said, and this is one of those cases. So, yeah. But we have seen too much of this lately, right? It used to be a rare thing for Diane Downs tried to unalive her children, Lori Vallow, Susan Smith, Andrea, what was Andrea's last name? Rachel, it has slipped my mind. Lindsay here, I mean, it's sad that I can sit here now, all these years later, after Susan Smith's stupid ass, and say we have a list now of mothers who kill their babies. Because I'll never forget watching that lady on TV praying my babies were safe while she cried on national TV about a black man who stole her car with her babies in it, knowing good and fucking well she drove them into a lake and left them to die. Oh, see, these kid cases get me going, y'all. Breathe. We're going to breathe. Yates. Thank you, Sparky. Andrea Yates. Yes. See? And Andrea's case was heavy. There was a lot there. Andrea had a lot going on. All right, Lindsay. 3 children, a 5-year-old, Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and an 8-month-old. Is it Callan? The 8-month-old, the 5-year-old and the 3-year-old passed away there at the home. 8-month-old, I think it was a few days later, right? Um, Happy, I have the dad's suit, okay? I don't know that I have Lindsay's. So what Happy's referring to there is Lindsay Clancy and her husband have both filed civil suits, and we do have those documents, or at least his. I do have his. Patrick Clancy is her husband, or was? Are they still married? Happy? Is he still married to her? I haven't got those details yet. And thank y'all for the sharing the information that y'all have as well. So, the 3 children, what she did was she sent her husband Patrick. This happened again January 24, 2023. She sent the husband out for medication at the CVS for the kids and some dinner, some takeout. He leaves the house around 5:10 p.m. to go to the CVS and to the restaurant to grab the food. He returns home, y'all, at 5:54. Leaves at 5:10 and returns at 5:54. During that time frame is when she harms the children. She used an exercise band to strangle her children. 6.5 miles from your house, Higgins, is where she did that. You know, their daddy lived here, but his parents were living here, and he came here after that. And the local media did a thing with him. Really sad. Isn't that wild that you're that close to that, and now he was here, and I was. That's wild, girl. You're freaking me out. Oh, I don't know how old you are, so I might have known you when I was in Unicoi. Oh, okay. It's a small town, I'm saying. It's so freaking small. I still haven't mentioned that to my sister. I forgot. I gotta tell her. I gotta call her later just to tell her. They're like, you're not gonna believe this. Yeah, the postpartum, right? I have 4 babies. I've never had it. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it. But I know people legitimately have it, right? And it's hard for people like me to say, well, you just need to, you know, do more. I don't know what the answer is because I don't know what it's like to have that condition, but I know that it's very real. Right? I've been open-minded to it, and because the first time I really ever paid attention to it, honestly, was because of Andrea Yates' case. Right? What is this new? What is this post? Because I'm always leery of a new diagnosis coming into court. Always. Grain of salt. Who are these experts? Where are we getting this from? Are we pulling it out of our ass, or is it real? That's where I always go with it. That's why it gets like this therapist with Hearman out here with no license. What are you doing, lady? We don't have time for that. We need real therapists trying to really figure shit out and not cracking open a book going, well, let me say this. Like that, my opinion and my theory would be, and if you know, studying 15,000 serial killers, they all like, what? Stop it with your damn analysis and numbers. I didn't ask for all that. I asked for conversation that was real. We had to cross paths, Higgins. We probably got drunk together. Did you get drunk back in the day? You didn't go to Freedom Hall and see Ozzy and Metallica, did you? You might have been part of the crew. I don't know. Things got crazy. You know where Freedom Hall is, don't you? It does start with the doctors not gaslighting women. Oh my God, do they ever? Preach it. Preach it, Sparky Pilot. It continues with people versed in women's health leading the treatment. You know, freaking that dude that time in the ER. I'm in there with a bleeding ulcer. They can't figure out what it is. They don't know what's going on. They have no idea. I have it going on. I just know I'm not feeling good and it hurts. Go home. We fixed you. You'll be fine until you're not, and then you're in emergency surgery. But anyway, that doctor over there telling me, yeah, well, back in the day, we used to treat women, they were called hysterical, when they were PMS, and really, it turns out, having cramps and, lady moments. It was basically what he was describing to me in the hallway of the emergency room. And this was like 10 years ago, right? I was like, what? I'm sitting there thinking, going, I cannot believe it, what year I'm living in. And this man doctor is telling me to go home. It's probably an ovarian cyst, and women been living with it for hundreds of years, and we're barbaric people, us women. I'm like, dude, too bad I ended up back in your ER a week later needing emergency surgery for a serious condition, you fucking idiot. See, y'all, get your second opinion. My God. You were at Freedom Hall seeing In This Moment and Dayseeker. Oh, okay. I was doing the Ozzy and Metallica thing. I was actually in that area back in the 80s. That helps. That's how long ago. That's how old I am. Good times had by all. Okay. So there's been a lot of motions filed in this case, and I think I can get the docket. I do have the one civil filing, but I wanted to see if I could find any of the actual motions in this case. Like, there's been a motion filed to keep out the strangulation of the children. I'm confused about what that is. Now there's a report out by Boston 25 News that she may choose to sit out during graphic testimony. Now, again, I don't know what to make of this case yet, y'all, because I did not watch all this pretrial stuff over the past 3 years. I chose not to keep up with all of it because I just wanted to go to court and see it, right? So this is a piece that I do have. And then we'll get on to our other coverage here. Conceived at a Whitesnake concert. Oh, yes. You were born in 87. My daughter was born in 88. Okay, so you was just a little baby. We didn't cross paths. Must have been another life, man. Our souls crossed paths in that town. Oh, wow. I wasn't living there in 87. I'd already moved back to Florida. Okay, so this is the piece on Lindsay Clancy, guys. You did watch some of the pretrial stuff. I think we're gonna do a show on it, Rachel. I know there's some out there, Court TV or Law and Crime, whatever. I think they're one and the same these days. But I'm gonna, so you can help me out with that, Rach. We'll do a channel, you know what I mean, so we can drop the info there. So we'll do that this weekend, and I will get a show together, guys, and we'll get caught up on where they stand before we get to court, right? Because it's coming up. All right, here we go.
Accused of killing her children back in 2023 made a rare in-person court appearance. Lindsay Clancy goes on trial next month, and lawyers on both sides today argued what evidence could go before jurors. Boston 25 News reporter Bob Ward is in Plymouth.
The trial of Lindsay Clancy is now just a little over a month away. Final legal issues are now being settled. But now her defense attorney is saying that Lindsay Clancy herself may excuse herself from the trial during graphic testimony. Lindsay Clancy sat without emotion in her wheelchair during this pretrial hearing. She's charged with first-degree murder for the strangulation deaths of her 3 young children in their Duxbury home in January 2023. Clancy's lawyer is mounting what in essence is an insanity defense. It's expected he'll try to convince a jury that Clancy was not criminally responsible, that she was over-medicated in treatment for postpartum psychosis. Now, a judge has ruled that prosecutors can show autopsy photos of the children to the jury. Defense attorney Kevin Reddington said when that happens, he would like Lindsay Clancy to be excused from the courtroom.
From a human nature standpoint, I wouldn't want anyone to have to be in there to look at gruesome photographs of little babies.
Oh man, but the jury's got to see them, sir. I get it, but I don't need to see them, but the jury's going to have to see them, and they can't unsee them once they see them. And I forgot to tell y'all why she's in that wheelchair in case y'all don't know. And I'm sorry that I left this big piece out. After she hurt those babies between 5:10 and 5:54, when her husband got back, she jumped out of the second-story window of the home and tried to harm herself and got herself a fractured spine. Is that what it was? Was it a fractured spine? And she went, yeah. And she spent a long time at the hospital, right? No, my sister don't live there anymore. She lived there a lot longer than I did, though, Higgins. That's the thing. She did. So she might know your mama. I might know your mama. Fuck.
Slaughtered, and cut up and butchered and autopsy photo. No. But that's what they want to do. So that's part of a trial. We'll make a decision if she's going to.
Oh, I just thought about something. The reason I was there, because we had family there. We might be family. You might know my family. Oh, shit.
They have to sit there through it.
This trial is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks. Jury selection is slated to begin on July 20th. In Plymouth, I'm Bob Ward for your local station, Boston 25 News.
For breaking.
Okay. So that's crazy. I don't remember how long that woman spent in the hospital. It's hard, Pammy, right? It's hard to get sympathy for this stuff or these women, any of them. And that's what's got me thinking lately, you know, what's going on? What's causing this? How do we stop it? It's like an epidemic is happening. Why are these women harming their babies when they're supposed to do everything but that, right? None of us can wrap our head around that. And I don't think you've got to be a mother to know that or feel that, but we know the mothers feel it way deeper. It's just the nature of the beast. You did not say that name. Hold on. Girl, I'll be putting all your info out. Delete that comment. Gotcha. You need to DM me on, are you on Discord, Higgins? All right. I don't remember how long she spent in the hospital either, before they actually released her. I'm gonna have to look those facts up on the case. But it's also makes you wonder too, with all this going on, right? If these conditions, right, this postpartum and things of that nature, what are these treatments for these women while they're actively taking care of their children? They realize, okay, I have a problem. I don't have an open Discord, but we can message each other. I'm Salty Sleuth on Discord, private DMs or whatever it's DMing on there. I don't have a Discord that's open, though. You know what I'm saying? All right, guys. So we're gonna keep an eye on that case, and we'll. 'Cause I'm thinking about streaming it though, because I want to watch the proceedings, and when I'm streaming during the day and I'm doing other stuff, then at night I'm too tired to pay attention good enough, in my opinion. Like I want to, I'll fall asleep. Like, nah. Okay. Speaking of, therapists, experts, all this crazy stuff. Yes, Simi has one. Yeah, I'm on Discord. I just don't have I have a Discord, right? I do, but that's where I drop all of my stuff from my shows. Document links and different things, story links, Google Drives. It's a little bit of a hot mess sometimes, but that's my office. That's my virtual office, man. I don't have a community Discord, and I've tried to explain before. I just don't want it. But now, because I spent 3 years in one, I feel like when I did all the Web3 NFT stuff, like we did all kind of cool stuff in there though, guys. We would play poker, we would hold art class, we would do the true crime channel, we would do Web3 safety, crypto safety, and in fact, I'm talking to my crypto guy. We're going to be doing something soon. But yeah, it was a lot. A lot. And I don't want to manage a community in there. People get crazy in them discords. So I've never wanted to open a Discord. It's nothing personal to anybody. It's just a lot of work. And I just don't want to do it. Although there are times I know it would be fun, especially to have like a watch party where you could watch things, because you can do that a lot in the Discords. You can hang out and watch things together. That's always fun. Okay. Okay, did you? All right. Cool. Gotcha. All right. So we are now going to move into, well, before we get to the cider stuff, there's a lot to unpack with that Koberger stuff, like I was telling you guys, but I was looking through some of the documents because y'all know me, I cover that case. So I'm like, I want to know what's going down. So I cracked open one out of curiosity, and I'm scrolling through it. And I'm like, I like this document, so I'm going to be taking notes and doing all the things. And then I get to this one section. I was like, what did I just read? We know one of the experts in that case that was scheduled to be an expert in that case was Brent Turvey, right? And he come out here doing his rounds on the YouTubes, offered up some information to a guy who wrote a book. And, he's got a tall tale to tell over there about a crime scene that was staged and whatnot. And if you choose to believe him, that's fine. I don't even care. I disagree. But they were blaming, they were going against the other expert's opinion, Sutton's opinion. So all this stuff's in these documents. Cy Ray's in there. But I get to one, and it's about Pima County popped open. And I was like, Pima County? I read that wrong, right? I'm like, I got to get my glasses. That's not cool. I read that wrong. I reread it, and I was like, what am I reading? So, as an expert, that the defense also hired an expert that was trained out of Pima County, Arizona. And I giggled, I laughed, y'all. I couldn't help myself. I was like, oh, I don't mean to throw shade, but that Pima County, what? So I wanted to just share that before we get into the ciders. And if we feel like going back to the Koberger documents tonight, we will. If not, that's probably going to happen tomorrow. But this one, no. It's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted at all. But this is. Even the name got me. I was like, what in the hell? And then it reminded me of that TV. What's going on here? My keyboard is not working. Is that what? Hang on. That's what that was earlier. I moved this damn cord out of my way and got a notification about some weird shit, and I didn't know what it was. That's why I asked y'all, can y'all see me and hear me and all that good shit? Didn't never realize it was my keyboard acting funky because I moved a cord. All right, get out of my way. It's in my way. All right. Now that y'all know my struggles. Okay, so this is in one of the documents. Let me get the page up here that we need. Because this was the document that was over 1,000 pages long, right? So it was a lot to move through, and I was stumbled across this as I was moving through it. All right, let me get the screen up and I'll share this with you guys. So one of the expert witnesses was going to be a scientific examiner, Kathleen Bright Birnbaum, and her company is Desert Forensics. Subject of this report: examination and review of digital copies of latent fingerprints, photographs, and comparisons in the case of Bryan Kohberger. She gives, white male, date of birth 11/21/94. Review of submitted disclosures and reports regarding the processing of the assault and the unaliving scene of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie. Prepared at the request of. This report has been prepared at the request of the law office of Ann Taylor in my capacity as crime scene and fingerprint consultant for the defendants in the case of State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger. Qualifications: I am certified latent print examiner with more than 40 years of experience. Starting in 1977, I began working for the Pima County Sheriff's Department Identification Unit, now called the Forensic Unit, in Tucson, Arizona, as an identification technician. My duties included, but were not limited to, developing and preserving latent print evidence in crime scenes and in the evidence laboratory, documenting crime scenes and evidence using various photographic techniques, and collecting, preserving, and transporting physical evidence from crime scenes while maintaining chain of custody. We like that chain of custody to be correct around here. In 1993, I tested for and was promoted to the position of latent print examiner. While in latent prints, I also managed Pima County's automated fingerprint identification system as site manager. 1993, wasn't, what's his name, the sheriff then? Nanos was your boss at one time, lady? Lion Nanos? Got all that training and experience in Pima County, Arizona, did you? Sorry, y'all, I can't help it. I am being petty and I know it. During this time, I was selected to work in private capacity on various government contracts to analyze and identify latent fingerprints remotely as part of a research and demonstration project for the U.S. Army and the Department of Homeland Security. I also assisted in developing a Wounded Warrior remote biometric training program for 10 print latent and facial iris biometrics. What? Can we trust? What? Oh, God. Y'all don't get in my irises. My phone don't even got my fingerprints. I'm not with all that new technology. I'm not so lazy I can't swipe and put a code number in. I'm just not. I don't need to show my face or give it a fingerprint. No, thank you. Don't y'all warn against stuff like that? But there you are all day, every day, just giving it all up. Think about it. Ooh, I'm good. My phone says do not enter. It has got bloody handprints on it. I just shit you not. It's an old Halloween one and I left it. It says do not enter. My 10-year-old grandson has the code though, so I'm good. If something happens, he's got me. What in the word salad was that? Wounded Warrior remote, she assisted in developing a Wounded Warrior remote biometric training program for 10 print latent and facial iris biometrics. What does that even mean, y'all? Wounded warrior. I thought that was a project. So it's a remote biometric training program to what, go out in the field and collect prints? Like a little robot print collector? We got a little robot print collector, don't worry. After leaving the Pima County Sheriff's Department in 2014, interesting year. Did Nanos have some shit go down in that year? We need to review, y'all, just in case. I don't know why. In case we get bored and nosy one day. I began actively working through Desert Forensics, an entity I created in 2010. In addition to teaching advanced and expert level fingerprint comparison techniques to forensic fingerprint personnel throughout the United States and internationally, Desert Forensics also provides independent forensic consulting services to attorneys throughout the U.S. and Canada. Wow. In January of '96, after passing intensive testing, and related requirements, I was awarded my certification as a certified latent print examiner through the International Association for Identification. I have maintained my certification through professional training, writing publications, teaching, attending conferences, and performing latent print analysis, comparisons, evaluations, and verifications. After 25 years of consecutive membership, activity, and participation with the IAI, I was awarded Life Active membership. In 2019, I was awarded Distinguished Member status. Well, reading all this, you're going to be like, yes, could you examine these fingerprints, please, and see if they match my defendant guy? Do they match my alternate suspects? Right? Why else you need some fingerprint analysis done? Exactly, Forrest. I see you. Like, y'all don't, I got, there's 2 cases actually I got nosy about today because I was bored, Forrest. For about 10 minutes, and I'm like, oh, I forgot I was doing something. Hey, I got it all done. Leisurely. All right, so yeah. Professional education includes numerous FBI courses that focus on fingerprints and advanced latent prints. I also attended numerous latent print workshops, lectures, and seminars dealing with print distortion, problems with analyzing latent prints, quantitative and qualitative measures of latent print comparison, palm print identification. Oh, okay. I have logged more than 600 hours teaching advanced and expert level fingerprint identification classes to law enforcement. She's like, blah, 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 blah. And then she goes through all the case materials that she received to review for the case, right? And it just, all the standard stuff. The forensic latent exams. She got a digital copy of the K-bar sheath, a copy of, there was the lower pane on the south kitchen window, which we can clearly see that print when they had some powerful cameras. I think it was News Nation that got most of that back then. And you can clearly see the prints on the window, right? A lot of those prints were people coming up to the windows. There was one of the windows in the Idaho 4 house that had 2 handprints on it, and then you could see partial prints on some. But there's a house full of folks partying. And honestly, when I was moving through the list, people were like, oh, there had to be DNA all over that house. Guess what? There literally was. And they took a lot of stuff out of that house and examined it. So anyway, she's examining stuff. A latent print off the metal leg. So this one interested me. And I had to go further. This is why we're going to unpack some of this at a later time, because you got to, when you see stuff like this, and I got to go back and get other stuff that goes with that, because it's my brain working Idaho 4, right? And this is Xana. No images were received of the purported latent print lift on the metal leg of the table in Kernodle's room. But then they go and they analyze that, and that's further in the documents, right? So stuff like that is all what they were doing. So, but I just found that interesting when I went to read through that. I was like, wait a minute, Pima County, and all those years spent in Pima County. That means this person knows the Sheriff Nanos. And it goes on. This is that really long document. And like I say, Cyray's reports in here, Nodell's report. There's some photos in here that were like, oh, wow, that's actually really good. It wasn't actual crime scene photos. It was other things, right? Photos that have been released, but what they were using in evidence to demonstrate. And it was really wild to see some of that. And it was helpful. Let's put it that way. And they got into some great detail in this document on a few of these pages at 3 different areas or so about that area D, which was Ethan's blood on the handrail that Dolphin and I were discussing. That DNA. They got into, they didn't just go, oh, that matches Ethan. We don't know how it got there. We will speculate. No, they tried to figure out what was going on there, right? Remember I told y'all we had the video, we could see them I have to get that old video up and make a video and show you guys where they're in the living room doing all their work, taking pictures, taking swabs. You can literally see it all in the living room and at the stairwell looking down. So they were taking swabs and photos of all kind of stuff. They didn't know what was relevant and what wasn't at that point, right? They had no idea what happened in that house. We just gotta know we got a lot going on here. We got to get it all, and it seems like that was happening. So kudos to them for that. Actually, they don't get it a lot. And they don't get it from me enough. I know that I can be super critical, but if you look at the Idaho 4 investigation and what they've released so far, all of the interviews they've done with every kid in town, over 20 DNA swabs orally taken to compare to that sheath, dozens of written and recorded interviews, transcripts you can read. They were trying to figure it out. Who did it? Which one is it? Whose DNA is going to match that sheath? And they were coming up empty-handed, y'all. Every name that got thrown out. That one weird kid at the party that everybody was, maybe, we don't know. Throw a name out there, and there you go. When I tell y'all that we unpacked a gazillion rumors in the Idaho 4 case, I'm not lying. That's why I'm super careful today, because if I didn't learn anything from that case, I got no business being on the internet. And that's the way I feel about it. That's the challenge I give myself. And I'm fine with that, because there was a lot in that case that people wanted to be true and still do to this day, and that's on them at this point. But I had to look at all of it out there at that point, and that's why I take even the Nancy Guthrie case. There's a lot of names being tossed around out there, and some pretty heavy accusations, but without any proof. There's no way in hell I'm going to come live and talk about that. No way. No, we're not doing that. We can't. We shouldn't want to do all that. Ow. Aw, Pammy, go help your neighbor. We'll be here. It was a lot, wasn't it? Real happy. We had tunnels to explore, cryptocurrency scams, frat brother fights. I mean, you name it. Cartel. Jesus. On and on and on and on. On and on. But I did want to So there was a lot. Remember, y'all, I don't know if y'all didn't follow. So the ones that y'all, those of you who did follow that case and the court hearings, do y'all remember when Judge Hippler called Sare the conspiracy theorist, the defense witness expert? Osai's reports in here too, and so is Turvey's. But I found a lot of other things that were super interesting in that document that I do want to get to with you guys. So we're going to get up to our CIDR's updates and get that going, because I found some things her lawyer has said now, and some information about, not really information about those warrants, but an interesting conversation. I'm going to have to read it to you guys because it's from that damn station that'll get mad at us for playing their news clip. All right. Let me get my notes out of the way here because this is about Lindsay. All right. Her trial jury selection, I think, starts the 20th. What's it? Plymouth County Superior Court she's at. Okay. Because this is the stuff I got to keep up with right there. That's not. All right. So reports are that from what I can calculate and gather at this point, the Siders seniors, Gary Sr. and the wife Christina aka Lynn, whatever, they have like 3 daughters. Yeah, Higgins, right? Tunnels, cartels, parachutes. We follow people's locations on maps. I mean, I didn't. There were some streamers doing all this weird. I'm like, I tune in. I'm like, what in the world now? In the early days, yeah, we all looked at a lot of different things, but quickly we're like, oh, no. No. You could rule so much out so fast. Like really fast, you could rule a lot of that out. And it got to the point where you had to stick to the documents, right? I'm like, got to stick to the damn documents. This is bullshit. So y'all must know WSU Mom Kim. If you don't, what are you doing? Hey, if y'all see her out and about on these streets, let her know I'm still willing to give her that interview, and we can sit and chill. I'll make coffee and I'll be calm. I promise, Kim, because I'm a mom too, honey, and I'll hear you out, baby girl. I'll hear you out. I offered Christy Gonzalez some advice, not personally, but what I would have done back in the day if I was Christy Gonzalez. Somebody would have got a knock at the door. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. Then she won't want to come talk to me. Damn. Don't tell her I said that part. That's in the past. Somebody I would know would say, that's in the past. We're over it now. But I do got questions for her. They're not what she thinks. So I'll leave it at that. The mystery of WSU Mom Kim. Gary has 3 sisters. I don't know if that's all the siblings. I've not heard of any brothers in that household except, for Gary Jr. Because we have Linda, the sister that would notify the Elizabeth's family every time a new baby was born. And then there's the guy that did the interview who said he was a brother-in-law. He's married to a different sister. This would be Linda, from my understanding. That's Linda, one of the daughters, and there should be 2 more. One's married to the guy who did the interview, and I don't know where the other one is. So that's what the report is, and I got that from a news article, a news clip, right? You don't know who Kim is? Oh, good. You didn't miss anything. She wreaked havoc in the Idaho 4 case. Higgins, love and light to you. Peace. Peace on earth. Have a good night. Go lay in the hammock. Look. I'll eat a gummy. I'm drinking coffee. I'll get out there in a little while, but go ahead. You go touch grass and lay in that hammock and enjoy. It's peaceful. It's still hot outside here right now. Okay. So I don't know. So my question though about the daughters, whether it's one daughter or three, we know there's at least one. Two, if this is correct, that was Linda, and in the interview we saw was, a brother-in-law to a different sister. That would be two we know of. I don't know where these girls lived. And if Senior and Christina or Lynn, whatever, if they were that seriously ill, physically or mentally, where were their daughters, right? And how come they weren't helping out? And what did they not know? And how the brother-in-law said that he and his wife helped with the water bill, the car. He also claimed in the interview I saw that those kids at one point did go to school. And this girl was there on the porch. There's literally the green chairs. That's a bench to the green chairs. Underneath it, there's the damn cat food bowl we can all see in the videos and in other images of that front porch. That's the same house. Did she not? This don't look like it was too many years ago. Look at Senior over there on the right. It may be in a few years ago. Was it not that bad when she was there last? Now, the one that was helping with the water bill and the car said that they didn't have a physical address for like over 7 years. So I guess he was okay with sending water bill money. I don't know where he sent it to. Or did he just like, okay, give us the account number, we'll pay it, because he didn't trust them with the money? They never got their physical address. If you were paying the water bill yourself, you would know the address. Or were you just sending the money? If you gave them the car, what did you do? Drive it to them? To their house? Or y'all meet at the Dollar General? He said they kept us at arm's length. I'm sorry, if I'm giving you a car, I'm probably going to need to bring it to you. It's been my experience in the past. I just don't understand how much contact this family actually had with this part of the family, or was it once in a while, once in a blue moon? I got to do it. I got to do what's right and stop by and say hey to mom and dad. I don't know. So trying to reserve judgment on the sisters of this couple while their brother and his wife bred like rabbits in the home, and it got to this point. When did it get to this point? We're hearing so many different things, right? Like, seriously, lady, when did it get this bad and y'all not know it? Newsweek, New York Post, somebody has put out some more images. I did not upload them yet. I forgot, honestly. The one news agency I saw today did an AI image and told everybody it was AI. A 12 by 12 room, and we're going to put some images, 16 people in it. Then they did a real one with an actual room with 16 actual people. I'm like, stop it with this. We can all use our imagination. I don't need those visuals to get me all there. But it's interesting because there's one that shows like the kitchen, what would be the kitchen, living room. I don't know. It's all like this, though. It's all like this, right? It's just like, I don't know how that started. Obviously, it's been going on for quite a while because it's a lot, right? There's a lot going on in that house. We do need to know more about the family, Rachel. Kim would be WSU Mom Kim. She was living large in a lot of YouTube places back in the day, early days of Idaho 4. In fact, I think at least one creator who platformed her quite a bit. Those are on private nowadays because we don't want the world to remember we once did all that in the Idaho 4 case, do we? I may or may not have a short living large somewhere. Can't remember. Oh, I know what I have. Hang on, let me pull this up. This. Remember how we were all speculating what's going down with Gary Jr. and his 4 indecent exposure charges, right? We're hearing it's a sealed case. It's sealed for what did he do? Why would that be sealed? That if it's to expose himself out in the yard, of course we're not going to put up with that. But what did he do to be sealed? We don't like sealed documents. I'm Idaho 4. Part of the problem in that case was years of sealed documents. Turns out half of that shit didn't need to be sealed after all. All it did was fuel the fire of Idaho 4 shit show because of a sealed case. And those people over there on Big City Crime were like, oh my God, Colella's stuff is sealed. Never heard of such in my life. Y'all, that's shady. And I'm like, we were going, man, Idaho 4 is being sued over this kind of shit. What the fuck y'all talking about? But anyway, why is it sealed? Especially if what we're hearing was true, he peed off the porch. That's confusing. Now, there is a local journalist who's going hard trying to figure it out. And because I was thinking there's got to be more. And now she's thinking the same thing. There's got to be more. We'll get to why. But we have this. And this is all we have so far. And it's the warrant. And it turns out there's 3. Remember, we heard there was. So they were going to serve 2 warrants on Siders Jr. An arrest warrant and apparently a search warrant for the home. And that's when they discovered the children. Why are you searching the inside of his home if he's outside the home exposing himself? What is the penalty for that? Does it warrant, under the Constitution, does that warrant going into the home? No, there's probable cause level, right? We're like, what is that? Did they already have that warrant to enter that house when they got there? Or did they apply for it once they got there thinking, oh my God, this is nasty. There's kids in there, right? Let's be safe and get a warrant, because they could have absolutely done that when they got to Koberger's apartment and realized, oh, we got a standalone storage unit. They had to get the warrant then, apply for it right then to get in there to search that unit, because it was separate than what they were there for. Right? So it pays to pay attention to documents and court cases, because it helps you understand stuff. And it's like something's not math in y'all. So all we have is Siders Jr. gave the address, of course, 182 Omer. They got it said Omar, but I believe it's Omer in Hamden. To the bailiff of Benton County, greetings. You are hereby commanded to take the body of Siders Gary, and then there's a redaction there, and have him or her before our court forthwith to answer unto the state of Idaho, charged with, and they give the code, public indecency, M4. And there's another public indecency, and another. There was 4 total, right? We knew that. 2 of those occurred in one day. And as of this writ, make a legal service and due return, given under my hand and seal of the said court this June 30th. And the bond was set for $5,000, 10%, of course. Officer Rachel Phelps. Now, why is an officer with the Bureau of Criminal Investigations signing off on a warrant on a man that peed off the porch? That's a little much, or is that what we need? I'm just wondering. We don't know that that's what he did. People were saying it, they've heard people saying that, it was peeing off the porch, but we don't have confirmation that's what he did. And then people are like, well, who saw that, right? How do people know? Did somebody drive by? We're all looking at the street. Look at the street. There are obviously buildings and homes and whatnot around. Yes, it's this tiny little road. Look. Is this one got the road right there in the front? Where's the other one? Street. There we go. Did somebody ride by and see him, relieving himself off the front porch? Or was it more? We don't know that, right? Was it someone just riding by? Because we know that there was not a direct neighbor right next door that would have been offended coming outside for coffee in the morning and saw that. Like, oh my God, dude, what are you doing all week long? You're doing this. Or right across the street, even, because there's the railroad tracks, right? So we're like, what the hell? So we're all wondering what's going on there and why is all that under seal. So let me see what you guys are saying before we move on. Let me scroll back up. Why'd they move around so much? Don't know. Happy. So they were in Wisconsin for a little bit, and most of the time in Ohio, different counties. Some speculate to avoid children's services checking in on them if there was ever an allegation made and they knocked once at the door, we'll be back kind of thing, XYZ, and they bolt. Or was it, we're not putting the kids, was it, I don't know what triggered each move. The authorities are looking into all that. Nothing's come up yet, like any past welfare DCF type cases. There's one pending right now, but that's because the state's now trying to take those children, and I will show you that in a minute. Oh goodness. Lord, people can pick apart a case all they want, but leave a damn family alone. Jesus. Yeah, we hear that karma train swift, man. Pow. I don't wish it on nobody, but damn. Okay, back to what I was doing. Forrest, you live in the wind tunnel too? I like my calm days because I'm like, yes, this wind tunnel is not raging, but if it gets windy or like anything out there, like anything moving through the atmosphere, that wind gets to whipping, it gets bad. You can live in a wind tunnel. Wow. Yeah. The fires, Rachel, be safe. We don't want that. We don't like the dry weather causing these brush fires and stuff. I just saw I guess I was scrolling YouTube, and one of those, I don't know that lady's name. It's one of them Real Housewives ladies. Her son was one of 3 that caused a fire up there in California, like a small one. But damn, you can't be doing that in those, especially there in those conditions, right? I was like, holy shit, those little fuckers could have burnt down the whole state. And then what would you have done? Would you have filmed it for your show? Like, I don't know. I was just like being an asshole at that point. Was he exposing himself to children? Here's what I don't know. Because would they walking down the street, right? Small town USA, kids can go for a walk. No big deal. You should be able to walk down the street in the broad daylight in the United States of America, especially if it's a couple of girls walking together. Say 2 teenage girls, bored. Let's walk from your house to mine. And as they walk past, this what they perceive to be an old guy exposes himself. And he does it more than once each time you walk by. It could have been that. Me and my friend left my dad's one day to walk around the damn corner. I've been in that neighborhood for years, right? It's like our neighborhood. I go around the corner. We were going to get to the store, whatever. We're taking our time, and we're walking back, and this car rode by, and we noticed he rode by slow, and we laughed about it actually, and we're like, that car went by slow, didn't it? Yeah, it did. And then we noticed he's coming back. He's like circled the block and he came back. And we were literally standing up on the corner by the stop sign, but off the road, right? Just standing there for a second. And he comes by and he goes around, stop at the stop sign, but he didn't stop. And he's going to turn and go in front of us. And when he did, he opened his driver's door, y'all. And there it was. There it was. And we were like, what the hell? We were probably 14 and 15. First, we were like, oh my God, can you believe that freak did that? My dad's house is right there. So we ran across, he just took off. He took off. We just ran across the street and told my dad, oh my God, my dad was so freaking mad. He got in his truck and left and went around. What's this person driving? Oh, it was everything. But yeah, it could have been that. But when I was listening to that reporter talking about the warrants and the agencies involved that went to arrest this guy, speculating, were they watching this house? Because I wondered the same thing. There was a lot of law enforcement presence. Did they all come once they realized there were all these children? Is that when the heavy law enforcement presence got there? Or did they all show up together to arrest this guy for 4 counts of exposure? Indecent exposure that we know of. That's what they're calling it. They're the ones downgrading it, not me. But why all this presence, right? And why is it sealed? Don't know the answers to that yet. Yeah, well, if it's available, if we can get the FOIAs, their people are trying, Simi. Of course, the normal true crime accounts that go after that stuff are trying, as well as those local stations there. They're pretty adamant right now. They're pretty dogged at getting the information. It's pretty wild. I'm actually enjoying their coverage of it, because I feel like I can depend on it. Like, I'm not taking them with like, oh my God, they're gospel. But if they got a document to back it up, that's what I like. And it's easier for them and easier and faster they can obtain those documents than the rest of us. Even through a FOIA request, you live in the state, you're going to get it first. Okay, let me check something here. What was I going to? Let me make sure I haven't missed anything before we move on to the next thing we're going to watch with the case. Because things go quick in these cases that are happening out there, and just trying to make sure I'm keeping up with them, right? So, because you can fall behind so fast. Like this, and this has happened if you turn your back. It's crazy. And a lot of it is like trying to weed out the weeds versus the facts, right? And we don't need those fake AI videos and images of these children being rescued when we know it's bullshit. All right, so, all right. Then now let me look at this. It was Kelly. It was the chick was she on Orange County? Yeah, she ain't on Beverly Hills. She's the Orange County chick. Jennifer's her name. Jesus, I don't remember her last name. I'm trying to think of a way to describe her to you. She didn't pay her rent at her house and got evicted. That lady, Jennifer. If you know, you know. I don't know which one of her kids it was. She's got a couple, right? She had the son that went to the military, but he had a medical thing happen. I don't think it's the same kid. Forrest says, all we know is they took all those kids out of there and some of them weren't in very good shape. That's it. They weren't in good shape. You can't live in those conditions and be okay, right? Especially, sorry, with what was described, the human waste and things, all of the things we know about. So the irritants alone, the skin conditions, the bacterial infections, all the things that could emerge, they're not healthy. None of it was healthy. So they're not in that great a condition. But I don't know when all that started. I've got questions now about when this actually started. And we've heard rumors, oh, this started when Gary Sr. had the stroke. Well, what would trigger all of that? That his level of care got so bad nobody could take care of the house? There's a lot of people to help out. My God. If you're not teaching the kiddos to help out, the fuck you doing? Right? So that's not an excuse. They're saying, oh, well, Christina got so to the point she couldn't do anything anymore, and that's when it got out of hand and Gary Jr. took over. I heard that. And then he became increasingly paranoid over the last few months, and that's when all this began. And I'm like, what? All that over the past few months? Because mom and dad got sick and couldn't take care of everybody anymore, and that's when things went to shit? Is that what we're saying? That Gary and Elizabeth were a complete wreck? All they could do was get it on and produce, and mom and dad, grandma, granny, and pawpaw were responsible for the entire care of the whole house. And when they became physically incapable anymore and mentally incapable, they too were then mistreated because the other two didn't know what the fuck to do with any what or no. Oh, see, it's hard, y'all. Mm-mm-mm. I haven't listened to the brother's YouTube, Kelly, but he did a TikTok live, and we're going to listen to it. He's got a YouTube. Which brother? Oh, wait, I think I saw the YouTube, but which brother are you talking about? The Joey or the Jeremy guy? I think I did. One of them's got TikTok too. I think it was it Joey that's got the TikTok. The two young adults should have been able to take care of things. Absolutely. Absolutely. They're in their 30s. Jesus Christ, you can't take care of your parents? What's that? They helped you all these years with the babies. Let's say they did. And then all of a sudden they need you to help with them. And you're like, oh no, we can't take care of anything, not even our own kids. That was always your job. So, did not anyone know that those two were incapable of caring for their own children? So when mom and dad, the seniors get sick, so it don't make sense, right? No matter how you try to wonder, well, was this what happened? Is this what happened? It's like, well, fuck, nobody knew? Either way you look at it, right? That's wild for a lot of us to try to understand. Like, that he knew along the way, seemed to know, or seemed to know enough. You know what I mean? Because there don't seem to be any, nobody's dug up any DCF reports yet on these people. Were there ever a report made, and the second they got suspicious, oh, they're looking at us, they took off with the kids, and went somewhere else? We don't know. What if this is a theory? I don't know. This is not my theory. This is a thought. Let me put it that way. What if these kids turn out that there is absolutely no sign of physical abuse, no bruising, no healed bruising, no cuts, the ones that can communicate are not communicating physical abuse? What if they can't prove any SA? Bruising in those areas, signs of trauma, DNA tests that results show that none of them children birthed other children. You know what I mean? What if what they did do was neglect that household, those children, that home? And that's freaking filthy. But they never put their hands on the kids, never tied them up, all those things. Y'all know what I mean? It's bad enough to force kids to live in those conditions to where they stink and you don't send them to school. Why are you not sending the kids to school? Because you don't want to wash them? Dollar General was offering you hygiene products and clothes that never seem to be used. Why? So I don't know what level absolutely there was abuse occurring, because neglect is abuse. When you neglect a child's basic fucking needs, that's abuse. But what level of abuse here? It's all bad to me. I don't care if it's just a simple, quote unquote, simple neglect charge, all the way to the worst case of child abuse. It's all the same to me. You don't need to be messing with the children like that. Any sort of abuse for a child is uncalled for, right? Discipline's one thing, abuse is another thing. Whether it's psychological, physical, emotional, SA, all the things. I just wondered that. According to Brother Joey and Elizabeth, a few of the kids, yeah, we got her attorney talking about that. Okay, so in fact, let's play him. Hang on. Before we do, can y'all give me a second? I need to take a break real quick. Go grab a drink, run to the restroom, all the things. But I don't like people coming in just wondering, why is it quiet? Why is that lady just sitting there on the screen? So I just put up a little coffee break thing, and I'm going to put that up on the screen for you guys. And it's in a loop. It's my old intro. For those, if y'all been around, y'all going to know, oh yeah, there's our old song, right? So it's just a little something to let people know what's happening while I'm away. But I'll be right back, and then we'll get to that coverage. Yeah, walk and talk, Simi. Until then, we'll have this. I got to get a video together, Simi, with what you have sent me for all of us as well. I'm thinking about incorporating it with this, actually. I need to figure out how long I can make. Oh, actually, I can make it. I was looking at my length. Yeah, I can do this. Because I thought about this afterwards, Simi. I was like, you know what? I need to incorporate that with this. And that way, when I need to get up and take a break for a moment, that's entertaining. So, I'm not an entertainer, y'all. I'm trying. And Simi made me a cool AI song because I said I needed one that one time. She's like, I got you, girl. Hold on. But yes, walk and talk. Y'all go feral. And, well, just have your manners, but yes, we get that way. It's a Friday night. We're adults. We can do what we want within the lanes. Keep it in the lines, y'all. I'll be right back.
Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must sit to sit, set up feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must sit to sit, set up feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit to shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit to shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit to shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit to shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit to shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive.
All right, guys, thank you. Yeah, that was our old school music, our old intro, right? I was like, I'll throw this in there, but I wanna incorporate what Semi Sharp made for us, so you guys can, because Shorty like has the intermission when she'll play the music that they make. Oh, so cool. So yeah, I need to get something like that so you guys can have something to look at while I'm away, and you can talk to each other. Joey Seeks Genuine, when I listened to his live, he was answering questions, but he has a lot of bad experience. He does. And you know, I'm used to dealing with all walks of life, right? I'm used to it. I know people are taken aback by a lot of things they see if they're not used to it. But so I take people with a grain of salt, you know, because there's salt of the earth kind of people, and there's, but yeah. And I've seen, you know, we saw the screenshots. I know it's going around that it says the oldest daughter, but you know, we are hearing she could barely write her own name, or she couldn't write her own name. We don't know the level of intelligence there. We don't know that all of these kids were you know what I mean? I don't, trying to be polite when I say it, but we don't know what level they could all function to yet. So but the lawyer has confirmed these kids had some access to phones and social media, which made me wonder again, when did all this start? And why did people turn a blind eye when it started? Right? I don't know much about the boyfriend situation. I mean, I've seen the talk out there about it with one of the daughters, right? That one of the children, one of the 16, had a boyfriend. So allegedly, the screenshots and all. So let's get to showing. What was this? Hold on. What did I have? Okay, this was going to be the attorney for Elizabeth. Okay. And who is this with? Let me make sure it's not that crazy people that, okay. It's not Not the Sinclair that I think. Okay, I don't think it's a Sinclair media station. Hope the only one they have there is that ABC affiliate. They like them ABC affiliates because they own my local ABC affiliate. They have for decades, assholes. I could drop the links and say drive people over there, but I don't know. They're doing some good reporting, so I wish I could have shared that one interview that we're going to read through. So we all wondered, going back with Elizabeth, right, the mother of the children. We all know she had the first one with Siders at the age of 15. There's no disputing that. The one that she had allegedly at 13, still haven't seen documentation of that child being born. And the brothers have talked about stuff too. So we'll get to all that. But let's play Elizabeth's attorney, what he had to say. When was this? Let me look at here. One day ago. Okay. Now, we've seen other interviews with her attorney, but here's where he confirms that Elizabeth told him that the kids had access to phone and social media. Because we were all wondering, because with the AI shit that's out there in this case, the AI video of the kids being rescued, the photos of kids in chains, and then these there's screenshots and information floating around about these kids had social medias and this is their boyfriends, and it's like breaks on. Idaho 4 effect, I used to call it. Breaks on. I need some proof. So we will talk about the speculation that's out there, but we're also trying to keep it separate from what we actually know, right? And because this case is bad enough, the extra is not going to do us any good, right? It's bad enough. And a lot of things can cause the conditions we're seeing in this house. I got bigger questions as to why they knocked on the door to start with. We'll unpack what was going on in the house. That's happening. But right now, we don't know why y'all were there to start with, right? And his attorney's on vacay. Gary Jr. I think the 21st has been reset for the 21st. They had to do a continuance. He was due in court the other day. Was it yesterday or the day before on those charges, those 4 counts? But vacationing attorney and all, it is what it is. He'll be back soon. The doctor's reports will tell the conditions of the kids. They were all being evaluated, right? To the fullest, examined head to toe. Any trauma, past or present, is going to be obvious to a qualified healthcare provider that knows what they're doing. Even if the kids are nonverbal and can't say, I was assaulted in such a way, the body will tell the story. Do y'all know what I mean? And believe me, if any of those kids gave birth, they're going to know those girls have given birth. Women, do y'all know what I'm talking about? All right. So here's Elizabeth's attorney. Do I got it at the very beginning? Yes, I do. I'm going to mute, and I'll be in the chat with you guys while this is playing. Where am I? Hold on, I got to get... Oh, never mind. Y'all, Jesus, ignore me for a second. I got to be able to get right. Restream can see you guys chat, so if I need to... There we go. Now, let me get it. Let me get everything lined up. All right. Yeah, they'll note semi-sharp. I don't think it'll be too difficult to tell with a, really. And those poor littles, we don't know what kind of diet were they getting, the proper nutrition. We've heard the description, so we know they weren't being fed properly and malnourished. We know they were probably malnourished. I got questions on why you're buying vegetable oil every damn night at the Dollar General just before closing. I have to ask, were you giving them a tablespoon each for 120 calories per tablespoon? What are we doing here? Just to keep them, just to give them enough to survive. What their body requires, fuel for the body. That's what I tell my grandson. You got to eat, baby, fuel for the body. You can be a picky eater all day long, but you better figure out something you like. Body's got to have some fuel. Rachel, I'm praying for good foster homes. I think the medical care is going to come. I'm going to try to have faith in the medical industry right now, but I got bigger concerns about the foster care industry, and I hate to say that, but the Turpin case is the perfect example. 3 of those children were placed into a foster home, and those people are now serving time in freaking prison for what they did to those kids in their care after what they went through. A house full of kids chained up even. Those kids were chained up. They got to go outside at night to pick the weeds. Oh. I know, Semi-Sharp. I feel you on that. I see that. I got you. I know. I can't help but wonder why they buy the oil when I hear what they're purchasing almost on a regular basis, nightly basis, just before closing. Water, vegetable oil, and sometimes sugar. Huh. That's super interesting. Some lady tried to post they were keeping the lights on with the oil lamp. People should stop speculating about that cooking oil. People let her have it. I mean, they just let her have it in the chat. I think that was on Facebook. There's a Facebook group out there that I may or may not look at. But yeah, I was like, oh my God. She said they were putting it in the lamps to light for lights. People had to explain to her how that really worked. But okay, here we go. Simi. Y'all, I'm sorry. I have to laugh on occasion because this shit is heavy. These cases get so wackadoodle on us. So we have to try to get that palate cleanse every now and then. All right. Let me let this play, and I'm going to mute for a second while it's on. I'm going to step on the back porch with the puppy real quick while it's playing, and I'll be right back, guys. But I'll see you guys in chat. I'll take the phone with me so I can keep an eye on things. Make sure the stream don't go down. Okay. So here's her attorney talking again, and this is where he's going to tell us that, according to Elizabeth, yes. Remember, we were speculating the other day. We were like, there's rumors out there these kids had access to these phones. It could be on social media. And we're like, yes, but we haven't seen it confirmed but we see it, we acknowledge it. And that's how I was running with it anyway. Now he's saying it. So we can take it for granted, I guess, that they did. But did they still have access when they were found to those phones? I haven't looked at any of those accounts. Like to see the background, like these videos. I think I saw one that was like the 2 cats, but you really couldn't. I think it was on the porch. So you didn't see the inside of the house. But so I haven't tried to go figure all that out, honestly, break my brain on it. but I don't know what kind of images were seen in the background, if anybody ever got, I don't know. All right, I'm going to mute now for I'm just rambling at this point and let this play. But here's her lawyer. We've heard him say so far during interviews that she has said she isn't a victim. He is not so sure. He said she seemed very remorseful, cried a lot, wanted to know where her children were. Can she get out? We know that he has applied for a bond for her. But we also know that they waived the right for the preliminary hearing. It's going before a grand jury. The grand jury meets every other month in this county. It could be a month of Sundays before it happens. But so in the meantime, she's applied for bond. She's got no record. Okay, keep that in mind. No record. And right now, she's charged with child neglect. I don't know if they're going to give her a bond or not. Technically, they probably should. By law. Going by but this is Ohio, right? Because of the charge. If the charges are upgraded, then and they're saying their bond does not meet the charges. Y'all see what I'm saying? So you got to look at all these factors when you look at shit like this. And that's when you got to pay attention to what goes on, how people are bonded out and such, right? So when they haven't internet sleuths found their pages yet, yeah, it's out there. I just haven't dove into it, Simi. I don't know the names of the accounts on the TikTok accounts, but it's not probably hard to find that information. I might look at it all this weekend. You know what I mean? I might dig into it a little more this weekend. Yeah, I might. Now that, I'm not saying that I didn't believe people when they were out there showing the stuff and saying it, but I'm just wanted to go by what he says as well. I was waiting for the lawyer to confirm it, right? Honestly, if the rumors out there, these kids had access to social media, I want to hear it from that lawyer. Because that's what fucking matters in the end. The internet rumor is the internet rumor. I want to hear it from Elizabeth or that attorney that her children had access to social media. When did that stop? When were the last posts by these children? Were they continuing up to the day of their dad's arrest? Now, all the birth certificates so far they have found, and I have at least 15, Gary and Elizabeth are listed as the parents, and they were all born and given birth certificates. So these might be all their kids, y'all. We were all speculating, right? Who all have mothered these children and who all has fathered children. We can't help but wonder that when we first heard all this. But right now it's appearing from all reports that they are the parents of these kids. It's wild. I don't know if these kids had internet like Wi-Fi service at that house, y'all, internet service, or did they have access to phones with data, right? And the data is how they were using that data to get online. I don't know. Their access may have been limited. They're in a rural area, so I really don't know the ins and outs. But we'll have to dig in, and I'll try to figure that stuff out for you guys so we can keep up with what's out there. All right, now I'm going to mute and let this guy play for sure.
Now at 6, we're learning new details about the Vinton County investigation and more details about Elizabeth Siders, one of the 4 suspects charged with 16 counts of child endangering, and the woman attorneys believe is the mother of all 16 of those children removed from the Hamden house last week. 10 TV first told you about this story last Tuesday, and at the time, Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson described the situation as, quote, pure evil.
The next day, authorities said this about the conditions inside that house.
Most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children.
But in the past hour, Elizabeth Siders' attorney says there is much more to this story. 10 TV's Carla Rogner spoke to him and joins us now in studio with what we're learning about this, Carla.
Yeah, Tommy Stolley is the attorney appointed to Elizabeth Siders. I talked to him after he visited her in jail this afternoon. He said today she shared more information about her children and told him they were all born in hospitals. He says that he takes issue with comments authorities made calling those conditions inside the home pure evil and wanted to dispel some of the rumors. Here's some of our conversation. Is it your understanding that the kids were forced to stay inside?
I don't think we've seen any evidence to prove that. There's been no evidence to suggest that there were any restraints in the home, that the children were locked or forced to remain in the 12 by 12 room. I think this is one of the things that's been really sensationalized on the internet.
Is it your understanding that she wanted to be pregnant this many times and give birth to this many children?
So what she's told me repeatedly is that she and Gary wanted a big family. I don't know if they wanted a family that was this big, but they repeatedly said, she's repeatedly said to me that she wanted a big family. She said that kids are a gift from God.
Has she talked to you about how the kids were treated at all, how they fed them, or what the dynamic was like inside of the home?
Absolutely. So quite honestly, when I go into the jail, I've been there 3 times. Every time I go there, we end up talking about the kids for a significant portion of our visit. What she tells me is that the kids had phones. Some of them had social media, the older kids. I don't know how active they were on that social media, but she tells me that they had little inside jokes. And I think the big thing with that is it doesn't jive with the way that this case has been characterized in the public. Because when you use language like feral kids, you're imagining people that have been isolated away from human contact. People who have never interacted with any sort of social media, with the internet, with humans outside of their own home, or even humans in general, who are completely lack the ability to use language. There's nothing to suggest that that is the case here.
So the kids can communicate.
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, the attorney told me that Elizabeth has been receiving care packages from people while she's been in jail. He has filed a motion requesting Elizabeth be released on a recognizance bond. Right now, she remains in jail alongside her husband, Gary Jr., and Christina Siders. Yolanda?
All right. Thank you, Carla. And tomorrow night at 6:30, you can watch a 10 TV special, Pure Evil, The Hidden Children on Omer Street. It's an in-depth look into what happened behind these closed doors. Our team of reporters who have been at the house, in court, and talking with neighbors are sharing what they've seen and heard. Again, this special drops at 6:30 tomorrow night on the 10 TV streaming app, or you can watch it on demand anytime after.
The state is trying to.
Hold on. Where'd it go? Where it's just him. I don't want to play her. It was okay. It was in here. All right, y'all heard him say that some of these kids had access to phones and social media. Doesn't know how active they were on there. Right there. Watch it not work because I did all that. Hold on.
When 16 children were removed from this home in Vinton County.
Looked through the door. That was yesterday. I can still smell. I can't get the smell. I cannot get the smell.
Authorities calling the conditions deplorable, saying the children ages 1.5 to 18 living in a 12 by 12 foot room for 4 years.
For 16 bodies to occupy that small of a space, and it didn't look like they left the room. Like it appears that they would have been in the room.
That showed a little house almost across the street, tucked under the trees. That's not what I saw.
Quite a bit. The filth was. It redefined it for me.
We looked through the door. That was yesterday. I can still smell. I can't get the smell.
Jesus.
Looked through.
Okay, what I saw. If I can find the damn picture, let me do it this way. Where'd it go? Is it going to be in this image? It's not the close-up. Had to be way back. All right, so remember when I showed y'all the picture of Linda, the daughter, sitting on the porch, and they were in that green chair? It's sitting on the side of this house, and that's exactly where it was sitting when she was in the picture. There's the damn AI bullshit. It's on that side porch on the side of the house, where the side where the cars are at. So it's not going to be on the front. It's on that side. It's still sitting there. And that's the same image where she was sitting in there with the damn cat thing under it. Showed it up close here, and the cat food bowl's underneath it. It was while the interview with this guy was going. I thought. It went by so quick, and I was like, wait. Okay. I'd like to hear more from the neighbors. A lot of them are like the ones that have talked to the local media all say, we had no idea there were kids there. We never saw the kids. And, and one of the reporters pointed out, there were signs that kids were probably there because there's bicycles in the yard, right? But the neighbors all claim they never saw these kids, never heard these kids. Right there's that green. Damn, I got a picture of it. I thought it was 2 green chairs sitting there, but it's one bench. The plastic benches for outdoors. My sister's got one at the camp. So that'd be where she was sitting with them that day, because I noticed there was no window behind her, right? So I knew it wasn't this front of the porch. I already knew that much. So I wonder now, how long ago was she really there? Right here. Listen, Linda, we got a few questions you on the green bench with the cat food bowl underneath it. Forrest says, my question is still why were none of those kids in school? Well, none of them were not, some of them were nonverbal. Then how the hell could they use social media? Not all of them were nonverbal. There's 16 kids. The ones who weren't nonverbal, I believe, were on social media, y'all. But I don't know when that stopped or if it ever stopped. So I don't know. Now Elizabeth's defense attorney is coming out hot, with the language being used by the prosecutors to describe this scene to the public, to give that perception of all of this is going on without proof. All of this is going on. He's saying this is result of poor America. I think he's going to bring, a lot of mental health into it. He has got no other defense, to be honest. Let's be honest. How do you defend this, right? How do you defend it? Just pretend you're a defense attorney for a moment. What would you do? You can't turn it away because you're a defense attorney. So just turn that part of your brain off for a minute, because you're like, oh, there was no way I can defend that. But today you're a defense attorney. How do you defend it? Lesser charges, less jail time. This is not really happening. Here's why. My kitty cat's trying to get hey, you. It's my phone cord. Do not, ma'am. She's bored, apparently. Better go over there and play on that little expensive cat tree. Shit. All right. She just likes to sleep on it. She's like, I'm going to get up here and perch. You just give me treats, and I'm going to sleep on this thing. So I'm glad I could provide her a high place to sleep, at least. Now she's mad at me in the corner. She put herself in the corner, y'all. Damn it, man. Well, Forrest, you got to take all defense attorneys with a grain of salt. You have to, but there are those cases where they're not wrong. Lord knows they're not always right. And it's interesting to see what they decide to throw at the wall to see if it will stick. Lord knows we saw Kohberger's defense attorney try everything in the book. And I gave her every opportunity. Okay, I see you, Ann. Checkmate. Let's see what the judge says now, right? They're going to do what they do. They're going to defense attorney. And you always know they got to have some sort of angle, right? And right now he's saying, this is not what y'all think it is. And those prosecutors are coming out here with that horrible description. So, dude, calm down. I know not to take everything a prosecutor says to the bank either, sir. Trust me, I've seen too much. And I know not to take every single cop to the bank either. I've seen way too much. I always got to be down the middle. Always. So my mama taught me, we are down the middle, girlfriend. I'm like, yes, ma'am, we're down the middle. We are middle people. So I always try to be your defense attorney one day, your prosecutor. It all depends on what case we're covering and how I feel about the case. I could go either one any time of day. Okay, so this, let me get back to this. Oh. Okay, so again, this was that WSYX ABC affiliate 6 Sinclair. I cannot play it, but I wanted to talk about what she said, the reporter. She's their investigative reporter, and she's done some really good stuff with this case. Now, I believe they have viewed at least 15 of these birth certificates. Some of these children were born to midwife, but in hospitals. And I believe the midwife was involved when Elizabeth was still a minor, giving birth to kids. So let me get to because she's talking. The reason I wanted to talk about this part is she's talking about the search warrants that led them to the house to start with, right? Let me back it up. If I looked at my note, I would know exactly where to start this at. Or not play it, but we can review it together, read it. Okay. Whoa, get back. Okay, here it goes. Now I'm going to show is the transcript, and we're just going to read through what. Let me fix. And I hope she gets the documents that she's trying to get, because she's really working on it. Okay. So it's Lisa Rontella, I think is her name. She's an investigative journalist there at ABC 6. All right. So he says to her, you've been down to Benton County multiple times digging or through the records trying to get answers. Do you have some new information? And she says back to him, she's like, yes, I spoke with Benton County prosecutor yesterday, and she did confirm with him that there have been now 3 search warrants. We knew of 2, but 3 search warrants when it comes to the, it says CRSERS, it's the Siders family. Now, what she's referring to is what got them to that house to start with. 3 warrants, arrest warrant, yeah. I'm guessing they already had a search warrant for the house. Again, why? Not saying they shouldn't have, but why? And what's this 3rd warrant? And why do we have this Bureau of Criminal Investigations investigator signing off on the warrant? Okay. It was so there were warrants for the search of the family and the property. She said, which she thought was interesting. We, of course, have been trying to get our hands on these search warrants, which will detail what led investigators to the home and what led investigators to the family. However, they do remain sealed. Now, she said, I've been talking to the juvenile court judge, and I've talked to the municipal court judge. I've talked to the clerk of common pleas, and everything is under seal at this point. Will be unsealed when the investigation is complete. Is there more people being investigated, or more to the story that, or they're just waiting for him to get to court for this vacationing attorney gets back? So when it comes to them being sealed, I know that protects basically everything in the warrant. Do we, and then she says, I think as he says, do we know yet at all what any of those search warrants pertain to in terms of any other crimes? We know what was alluded to in the first press conference. Remember, we know is this indecent exposure charge. And he says, and one of the judges who signed one of these search warrants told me that one search warrant had nothing to do with these children. Actually, she said that part, as I remember. So one of the judges told her, she says, one of the judges who signed one of these search warrants told me that one search warrant had nothing to do with these children. So what, one of the three didn't, but the other two did? Was he being investigated, something to do with these kids y'all learned about during an investigation? Was something going on that he was being watched? You're like, oh, that's where the kids are coming from? I don't know. I'm asking questions. And what did it have to do with what she's asking? Okay. In the first press conference, Benton County Sheriff said, okay, General had indicated there was an investigation between those two agencies, right? Talking about the sheriff and the Ohio attorney, and then the Bureau of Criminal Investigations. That it is around the same time violations to the law charges, and they're going back to saying it was an ongoing investigation dating back, right? And we know now it was May, because that's when the charges were. Then she says the charges were filed against Gary Jr., and they were filed by an agent with BCI, which is very interesting. And I showed you guys the warrant, and it's signed by Rachel Phelps, who is with the Bureau of Criminal Investigations. So that was filed on the 30th. However, they allege the agents have evidence that Gary Siders recklessly exposed his private parts, and she said, excuse me, because she almost missaid it, recklessly exposed his parts on 4 different occasions in the month of May. Oops, sorry. Where's my thing went nuts on me. Stop moving. Okay. Recklessly exposed himself and his parts in May. So he's facing the 4 counts of misdemeanor public indecency. But that makes you think, how did they know this? How do they have that evidence? Were they conducting surveillance on the home, and why? I was like, yeah, that's a damn good question, Miss Ma'am. And I'd like you to get to the bottom of that, because I want to know the same thing. Because we're all wondering, okay, if the guy's out on the porch or in the yard peeing or exposing himself, was it some little, young girls walking down the road that saw this? Was it a neighbor driving by that saw it? The house tucked under the trees, did they get sick of it? Or were they watching that house? Good night, Morris Mom Dog. Have a good night's rest. You got to work tomorrow? Okay. We'll have a good work shift. All right, Simi. See you later. See you later. Have a good night's sleep. Y'all don't have no bad dreams and stuff. Keep all that bad vibe shit away. Sweet dreams. Blessed dreams. And then they say, so that is why it's crucial to have the first search warrant, because once they executed it, that's when they say they found those 16 children. See? Like they weren't there on a warrant because they knew kids were in that house. They're acting like they had no idea these kids were in that house. They're just going there for Gary Jr. And when they got there, oh my God, lo and behold, holy shit, what do we have here? So what's the other investigation? Was it just like, oh, that's like hardly anything now, this is way bigger? Then why is that case under seal? See, that's just too many questions, y'all. We just have too many questions. What are you done with, Simi? What are you doing? Are you running feral? Let me look. Oh, you're dropping links? Oh, you got the music video link in there, don't you? Cool. All right, have a good night. Sleep well. Yeah, I won't be on too much longer. It is getting late. I'm going to come back tomorrow. It's probably tomorrow afternoon. I'm not getting out this weekend, y'all. It's going to be hot as hell in Florida. And I got good enough sense to stay in the air conditioner. Right? And plus, it's tourist season in my neck of the woods, and it'd be crowded whether I go to the beach, the lake. You can't hardly get in the lake right now. That's usually, because that's just locals, though. Well, actually, not all of them, because it's state park people. But anyway, everywhere's crowded on the weekends. I don't venture out there amongst all the tourists. I love y'all, but I'm good. I'll let y'all have at it. I'm going to stay home. If I need to get outside, I'll go in the backyard. If I get hot, I'll turn on the sprinkler. Okay. And they go on to say it's sort of a puzzle. So I'm just wondering, the reason for reading this is her talking about the warrants, right? And so then questions we have right now is what exactly this investigation really began, because they have indicated that there was some sort of parallel investigation underway that led them to the home, but we don't know if that parallel investigation is that indecent exposure. So were they watching this house for some other reason, and they saw him do this time and time again all week? They're like, you know, we don't got enough to get in there and arrest him now, but we can get him on this misdemeanor charge. But that doesn't constitute searching the home under the Constitution. Huh. So I'm like this lady, me and her, like, man, this is fucking weird. Okay? And I've been saying that since they kept it all sealed up. Like, what were y'all doing there to start with? I need to know that part too. Because what if it involves crimes against children? That's where my mind's going. There's 16 babies in that house, ranging at all different ages. How do I know what was going on in that house? I don't. But what if there was something sinister and y'all were watching that house because of internet activity tied to that man? I'm speculating, y'all. Simi, don't lie. She said duck off, not fuck off. Look, if she was going to say F off, she would damn sure say it. She'd say it. Like, I'd know she would. But we don't give her any reason to say that feral shit around here, do we? Calm down, girl. Good night. Sleep well. We love you, Simi. So they were like, the timeline, that investigation started 6 to 7 weeks ago. And if we're talking about midday and we're in July at this point, that fits the timeline. So I don't know what they were investigating, y'all. But she goes on to, let's see, here we go. She's going to get to this part now. All right. She has confirmed there is a case in juvenile court involving Gary Siders Jr. and Elizabeth Siders. Look, the AI thingy or whatever spelt it Siders 2 different ways. The parents that we have found out are at least the 2 listed on the birth certificates for most of the children, but they're listed in a juvenile or a case in juvenile court because the state is trying to obtain custody of all 16 of the kids. So the state's already going after their parental rights, which is wild. Pre-trial, pre-anything, we've got, it's not uncommon to sever parental rights or try to take them away once these girls are in the system and they're already in the jails, right? But first charge, a neglect charge, the state's going to remove them, put them into foster care, give you a parenting plan, do these things, and put them right back into their custody. We've seen it time and time again. But the state's already moved in to go to juvenile courts to try to obtain custody of all 16 of these kids. So we don't know if it's something called an abuse, neglect, and dependency case, which talks about some of the abuse. Oh, has she seen a document? It talks about some of the abuses, some of the conditions that these children were going through to give the court reason to give the state custody of those children and take the custody away from Gary and Elizabeth. And we're not in dispute they probably need to be taken away. Good God Almighty. But damn. Now, the 12 by 12 room that the prosecutor and investigators came out and described is a little bit disputed by the attorney. Like, it's just a room. It's just a room. Well, it's a small house, so are you going to cram a lot of people into a lot of little rooms in that house? You got a living room and a kitchen, a bedroom, a bathroom, and the basement room. So you're packing a lot of people in the entire house. I'm just saying that if they've all gone in the living room, it's going to be a 12 by 12 room. I don't know how big these rooms are per room. You don't put kids in there and never let them see the light of day and keep them confined in a room. They got to be able to move around and develop their little limbs and muscles. There's probably a lot of physical disabilities happening because of the lack of, think about it, guys, little milestones your little ones make, right? All the things they have to do, all the little milestones and accomplishments and the little muscles and all the little nerves firing off and things. It's not happening with these kids if they're just sitting in a confined space all chilling. There's not a lot of exercise happening and ability for them to grow like they should. Stunted their growth and probably gave them some little physical disabilities. And again, they go into the description of how the kids were kept. So I don't know. I wonder, that's a juvenile case. We're probably not going to see those records from that case, right? If there's descriptions of the abuse. Didn't say what kind of abuse yet. Just, again, more of the neglect, which is bad enough. But I don't know what level. We haven't seen other charges come down yet. Do y'all think there will be other more serious charges? I hate to say more serious because that's a serious enough charge, in my opinion. A simple neglect charge is a serious enough charge to me. The 6 to 7 week timeline doesn't seem to point at the end of May. Shenanigans of off the porch peeing. Right. Perhaps there is something else. Because, well, when I looked at, let's see, let me get this, see if I got this saved. Did I save it? Okay. Um, what is that? Oh, Special Agent Rachel Phelps processed the scene. What is that? January 2021. What do you do? Hang on. What do you do, ma'am? When inquiring minds. Oh, it's a document. Holy hell. Ohio Attorney General's. Hold on. Let me get this up. This is who she is. I was going to bring up something else about her, but this I just saw. So you got to wonder, why is an officer at this level signing off on a warrant for a guy who might have been peeing in the yard? Huh. Bringing in the big guns for that one. Now, she may have, done different things within the agency, but here in this activity date, December 22nd, 2020, processing of Oberlin Drive. I don't know what this is, guys. On Tuesday, December 22nd, 2020, the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations, known as the BCI, was contacted by the Columbus Police Department regarding an officer-involved shooting that occurred at 1062 Oberlin Drive. It was reported officers were investigating a suspicious vehicle described as a silver Chevy Tahoe with Ohio registration, and they give the plates. Agents were advised CPD officers Coy and Dietweiler were made contact with the sole vehicle occupant, identified as Andre Hill. As he was walking away from the vehicle and into the garage at Oberlin Drive, go back up. Okay. Agents were advised CPD officers Coy and Dietweiler made contact with the sole occupant of the vehicle, identified as Andre Hill. Okay, as he was walking away from the vehicle and into the garage at 1062 Oberlin Drive. It was further indicated as the officers approached the garage, Officer Coy fired his duty pistol and struck Hill. Agents were advised Officer Dietweiler did not fire her duty pistol. Hill was transported to Riverside Hospital. That's where Elizabeth gave birth to the twins who were conjoined. Riverside Hospital by medics, where he died of his injuries. BCI crime scene special agent supervisor Joshua Durst was on scene, while special agents Asia Chung, S.A. Chad Holcomb, and S.A. Rachel Phelps processed the scene. The BCI Special Investigations Unit conducted interviews and obtained search warrants for the residents and Hill's vehicle. I wonder if she did other things besides process scenes. This was back in 2020. Why is it's interesting that this agency was involved? I was like, did they get called after these kids were found? Like, we don't know what we got here. We may need you guys, because they're going to offer assistance, right? They got a lot more, as far as forensic collections and all of that goes, that they can bring into the scene. It's like the state agent, like Idaho State Police, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, wherever your state police, right? They can come in and bring in a lot of resources that especially these small departments don't have. So you expect them to come in for a lot of things, but like from jump, right? Usually you're called in to assist for a guy peeing off the porch, possibly, allegedly, maybe, we don't know. So yes, a little bit about her there. It was just like a 5-page document. Of course, officer-involved shootings are always heavily investigated. We all know that. But so I don't know why her involvement's even there. We know she signed at least the warrant. I don't know what it means yet. Do y'all think could be something much bigger there? I don't know. I'm trying to think, what could old Gary be involved with, right? If it's just, it's bad enough to go out and use the restroom off your front porch for the world to see. We don't do that, right? Be respectful. Go around the backyard. Nobody can see you. Get behind the tree, dude. You got a lot of kids. The bathroom's tied up. I get it. But in the yard, no. People driving by, children could walk past, the old lady could be sitting out having some coffee. I don't know. You don't do it. But you would think an officer, a county deputy would come knock on the door and say, hey, dude, right? Here's a citation. You keep doing that, we're going to arrest you next time. We're not putting up with that. Can you stop that? It doesn't make sense. So I had to think. I wondered what would bring them there. What could Gary be doing that would turn the eyes of an investigation onto him if it's more than just exposing himself? Exposing yourself's bad enough. We don't even know if he was using the bathroom off the porch. He could have been literally outside being incredibly vulgar, right? For all we know, the shit's sealed. We can't see the complaint or who complained, so we don't know the extent of what he was doing in the yard. And like she said, were they already watching that house and saw these acts happen? He was under surveillance. If that's the case, why are we surveilling Gary Jr.? From what we hear, he ain't got no life. He's not out there doing anything but going to Dollar General and getting some damn cooking oil. Not taking care of the family. We know that much so far. So I don't know what else it could be, y'all. I ain't gonna try to lose too much sleep over tonight, though, but I do rack my brain about it. Sometimes I'm having my coffee in the backyard. I'm like, what the fuck? Here am I go again. I gotta talk to my people and see what they think. Oh, definitely, Rachel. The physical therapy, the occupational therapy, the speech therapy, right? The kids that are going to require a higher level of care that may be on spectrums, I wouldn't doubt it. Now, she's having back-to-back babies. They're not getting the nutrition they need. There's a lot that goes into child development. If they don't get the attention they need, they are incredibly delayed with their development when that occurs, when they are neglected by their mothers or their fathers. Cannot be all on mothers. You get little babies who are left in the infant seat or the bed and the back of their head will become flat. That's fucking disgusting to see. One time I saw that in my life. And I'm like, Mama, what the hell? And she told me. She's like, that girl let that baby sit, and she told me exactly what happened and how it happened. They had to reshape her baby's head, and they told her, you cannot do that. She was young. She apparently didn't know no better, didn't have a mama teach her any damn better, y'all. And it floored me, because I wasn't raised like that. My mama, we take care of the babies, right? Give me that baby. We got this. So I was raised knowing how to take care of the babies. But that girl had not a clue, apparently. Just left that baby sitting in the infant seat constantly, and the little back of its head flat as it could be. I'll be holding my little babies. I'll be rubbing their little head. You ain't having no flat head, baby. Don't be laying in that crib on the back of your head now. People gonna look at me funny. My baby ain't having the flat head. That's lazy to leave the baby like that constantly. Well, let's hope they get their level of care that they are going to need, that it's going to cost a lot of money, right? So I think a lot of people are trying to already reach out and help with that, because I heard something about it on the news pieces we can't play here, that they were trying to figure out ways to take in the donations for people who do want to help legitimately, right? So that it goes to the care of the children. Because then you got to be, it's donate, yes, clothing, material items, but money, how do you disperse that money among the agencies and among the foster parents, right? Do you put it into a trust? Because a lot of money came in for the Turpin kids, and they did just that. So there's ways to handle it, and so they're trying to figure out how to set that up, and it will benefit the kids. We don't need adults to say, "Oh, I'll do it," and then dip into the cookie jar when they think nobody's fucking looking, because that happens too. We have to side-eye everything, and we need transparency and accountability at all times. We have to demand it anymore, and don't back down when we say no. We demand transparency, because how else do we know, right? All right, so I don't know, guys. Y'all want to watch the brothers TikTok thing? Somebody put it together on a video for YouTube. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I'm willing to watch it if you guys want to watch it. Yeah, I mean that's the conversation, Sparky. Society, state level of care, when did things start going wrong? If these kids were ever enrolled in school and ever came close to leading a normal life at one point, when did it start to go south, and why did nobody ever did they take the kids and leave the county, and then so the next county we went to, we just didn't enroll them in school anymore? There, no eyes would be wondering. Y'all, this one county could have absolute school records. Okay, say for shits and giggles, they got 5 years of records, and then they just withdrew the kids. Normally, when you withdraw in my state, when you withdraw from one school, they will transfer those records to the other school, and then if you don't go register that child, do they fall through the cracks? I don't know. My kids were always registered. What happens? I don't know if they were just leaving one county to the next and then not enrolling them in school once they moved. You know what I mean? And then nobody was keeping track because no one knew to. The old county had no idea the new county didn't get these kids. Are they like old school and just go, here's your children's school records, give them to the office when you get to the new school, okay? Okay. It used to be done that way way back in the day. So, okay. Yeah, we'll play it. Anything that happens to those 4 adults makes much difference. It's more important that these kids are getting the help. Yes. Because these kids, in the Turpin kids, the ones that are speaking out and do talk, they're doing so well. They're doing really good. Now, even the ones that got re-victimized by the foster care system, they even have a good outlook, right? And learning to live life. But we don't know the extent that these kids, what all their, I think they're all going to require different levels of care. I don't think it's going to be cut and dry, same for everybody, right? At least we hope. All right, let's get that, Rachel, with that. We'll get that played. Because he says interesting things about his and Elizabeth and their upbringing. Y'all take everything this guy's saying with a grain of salt. I don't know all the TikTok stuff out there that's being said by all these people, because I just don't play in the TikTok world. Like I don't play in that Facebook world. I might go do some recon here and there, research as I call it, but I don't live there and I don't know all of it. But I know there's been some shit going down, and of course there's always going to be comments slinging everywhere, and everybody knows everything. But he's got a lot to say. Yeah, it ain't gonna. Being angry, I think, for us is such a natural reaction for us to have, right? I think we all got angry. especially when we first heard it. 16 kids kept where? What? It pisses us off, right? It makes us mad that you do that to the kids, and then it makes us mad that nobody knew and all the things. So, but then it can also eat us alive, right? Now it's time for us to take a breath, and not that we have to give them any kind of outs, and we don't even have to try to understand it, but just hope those kids get the help they need. But from a social standpoint, this could be important, because how many people missed the red flags and turned a blind eye to what was happening right before their eyes? That's a problem everybody should be concerned about. And what would I do if I saw stuff like this happening, right? Would I react? Would I pay attention? Would I go, you know what I mean? If I worked in the Dollar General and I was noticing what all they described, I think a phone call would have been made. I know me that well, because I can't stand to see babies suffer. And if you're coming into my store constantly looking and smelling like that, I know something ain't right. It wasn't y'all are sick and you had a bad day and couldn't bathe yourself, let alone all them babies. Every mama has been that mama where I'm so sick I can't get out of the fucking bed, but my baby needs some food and a bath. Let me muster up the energy for an hour and get it all done, and maybe they'll take a nap and I can get back in this bed. Okay. Okay, so he apparently, and I'm assuming this is maybe was his TikTok account. I don't know. So it's Joey Russell. There's two brothers, Joey and Jeremy, and they've both been speaking out on Facebook and I guess on TikTok. All right, so Joey Russell went live on TikTok on 7/6/26 and answered questions about his sister and spoke about the family dynamic. Oh my God, they did. That's what it says on the thing, the Russell family dynamic. Did they consult with that doctor? Family dynamics, I mean, they'll get you every fucking time. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, I always wonder, does it hurt to get your neck tattooed in your face? I feel like asking Alex, that shit hurt, dude. Anyway, dude, that shit hurt. I mean, good Lord. I don't have no issue with tattoos. One of my kids has one. I'm not going to stop him, but at least he listened and didn't put it on his face. Like, dude, don't. You may regret that later. Can you not do that? He never actually said, I'm going to do that. But when he mentioned getting one for the first time to me, Mom, what would you do if I did? I'm like, well, and I was honest with him, because he's always honest with me. Like, just don't do that, okay? He's like, okay. Knock on wood, he didn't. All right, so this is the brother talking about the family and Elizabeth. Take it all with a grain of salt. He's got a past. He's going to talk about it. I don't know how well he gets along with the other brother, because apparently they see him as the golden boy, the golden child. This guy here, Joey and Elizabeth, maybe kind of got the short end of the stick, is from what I gathered from the little bit I did listen to, right? Okay. Oh, speaking of kids, he's on the move. What is he doing? Hold on. All right, so I'm going to let this play. I'll mute out, and I'll be in and out, actually.
Growing up, and it's hard for me to come out about this. Everybody's saying I had something to do with me and my sister was best friends. You couldn't catch us. We were inseparable. You couldn't catch us apart.
Which is why all the rumors are coming that
there was anything inappropriate between him and her. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Rumors about inappropriate between Joey and his sister, Elizabeth? I haven't heard that yet, y'all. Good Lord. Does it need those kind of rumors? I don't know why people are saying that if they don't know the people, right? Is that coming from people that don't know them? People on the internet saying that? Weird. So we're just going to be like, okay, we heard that come out of their mouth, but we don't know what that means. Because I don't know what that means. But I haven't heard that. But so they are like, no, that's not true. That's a rumor.
And I may have messed up on the age of 13. It might have been 14 or 15 when she had that first baby. But
Right there. I may have messed up because what he said on Facebook. She had the first baby at 13 years old. And now a lot of places it's like we've confirmed a 13-year-old giving birth for the first time. We have seen documented she got married at 15, gave birth 3 months later to her first child. That's what the documents are saying. We haven't seen anything about a birth at 13 yet. So I don't know. But he's like, he don't even know, he could have got it wrong.
since you all already know, Justin was coming home with us. He was our best friend.
He was also a kid.
Justin was also a kid. He went to school with me and Jeremy. Well, since it's already out there, and I have to apologize to Justin for that.
Okay, I don't know who Justin is unless Justin is the alleged father of the baby she allegedly had before her first child with Gary, before she got married. Some of the people he will talk about, I don't know who they are yet. So
He accidentally word vomited it on one live, and he did not expect her to post it.
That's still a child, I know. If there's anything y'all want to know, go ahead and start asking. I'll tell you the best I can. But I'm going to tell you something right now. Everybody's sitting there saying, and I know my whole family's done disowned me over this because I'm speaking out for my sister. So
the whole family's done disowned him for speaking up for Elizabeth? Is it because of the accusations he's making against his own family? Or because they look like shit for not checking on Elizabeth? I don't know.
I don't care what's said tonight. I don't care.
And somebody has to be the voice for her.
Yeah,
and
everybody's getting mad at me because if my sister's wrong, she's wrong. Okay, I'm not. I won't have nothing else to do with her. But if she's a victim, I'm going to be there every step of the way, and I don't care which one of y'all don't like it.
Exactly, Tammy.
I'm here to support you guys, 100%.
I also had somebody reach out to me today from a fake Facebook, and she said she wants to stay private because she has been around the family recently. And she said that the conditions at that house have only been that way for about 2 months. And
2 months. So fake Facebook or whatever reaches out to her privately, and she's not going to, put that source out there, and she's going to say, I can't confirm it yet. But yeah, it's been like that for 2 months. Y'all saw the pictures of the inside of that house so far that we've seen. And I'll have to get the other ones. I'll put them on the community page. The 2 months worth, that's a lot of dirty for 2 months. I'm just saying.
And she said it's because Lynn got to the point where she couldn't do anything anymore. And she said that Gary Jr. took full control over everything, and that even Elizabeth, the children, nobody was allowed outside anymore, that he was basically like losing it. He was paranoid all the time.
Gary Jr. was losing it, paranoid all the time, taking control of the whole house because Christina/Lynn, grandma, couldn't do anything anymore. So according to that, if that's true, but grandpa gets sick, so he's over there sick, grandma, then she gets sick, Now no one takes care of the babies. Now Gary's over there taking over the whole household. Gary's done went ballistic and crazy, and now he's paranoid and he's all these things. And now the cops are watching the house. Maybe. But they're coming to knock soon because Gary's out in the front yard doing some weird shit now too. What in the world? Now see, this is what a fake Facebook account has told this girl. How do you know that, right? Fake Facebook. How do you know that? Grain of salt, people. 2 months, though. Really? And all because Lynn got sick and couldn't clean the house no more? Again, Elizabeth's 3 years old. Get your lazy ass up and clean the house and get some of them older kids to help you. And some of you younger ones, occupy them babies out in the yard while we do this house work.
Know if that is true or not. I really want to get verification of that first. I told her she has to send me some form of proof because
I need to get verification and she needs to send me form of proof. But yet she's out there saying it live on a TikTok. That's not how this works, honey. You don't go live with the information and then say I require proof. Oh, Jesus.
There's so many lies on this. It's crazy. Like, there's people even coming up with crazy, twisted lies that don't even live in this country. That's what I believe. I believe if she is a victim, we want her to go through all the forensic psychology. We want her to get screened. We want professionals to make that determination. It is not up to other people on the internet who are miserable and sit on live for 16 hours a day talking about other people and making fun of other people to determine if she is a victim or not. By looking at her, you can tell she looks far worse than the rest of them. That's my personal opinion. So yes, we want it to be looked into. If she is guilty and she is dubbed completely capable and she completely competent, then we want her to get prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
I think we can all agree with that, Rachel, right? Whoever fake Facebook account is in the DMs over there, like, this started 2 months ago because Linda, stop it. We know better. Excuses, that you can't make that. Like, that's just such a simple explanation. Oh, well, this just started because, Grandma and Grandpa got sick and da-da-da-da-da. It wouldn't be in that condition if that was the case. It just would not be in that condition.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But we don't feel that's the case.
But like Casey said, Casey, I know you're watching, I have been one hell of a kid. I started at 9 years old and I ain't stopped yet. Everything that's on my record, I admit to. Everything.
Like I said, Joey had undiagnosed and untreated BPD, which, if you guys don't know what that, borderline personality disorder, and he had severe anger issues. The problem is, babe, I don't want to speak your story for you, but after going through so much abuse himself and being bullied in school and getting beat up in school, eventually he started fighting everyone back. And then his entire life from that point was fight or flight. But that's his story to tell, and I'm going to let him tell that story.
I got 2 probation officers that can verify most of this. And one of them actually lived right up the road from me. Her name's Joy Elliott. And the other one's Jerry Dorst. I had come to them multiple times.
Babe, somebody asked if you and Elizabeth were beat on.
Yes, very bad. I was put in the hospital for 2 weeks.
So he says him and Elizabeth were both beat and that he was put in the hospital for 2 weeks. The state never took you away from your mom, and did they send him back? 2 weeks. Huh.
My sister was whooped, smacked in the face. I had my penis pinched.
Oh my God.
My own Uncle Jamie, I hate to say this, and this is so embarrassing, and I don't care. I was fighting with my brother one day, and he went to run down the hallway and accidentally scratched him on the back. Well, my Uncle Jamie started whooping me. And he took me in the bedroom, and he put his finger somewhere he shouldn't have put it. I have.
Oh my God. Or my ears. Well, he's alleging some abuse going on in the household where he and Elizabeth grew up. Now we know she was 15 when her parents signed for her to get married. And everybody's like, "Oh my God, what do they do that for?" That apparently her parents, I think he says they both signed off on it. I don't know if it's in this interview, if he said it on his Facebook post, but allegedly both of her parents signed for her to get married. So if they're over there abusing the kids themselves, they don't care if their 15-year-old daughter goes and gets married. That's one less mouth to worry about, honestly. For some people, they're going to look at it just like that. Well, that's one less mouth to worry about. I'm not raising her and her baby. Yeah, you can marry her, take her. That's how that shit works sometimes, y'all.
Been through so much. My sister has been through so much, but nobody wants to speak on that. So I'm going to. We were beat with
He didn't want to out his parents. He has been fighting for a relationship with his parents for 38 years.
Oh, God. I think we've spent 30, 40 years of people dealing with that struggle. That's all I've heard over the past 30 years is my parents, my parents, my parents, my parents. Get over it. If you don't want to see them, don't see them. They don't want to see you. Don't. Sometimes you're better off just going the other direction and living your best life. You're going to spend 38 years trying to get back in their good graces. Why? They beat the shit out of you and put you in the hospital for 2 fucking weeks. Jesus. We're going to blame the parents and all my struggles for 30 years because they did all this to me. Get the fuck away from them. I'm sorry. That was my rant because I've for 30 years, I swear I've heard my parents. Now today, America's going, what the fuck's going on with these kids? Well, because 30 years ago, some therapist said we all did it wrong and y'all got to do it better. Do not discipline. Do not yell at them. And everybody gets a trophy.
And after last night, after he talked to a few family members, that was it. He said, I can't do this anymore. You guys just want to cover up what happened to us. He said, this is why Elizabeth left, and this is why I'm done, and I'm washing my hands of all of you.
My own aunt last night texted me, and I'll send it, I'll share it, I don't care. She said, you need to stop going over there running your mouth. I'm not running my mouth. I'm the only one in my whole family speaking out for my sister.
Is the family embarrassed that he's running his mouth and all their little dirty secrets are going to come out about them? And the fact that they also didn't care about a 15-year-old girl out there getting pregnant. A lot of 15-year-old girls are going to need their mama. Right? You're 15, you're pregnant. Shit, what do? You're going to need your mama. This mama's like, nope, you go get married and get out of here. Go have a whole lifetime of children and I'll never see. Now, that's no excuse for any of the things Elizabeth's done or has done up to now, or what Joey here's done. Joey, if you've changed now, that's great. Because you too have a child out there who might need you, right?
Jeremy's such a good brother, Casey. Why ain't he saying anything? Yeah, I'm glad he stopped talking to you. I really am. I'm not even trying to go there, but I'm glad he stopped talking to you.
He stopped talking to you, though, because the family found out that you and Brent are getting in podcasts talking about the family.
I have no idea who Casey and Brent are. Jeremy is the other brother. And he's talking to whoever these people are, I guess, in the comments section about the other brother, Jeremy. Are they embarrassed, Rachel, or are they don't sound like they're real great people. Let me put it that way. Embarrassed of what? Embarrassed of the fact that they were shitty parents too, right? Or embarrassed because, oh my God, we didn't know our daughter was doing that. Oh my God. No, I think it's because they're shitty parents and don't want the world to know that they too are shitty parents, right? Shitty parents raise children who also become shitty parents because sometimes they can't break that cycle. Sometimes kids absolutely can grow up and say, you know what? I'm changing this because I don't like that. that, because of what I went through. But yeah, they can call it embarrassed. It could be also a case of cover thy ass, right? Cover thy ass. It could be that.
Oh, I recorded everything. But any which way it goes, I started getting in trouble at 9, acting out. Anytime I get in trouble, I go to the probation officer and ask her to send me off. I'd get off the school bus sometimes and ask if I could go to juvie.
Get off the school bus and ask if I could go to juvie. Like, get off the bus and go home instead of like, oh, Mom, can I have a snack? Hey, Mom, can I go to juvie? I don't like it here. Wow. Is it that bad? Was it that bad growing up in the household that Elizabeth came from? Did she ever not think she was worth a dime?
I didn't want to be home. I would get beat on constantly. In case he don't know none of this, because if he does, he's like, oh, I didn't see it.
Oh, Rachel, I understand embarrassed because they were getting caught, but I mean, I think it's more than just, oh my God, that's embarrassing. My family member was doing that. That's, you know what I mean? It's more like we need to cover our ass because we didn't know that was happening, because none of us give a rat's ass to go look at those babies ever. We're not that family. We're not having family gatherings and birthday parties and Christmas parties. And yeah, I'd be a little embarrassed too right now if I was them, right?
You didn't see none of it because it happened behind closed doors. Nobody's seen nothing.
And Casey wasn't around that much. They tried to honestly avoid him because he was known as the dirty, stinky kid.
That, and he left my brother in a Jeep one night drunk, and my brother and went to jail over it in case he didn't do shit about it. He didn't take out for what happened. They broke a window in a Hummer.
So Casey must be a family member. And what I meant, Rachel, is I don't know if they're embarrassed or just mad, right? But I get what you're saying. But yeah, it would be because they got caught and then now they look stupid.
At the AFW.
But
actually, I looked it up. He's got public intoxication and stuff, but he didn't go to jail. My brother went to jail for it. He ain't no good. Like, it's right there on Google. It says that he did what he did. Casey is no better than nothing. He was even trying to get with my sister a couple times while she was younger.
Tried to get with this. I don't know who this Casey is. If he was a friend of the family, a cousin, if he's a relative, I don't know for sure. But he was also trying to get with Elizabeth when she was younger. Now, keep in mind, Elizabeth lived 2 houses down from Gary Jr. when they got married, according to the document of their marriage license. Yeah, you got to break that cycle. Nobody stepped in. I can't get that. I have a hard time with that, just like I'm going to have a hard time trying to understand what happened in that house. I got a harder time understanding how 2 whole ass separate families never knew a thing and were okay with it. You know what I mean? Oh, they were okay with not knowing anything ever. Oh, please. Save your embarrassment, family, right? Save your embarrassment.
So all this shit, it's coming out. Like, people's dirty laundry's coming out of my family.
I can't speak
They're
on
not
any
gonna
of
sit there
he went through
and they're
because
not-
he hid most of it from me even.
And when it comes to my son, Tyler is my son. Tyler Donovan Russell is my son. My son. And me and my ex-wife, were passing each other. She was going to work for morning shift. I was getting off at 3rd shift. I was taking him home. We passed. I grabbed a stroller. It was on Cleveland Avenue. I still remember Oakland Park and Cleveland Avenue. We lived at apartments right beside KFC. I took him in. I propped the bottle up, and I fell asleep. Well, he woke up screaming and crying, and I went to pick him up out of his car seat, and I cracked his arm. That.
Baby's propped up in the car seat crying. You go to pick him up and cracked his arm. Okay, you need to learn to be gentle. Fuck.
That is the whole thing with Tyler. And I got the x-ray. You could barely ever see the crack. But that's what happened. I went to jail for it. I called.
If you could, the crack would be a fracture. If you could barely see it, it could be possibly a hairline fracture. But, oh my God. No, Rachel, no.
I called the law. Nikki, please. I called the law myself because I was scared. I was a first-time father. He was screaming. It broke my heart.
Did he call the law or an ambulance? I picked my baby up out of the car seat. Now he's screaming. You call the cops because you were scared because you're a first-time father. But he was not raised well, so I don't know what to expect.
I got 3 years probation for that. Judge Betsy is the one that sentenced me.
Now remember, he said his mom or dad, somebody, put him in the hospital for 2 weeks as a child. What happens when you don't break the cycle? He and Elizabeth grew up in an abusive household, according to him. Now he's fracturing the baby's arm as an infant, and she's now in jail with 16 babies stuffed in a 12 by 12 room. Okay, I'm going to pause and take a walk to the back porch while he talks, and I'll join you guys in chat. I need to go smoke a cigarette. Damn, Rachel, you got me and Rachel be usually having conversations about shit. Hang on, Rachel, I'm coming to chat to have a conversation with you while we listen. I'll be right there.
In Columbus, Ohio. I don't hide nothing. In case he's over like, you're not going to admit nothing. I admit everything I've ever done.
They want to know if your mother was or your sister was emancipated. I'm sorry, I was reading the name.
Actually, my mom and dad signed the papers. I'm not hiding them no more. It's in the court records. It's there. That's something you shouldn't have to ask. It's in black and white. Yes, both of them signed. All four of them signed it. Lynn, Gary, Dad, and Mom signed that paper. And when I left for Georgia, I told my brother to watch my sister. What'd he do? You let her go over and get pregnant. Now that's a good brother right there.
They want to know what happened with your other son.
That's a hard one to talk about. And I you know what? My nephew was there, and I'm glad he was there, and he's old enough to tell now. I'm going to tell the whole fucking story. It ain't a story. It's fucking truth. I was working at Sand Hill, West Virginia. I owned a landscaping business. I was working for Andy Jobapur. I was working for the Judge Nybert over there for Point Pleasant. I was working for the governor doing his landscaping, Joe Manchin. And my mom calls me. She's like, Joey, can you come get Jordan? I said, no, Mom, I cannot come get Jordan. I said, I'm at work. And she's like, well, he's got a 2-hour early dismissal. Can you go to the farm and get him? I said, no, I cannot. I said, but after 5 o'clock, I can come to Long John Silver's and you pick him up for you. And she's like, okay, that'll work. Well, Brittany gets off of work. She was working at Riverside, something in
Brittany is the child's mother.
Proctorville, Ohio. She was in Proctorville, or working in River's Edge in Proctorville, Ohio. Anyway, she comes and we load up everything, get everything loaded up. We go to Long John Silver's. I go in. Mom gives me some food, gives me Jordan and Brittany some food. And I told her not to go. I said, don't leave nothing on in the truck. I said, our alternator's going out. I was about to go to AutoZone and buy an alternator. Well, I come out, battery's dead. Me and her get into it. And I go back in, get the keys from my mom, jump my truck. We go back to Eastern Avenue. And I get him out of his carrier, and I'm walking up the stairs. I'm about to unlock the door. Well, I got to step in, and everybody and their mama knows I wear cowboy boots. Well, she had this little dog. and it crapped in my floor. And I slipped in it and almost dropped my son down the stairs. So that dog came running up, I kicked it. I ain't gonna lie about it, I did it. But when I did that, Jordan was coming through the back door and he seen me do it. And he took off crying. I told Brittany, I said, I will be right back. I will be right back. Well, me and Jordan was out there talking about 15 minutes. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. This is the hardest thing a dad will ever have to walk in on. I don't care who believes me and who don't. She's lied and said she wasn't there. She did this. I did this when I was on. I was at work, and then I came home. I walked in the house, and I heard my son making a sound. And she was like, I was like, where's Nana at? She was like, in the playpen. I never put my son in the playpen, ever. He was in that or his walker or something like that. I put him in his playpen at night. I said, has he ate yet? And she was like, no. And his bottle's right there. I made sure it wasn't too hot, put it on my wrist, like you're supposed to. I go out there, or I go in the room, and my son is turning purple. Gasping, his eyes are rolling.
It's okay, babe. Take your time.
My son's sitting there choking on his own blood. I pick him up and all that blood comes on me. I look at Brittany, I was like, what the fuck happened? I said, you need to call 911. I hand my son to her and I'm trying to call 911. She throws my son back at me and says, I can't do this, and runs outside. I'm sitting there trying to call the law, and the ambulance, and my dad pulls up. I busted his window out of his truck. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I tell him to get in the truck. I put my son on my nephew, and I throw this girl up in that truck, and I said, you're going. And I made her go. Well, we get out there, and Justin Rice and Matt Harvey is out there. They're detectives. One's for city, one's for county. Everything I just said is the same thing I told them. It never changed. It's in the court documents. It's never changed. We get home, and I know that Aaron Moody's been talking to everybody. I know. I didn't beat my son. Look how big my hands are, and look how big I am. I'm about to hit a 10-month-old son out, and my kid, I'd have killed him. Well, they're packing her stuff, trying to get her out of my house. I'm going off. Harvey's telling me that he needs to talk to me. He needs to talk to me after the interview. Just find out my son's been lifeline at Nationwide Children's Hospital in Columbus. I go up there. Luckily, a nurse that was working there was working with me at McDonald's, taking her internship. They were helping her do her college. And they told me I couldn't be there because sign of abuse. And I started going off while her and the doctor take me in there with Children's Services and sit there and tell me that she admitted to breaking his legs, ribs, shoved a bottle down his throat, knocked his teeth out, gave him 3 hematomas on his brain. Well, that's where the part Aaron comes in at. I tried to kill Aaron, unalive her. Drove my truck home.
Okay, hey guys. So Shortcake's asking, what was he talking about? Okay, so apparently people, I saw it the other day. He has a record, right? And people dug that shit up. Hold on, no, kitty cat, do not. Hold on, got a cat trying to escape something. 1 second. Okay, so it was an incident involving his child, and the child was taken away. I believe there's a child in foster care now that he has. So he was just talking about that story and what happened, his version of what happened to the child. I haven't seen any documentation, so I don't know what's fact and what isn't, you know what I'm saying? But that's what he's describing. He's blaming the mother of the child. But he said 2 different things. He was at work, but yet he's also, did she go pick him up there? He's walking in the door with the baby, slips in the dog present the dog left behind. He gets mad, he kicks the dog. The other kid sees it and cries. He goes outside to talk to that child. While he's outside talking to that kid about what he saw with the dog, she's in the house abusing the baby, to the point where when he goes back in, now the baby is doing everything he just described in about a 15-minute time span. Okay. All right, sir. That's all we know at this point. You're welcome, Shortcake. And thanks for joining in the conversation and asking a question when you wanted to. I appreciate that too. But yeah, so this is just a bit, this is a video that it was actually on my feed, and that's when I saw it, because I don't do the TikTok a lot. I know he has the account, and I've seen the stuff posted, but I don't go over there for all their lives and shit. They try to tempt you to go live when they're in the DMs. Like, get out of here. I don't want to do all that TikTok stuff.
Went through the house. That's what happened with that. Now, I'm tired of people saying I hurt my kid. Last time I whooped a kid was Jordan. And that was so long ago. I first got out of prison for felony, fleeing, and eluding, but you will see on my record.
Oh, he's got a felony, fleeing, and eluding as well. Ay. People were starting to dig up their records on the brothers. So, excuse me, got the hiccups on the family. When people began to, dig in, getting into the Facebook accounts and looking up the family members, and then of course they were speaking out too on Facebook. So they brought a lot of attention toward themselves when they began to speak out. And of course, people are going to do their thing. That's why it's hard for families to speak out. Now, there's going to be families who don't know any of this happens on YouTube or social media with true crime or any kind of case, right? They have no clue. They're not into this stuff. And then boom, something bad happens in their family. And they don't know that if I go speak out anywhere, it's game on. And that eventually people are going to catch on, and they're not going to speak out. And then what happens when families don't speak out? Then we're sus because they're not speaking out. So try to be fair when they do speak out, but damn, sometimes they bring a lot of attention they may not have wanted. And then they feel like coming. It reminds me of Sebastian Rogers' case almost. Sebastian's father liked to talk a lot, and the stepfather, we cannot leave him out. They like to talk a lot on Facebook or YouTube. WSU Mom Kim in the Idaho 4 case, nothing to do with the case whatsoever in her case. Well, allegedly she says she did, but she didn't. Just everywhere talking about the case, right? So it happens. But when the families start talking oh my God, there's so much all the time.
I almost did 4 years for that. He threw a kitten in my face, and I had to go get stitches.
Rachel, I thought the same thing. I'm glad you pointed that out. So Rachel says, so 2 of his kids have been hurt seriously. Hard to believe at this point. Yeah, 2, both of them. That's, it's not, here's the story with one of the kids. Now here's the story with the other kid. Like, what? One was enough? Sir?
I lit his butt up. That's the last time I've ever whooped a kid. Ever.
But he spanked him. He didn't punch him.
No, I spanked him. I know y'all gonna get your little twist in the bunch, but
the last time, this Sebastian Rogers case, I took a belt to the boy. Internet broke down. You don't come out here and talk about whipping your babies, because people have their views on spanking the babies. Even though the Bible says, y'all, what does it say? Do y'all know? Spare the rod, you spoil the child. But there's always that line you don't cross. My mama always said that child's got to ask. You don't be hitting them anywhere. If you're going to be hitting a child and spanking and discipline a child, do not hit that child. You smack a child in the arm, you've hit that child. You're not spanking a child at that point. You're hitting a child. See?
No,
there's a difference.
Spanked him. I popped him on the.
My kids didn't need spankings, thank God. Like these little shitheads. I don't want to be beating on my kids. Please listen. And luckily, my kids did respond most of the time to talking. That one boy, he was hard-headed, but for the most part, I didn't have to go smacking on my kids. Woo, thank God.
But
Yes, Stacy, that is where his child endangerment charge came from.
yes, that is my child endangerment charge. Now everybody knows. I'm not going to talk about it no more because it hurts.
Child endangerment charges. And now his sister's sitting in the county jail on charges. Where's y'all's mama? I've seen a picture.
I gotta live with that.
I've seen her Facebook. I think she deleted it now.
Feisty, we'll get to that here in a second.
Yeah, my sister, my dad actually has one of their relatives that work for him. His name is Jesse White. I'm putting it all out there.
Oh God, he's putting name. Well, Jesus Christ, dude, you can't do that on the YouTubes. I don't know about that TikTok shit. So you can't be doing that on YouTube, sir. Oh wow. All right.
His son's Jason White. They're actually related to the Siders. He helps my dad build houses.
The Siders are very odd. You can even ask their own family members. Their own family members will even tell you how odd they are.
Sounds like both families were a bit odd. I'm sorry, girl, but both families are looking a bit odd at the moment.
And how it's kind of generational that all of them pretty much live like that.
No, my son did not pass. No, he was put into adoptions agency through foster care.
Adoption. Parental rights were severed. They took away your parental rights. Huh.
Yeah.
He was put into foster care, and just because Joey is not the aggressor, we even just last year got the paperwork in the mail of his legal adoption going through and what they changed his name to.
I
have the paperwork.
I can have
That's called an open adoption, ma'am.
contact. Brittany cannot.
No,
See,
Brittany
I can
will
go
only
get
receive
paperwork.
probation.
I can go get yeah. No, my son's just in foster care. He's from last thing I heard, he's doing fine.
Last thing I heard, so you got one in foster care and one that's been adopted? Nope, I don't like it. It's all a bunch of dysfunctional craziness, right? Y'all, you girls, you're not lying.
That makes me happy because I want the best for my son. I want the best for all my kids.
We all do at this point. Jesus, poor things.
I want the best for Elizabeth's kids. But for them to sit there and attack us and not know that me and her was abused when we was kids, yeah, maybe I did deserve it because I was out breaking in houses. I was catching stuff on fire.
He was abused, but now he deserved it because he was doing what? Breaking in houses and catching shit on fire. Huh.
I was doing all kinds of stuff, fighting, taking guns to school. I was doing it all.
Don't be taking that shit to school, sir. What the fuck? I don't like that at all. I don't give a fuck about your past. You don't fucking hurt babies, and you do not take weapons to school, because I got babies sitting in that fucking school. Maybe not your school, but a school, and I don't like that shit at all.
Drinking at school, I was doing it all.
Just fucking drinking and taking weapons to school. Where was his damn mama and daddy? They're still around. What the fuck were they doing when their kids were doing all that?
I never did drugs. I smoked my weed, but I don't do drugs. I drank back then, but I don't like that stuff now. I think it's disgusting. I smoke cigarettes and greenery is all I do. And the reason I do that, I have so much antisocial. Jeremy.
They want to know if Jeremy was abused.
No, absolutely fucking not.
Jeremy was not abused. Jeremy's the brother. There's Jeremy, Joey, and Elizabeth. him and Elizabeth were severely abused, but Jeremy, nah. No. Yes, Shortcake, he's saying that his parents, his Elizabeth's brother, their parents severely abused him and Elizabeth, but not Jeremy, the other brother. There's 3 of them. We'll let him finish telling his story.
Absolutely not.
Jeremy was not lying when he put on Facebook the other day that he was the golden child.
Oh.
He absolutely is. That boy could do no wrong.
Oh, Jeremy put on Facebook he was the golden child. And she's over here saying, yeah, Jeremy could do no wrong. So you got some extremely abusive parents to 2 of the kids, and one was the golden child who never got in trouble? Interesting family dynamic. Where's that doctor at?
I think they are good vibes. I'm not for sure if they are, because they are from over towards Mount Alto. I can take you right to the Siders' very first house they grew up in. It's going towards Mount Alto. Parker's.
Mount Alto. Y'all from that area, that's where the Siders came from, was the Mount Alto area.
Going towards Parkersburg, West Virginia. I can take you right to it.
Jeremy's the middle child. Joey is the oldest.
I'm the oldest. Jeremy's the middle. Elizabeth's the youngest.
So it's Joey, Jeremy, and Elizabeth. Jeremy's the middle kid and was the golden boy? Huh. Well, Joey out here doing all kind of shit since 9 years old, wreaking havoc, drinking in school, taking weapons. Oh, Lord, breaking in houses. I ain't trying to judge
And
you.
whatever
Joey, but
happens to me, I've been threatened and everything. I don't care. I've got my sister's stuff out there as much as I can.
Now, we are going to speak, babe,
I'm
really
sorry.
quick. I do want to bring up, as a lot of people want to know, in the press conference, yes, this is Elizabeth's brother. In the press conference, it was said that the oldest child could not speak or say her own, or write her own name. We've been given so many social media accounts for the girls. It's unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
And there was speculation, okay, well, maybe this was the parents running the social media. If you go and you look at their TikToks, you can clearly see that these girls were reaching out for help, and they were making real, like, just the vibe they were giving off is they were uncomfortable with their father. So I don't think that would have come up at all if it was them doing it themselves.
So they were sent links to these kids' TikToks accounts, and she says the vibe was they were uncomfortable around their father. The vibe in the TikToks? Okay, we got to figure out where these accounts are at. I got some investigating to do this weekend.
Well, then outside of that too, there was also voice clips. A man from India came forward and said that he was the oldest boyfriend. He gave, if you go look at Joey's Facebook, you can see all the text messages. And in the recent one he posted today, there is a voice clip with Chloe's voice. And he's getting more for us. He's digging in his cloud because this was over a year ago.
Okay, so that's been that's been out there, that this girl, the child, one of the children, was on social media, had a boyfriend, and the boyfriend says the neighbor made us break up or something to that effect. This person lives in India, allegedly, and that's what she's talking about there. This person from India has reached out and said, hey, not so fast. I know one of these kids. I know this girl here. I don't know how he put it together that when this news broke, 16 kids out of Ohio, how this guy from India says, you know what, I know one of those 16 kids. I got you. So I don't know how that came about, but it has. Here we are.
So he has it all saved. But when this news even hit him in India, and he's seen posts about Joey, he reached out to Joey and he said, they're lying about your sister and I have the proof and I want to help you. Well, your niece. They're lying about your niece.
Good night, Jamie. Thanks for coming in.
So we have proof. We have her voice. We have audio of her voice. We have proof of all of her social media accounts.
So she was sending voice clips to this man in India? You got to watch those kids on the internet today.
Then it's not just the oldest. There's also accounts for most of the children, including a little boy. We have a YouTube video of a little boy.
I got stuff you all don't even know about.
Is that somebody mentioned the YouTube in the chat earlier, remember? I feel like I saw something. YouTube and TikTok accounts. Again, that to me, that's timeline information, right? When did this shit start? And why? What the hell is going on? Rachel, I know, right? It's hard to know which way to go. Do I try to give a little empathy and try to maybe see that this, maybe was she groomed, right? Is there a possibility? Is she a victim? Was she groomed? That now you're like, well, is it just her continuing abuse that she, so, what's happening? So that we're just getting all this weird information and we're seeing both sides of this family were completely dysfunctional, apparently. Both sides.
Like everybody's coming to me. Everybody.
I think maybe the neighbor might have found out that she was with a boy from India or something and maybe threatened to tell the parents. So maybe that's why they had to break up. We asked why the neighbor made them break up, and he said that he didn't know. She just said that they had to break up because of the neighbor Mike.
And I want
to. Who's neighbor Mike? Because I've heard that, right? That's what everybody's like telling me. She had a boyfriend. They had to break up. The neighbor Mike. Well, the boyfriend's in India to start with, but who the hell's Mike? And where do you live, Mike? The neighbor. And why is this girl communicating with you? And you're not telling the world about their conditions, neighbor Mike? Neighbor Mike, where are you?
I want to thank everybody for. I got a bunch of messages last night that you sent money and put on her books so she could eat.
People were putting money on Elizabeth's books so she could get food. Maybe she'll get a bath while she's in there.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to do the same.
Thank you so much, and I'm going to do the same. You haven't yet? Has he not? He did put it on Facebook about sending her money. And he's going to too, though. When? It's your sister. You're out here pleading her case, man, for everybody. You ain't putting no money on her books yet?
And I want to clear something up right now. And Casey's been running his little, lips. I never wanted a fund. What are they? GoFundMe accounts, whatever them things are.
No, there were a lot of people that asked us to make a GoFundMe, and Joey said no. He said, I'm not tying myself to that. I don't need anybody accusing me of trying to make money off of anything. He said, I'm not getting involved in that. And we even said that we would figure out where the donations could go to and we'd share that information. I personally shared where you can donate on my Facebook. It's one of my only public posts right now.
Oh, yeah. I want to say something, too. Everybody's running their mouth saying I'm going to monetize off this. I've had Netflix, Paramount, True Crime. I've had ABC. I've had all of them come to me. And I can send you the screenshot. I said I am not involving myself on that.
She screamed, Court TV. People are reaching out, and you're not biting to none of those outlets. If you want the world to know your sister might be a victim, what better way to get the word out to go national and get off the fucking TikTok? Did they offer you money? You can say, I don't want that money, Vinnie Politan.
I'm not making my sister look bad. I am not taking no money. I can make all kinds of money off of it. I don't want it. I don't want it. My sister's suffering. I'm not going to make money off of it like these people were sitting over on the podcast. You know what? You over and make fun of me all you want. I don't care. At least I'm standing up for what I believe in. I believe in my sister. I don't believe in you.
I mean, those people are completely unhinged. They were making fun of my dying father on their live today.
I'm going to try to talk to her in jail. I'm going to try. Yes. I was thinking they had chirp devices like everybody else. I was going to put money on it and text her and like, hey, sis, you need to talk. Because I'm used to that situation. When my sister went in that arraignment, she was scared to death. She don't know what she's doing. She's a piece of meat through.
Has he not been to the jail to see her? With his own, like, put his eyes on her? Hey, sis, I've been trying to get back up with you for 15 years. Are you okay? I'm here for you, sis. I put money on your books. I'm speaking out for you. He ain't even been to see her yet. That's weird. All right. He wants to video tablet with her. Got one of them tablets in that jail. We'll do it that way.
Doing a wolf den.
Oh, she's a piece of meat and wolf.
And then they're lying about all kinds of social media stuff. My nieces can't do that. What are you lying about my sister? I am not, for one, going to ever say Gary, Lynn, and them are going to say ever. They're guilty as.
No, they're not in Pike County. I can't remember the name of the jail.
Hamden. They were in Hamden, which is in Benton County, Ohio, which is 30 minutes from, not even 30 minutes from Gallipolis. It's on the outskirts.
They want to know what jail.
Oh, they're in Southeastern, which is in Hocking County. Oh, and if anybody wants to verify it too, that I was locked up in 2005 at a boot camp, which is HVCRC, Hocking Valley Community Residential Center. My youth specialist was Dwayne Nakanishi, and you had to go through 4 zones before you come home. So at that time, I was not around my sister. I was in lockup, and as soon as I got out, me and my ex-wife Rachel went to Georgia. It didn't come back until 2008, passing through. So anything that occurred between that area, I don't know. I'm not.
Oh, you don't know. He's incarcerated. Forrest says, hasn't phoned, hasn't sent her a nickel, but he's on TikTok spilling his guts, right? On behalf of his sister, Forrest. On behalf of his sister.
I'm going to tell y'all something I don't know because I'd be lying, and I'm not going to do that.
Right, Shortcake?
See, everybody's, I think I messed up on the age of 13. I think it might have been between 14 and 15. Me and my wife was trying to, she said, I think you jumped the gun on the age. I said, well, babe, it was around that area. Like, it's around that area. Something ain't right. And I know. But if I messed up, that's my fault. I redact that. I retract it. I'm sorry.
Yes, Elizabeth's maiden name is Russell.
Yes, Elizabeth Ann Russell. A-N-N, Russell. August 24th. I think it's 92. No, Jeremy's 90.
So if you can possibly come here for 2 seconds, it's really important. I'm sorry.
But after that first one, she was never non-pregnant. She was always pregnant after
Just leave
that.
the phone there so people can't see the background. You can put it on hold for 1 second.
All right, Nikki, I got it.
I wonder what he had to go to his sister for a second. What's happening? Right? Yeah. Forrest agrees with Shortcake there.
Sorry, guys. And honestly, I would prove my father's condition, and I would turn the video camera on right now and show my father. But I'm not exploiting my father to prove these petty, evil people that my father is dying and sick.
What in the world?
I mean, anybody that's my friend on Facebook can see my posts of him and everything.
What's this got to do with her poor father? She's not related to Elizabeth, and neither is he, and what all was going on. Why are people on the Facebook and the TikTok going at her? Well, what about your dad? What? Goodness. Do not turn the camera on your poor dying father. Jesus, do not exploit the people. Holy hell.
I have nothing to hide with that, but I'm not exploiting my father for the internet to see.
Elizabeth, it was 2008. I was passing up through, I was coming back from Ringgold, Georgia. And that's when my ex-wife, Rachel, her dad's intestines exploded, and we had to go up there. He had to have a colostomy bag and stuff put on.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He was rushed to the hospital. 2008 was the last time, and that was the time I was going to pay for her water bill. That was the time I was going to pay for her water bill. It was not recently, it was then. And she told me no, that they wanted the money, and I said no, I'll go pay for it. They were the water people were going to bring up a load because she had a well, and they were going to fill it for her. It was going to cost me $750, but instead they wanted the money, and I said no, I'm not doing that.
Another water bill issue? Were they just calling all the family up talking about we need water bill help? Why was it always the water bill? We need water bill help. We need water. That one guy said they were always helping with the water bill. Here, Joey over here, they need help with the water bill. And I'm like, I'm not giving you the money. So I wondered that earlier with that guy, the brother-in-law. We're always helping with the water bill. And you never had a physical address at the same time. So, again, how are you helping with the water bill? Were you paying it online with the account number? Were you taking it and sending it in the mail by a check? Were you dropping it off at the house to them? What the fuck? You didn't have an address for 7 years. Why are they always needing help with the damn water bill? And Joey, why would you tell your sister, no, I'm not giving you the money, but I'll go pay it for you? Why would you need to do that? Huh? Why would you not get... Somebody knew something. That's very suspicious in my mind. My first question to my sister, she calls me, I need help with this bill. It's $700. My first thing is not going to be, oh, I'm not giving you money, but I'll go pay it for you. That's not going to be the first thing that comes to my mind. I saw those pictures too, Shortcake. Well, actually, it's at New York Post that was sharing some more, was what I saw. I don't know what Facebook's got going on over there, unless they're reposting what the New York Post did. Maybe I can pull up that article in a bit, but I forgot to upload the photos. And it was from like the living room and the kitchen area. It's really just filthy. It's filthy, filthy, filthy. But I don't know what kind of, I'm not saying they were cooking drugs in there. I don't see evidence of that. But we, of course, we're wondering where it was anybody using, right? You can't help but wonder that.
Yes, me.
Exactly. What does that tell you, Shortcake? They wanted the money and not that, but that, what does he know to make him have to say that to her? You know what I'm saying? What do you know that would prompt you to do that?
I am Joey's wife.
Yes, Kim, she was.
But that's another lie that was said in that live earlier today, that I know a lot of you watch and a lot of you are falling for their stuff, but they also said that I'm just an internet girlfriend and that Joey lives in a shed. No, none of that's true.
Damn, if I lived in a shed, I'd be making it right now. Damn.
I don't know what live they're talking about, but they called her an internet girlfriend. Okay, is that a thing, y'all? Y'all got internet girlfriends and boyfriends? Like, shit, fire.
Right, life would be a little bit cheaper in a shed, huh?
I would know how to
We
live.
pay our mortgage, we pay all of our bills.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Like, we are homeowners.
Yeah, eat that one, Casey.
That's what we think too, Derek. We don't think, who wants to go through that? Who wants to have that many children? And I mean, I know there are sick people out there that end up getting addicted to pregnancies and stuff too, though. So that's why we want her to get the psychological evaluation, because there's just been so many years where Joey had absolutely no contact.
Did they think there's a chance she was addicted to pregnancy? Huh. Oh, damn. That's a hard sell right there. Y'all ever heard of that one? I mean, people are there. I've seen that show, My Strange Addiction. Is this a new addiction? What the hell? What's that one lady that had all them What, Octomom? Y'all remember Octomom? Google Octomom. Holy shit.
At all with her. We don't know what kind of mental state she was in. She was a kid when she left.
But I promise you this, every time I called home from prison, called home on Messenger, called home on the phone, every time I called, I said, have you heard from our sister? I said, have you heard from Sissy? No. Sissy? No. No, the first time I heard anything about my sister is when she got attacked by the Rottweiler in Wellston. And that was the day after I got out of prison, May 6th.
Wellston. Attacked by a Rottweiler. Sir, never mind. Let's keep talking.
Of this year. And then, not right after that, this happened.
You haven't been out of prison that long? Wellston. Is that in Ohio?
I have not been home. I have not been to Gallipolis in years. Years. It's trash. There's nothing there. As you can tell, everybody from Gallipolis is over there talking shit. They don't have nothing better to do in that town. And I don't care if they hate on me or not. That's all they do.
Joey was attacked by a dog. Joey was attacked by a canine, a police canine, and it ripped half of his ear off.
Oh, good God. He got attacked by the police canine and got half his ear ripped off. Joey, why was the police canine after you? Oh, that eluding earlier. Remember he talked about an eluding charge? Some shit, evasion. Wellston is in Ohio. Wellston is... Okay. I was looking at the map, guys. It's not actually too far from the West Virginia line. Okay.
When they make fun of him and say nine-toe Joe, and when they do their toe counts in that live and stuff, when Joey was a very small kid, when he was 11 years old, he shot his big toe off in a hunting accident with his father.
Yep, it's in the papers. It's in WOWK covered it. Steve McGee covered it, and Sandra, whatever. I can't remember her last name. But yeah, they're the two that covered it. Then they tried to blame my dad for shooting me, which never happened.
What?
I shot myself. Hey,
Who tried to blame your dad? The police? Because where I grow up, oh boy, my daddy is an avid deer hunter, and we know all about the safety. All about it. I mean, my dad drove that shit home. Who tried to say your daddy shot you in the toe? The police? What? Forrest. It just keeps getting worse. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now we got toes being shot off and daddy's being accused. The whole family is crazy. The whole ass family is a whole ass mess, Shortcake. Wow, guys. Sometimes we ain't even got to turn on the actual TV for entertainment purposes. Shit.
Yes.
His first and last time hunting.
I'd hope so.
Oh, it's okay. I'm so used to it. This ain't the first time all my records came out. My ex-wife Jennifer put it out there. What was that, Nikki?
He's actually watching this too. And that's another thing that I really want to point out is his ex-wife Jennifer. She stalks us to no end.
Oh.
It never ends with her. No matter when we're live.
Stop, brakes on. Now we got a stalker. Now stalking has entered the picture too. And she's probably watching this right now. Our stalker is... Holy shit. You exes and your stalking stuff. Stop it. They didn't want you the first time. They ain't gonna want you the second time. Quit following them and peeking through the bushes. Stop that shit.
Boxes we're in, she's somehow there. Even though we have her blocked on every platform, she still finds her way back. If
damn.
Joey gets into an argument with somebody, she messages them and sends them his record. That's why he said his record's been out there for a long time on.
If he gets in an argument with somebody, his ex messages them his whole record. Joey, who you out there getting in fights with all the time? Damn it. Y'all live in a small town. Word's going to get around in a small, small town. They said he was a dangerous man. Huh.
This app is because it has been. Anytime she does it all the time. But a lot of her stuff too is fabricated. And I mean, if you look into her, I don't know how you would be able to look up a victim's name, but almost every single person she dates has gone to jail for DV charges. And every single one of them have said they didn't do it. But I mean, the advocates pay for her housing. They provide everything she needs, and then she gets a victim assessment every time she gets somebody.
Oh God, she's out there faking getting in abusive relationships to scam the county out of some housing and assistance? The fuck? Jesus Christ, what kind of town did we stumble upon, people? Shit, we thought Letcher County was bad. Oh my God.
Like, when somebody has over 15 men locked up on a DV, they should be looked at. They should be questioned.
Ma'am, you've made serial accusations against men. We need to look at you sideways. Well, I mean, after a while, the little boy who cried wolf syndrome is going to play somewhere. All them men, not one of them could beat the charge? Well, damn, she's good at lying.
Yeah. And she got me out there. She was, and she catfished the hell out of me.
There's a no contact order. Like, that's the craziest part.
Yeah, we're not even
There is
supposed
a
to.
no contact order with but she still will not leave it alone. She's in here right now on a fake account. She's always in his lives on a fake account.
Yeah, she is. They're nasty self.
Oh my God. Okay, so the girl, Jesus Christ, with her nasty self. What are you, sir? Yes, she is her nasty self. It says nasty hell, but we know you said nasty self. Jesus. There's even an order, and she's in her fake account on all of your lives. How long have you been going live on the TikToks over there, sir? And yeah, she is her nasty self. She catfished you, but you married her.
But she did. He's seen what she looked like.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, man.
What?
She has no way to speak because when I first went to her house, I wish I had pictures. There was dog poop everywhere.
Oh my God.
The kids were nasty. It was disgusting in that house when I first got there.
So your first time going to somebody's house, you see all that, and that's not a red flag. Right? That's not a red flag? You're just like, oh, it's normal. This is the way I was raised. My sister lives this way too. What the fuck, dude? Oh, shit.
Get out of the truck with big holes in her shirt and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is this? You're supposed to come meet me. I had like 60,000 people on my lot.
What?
Because they were all following me for this. And she catfished me.
What? Yeah,
I got
she was
played.
real bad.
He for real got catfished? What the fuck? Okay.
He actually met her on TikTok. And I mean, this is probably the one thing people can make fun of him for. He met her on TikTok and he married her right away. Because at that point, he's like, well, I'm already here and I didn't fall in love with her for her looks. I fell in love with her because of who she was as a person, so I can get past the looks.
What the fuck did I just hear? Y'all, stop it. I cannot. Oh my God. Wow. shit. Hey, Faye. I'm going to catch that on the replay. I actually saw that was happening and saw the title. And so, yeah, I plan to catch that actually after I stop this, because this is a little much. Y'all, do we need to hear that again to be sure we heard what we heard? Oh boy. It better not mess up on me because I want to hear that shit again. Hold on.
He was attacked by a police canine, and it ripped half of his ear off.
Yeah.
Speed, because when I first went to her house, I wish I had pictures. There was dog poop everywhere. The kids were nasty. It was disgusting in that house when I first got there. She got out of the truck with big holes in her shirt and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is this? You're supposed to come meet me. I had like 60,000 people on my lot because they were all following me for this. And
He had 60,000 people on a live? Is that what he's saying? And he went to her house to meet her, and that's what happens? He should. What? And then he marries her? Because he loves her anyway. Jesus Christ.
catfish me.
Yeah,
I got
she was
played.
real bad. He actually met her on TikTok. And I mean, this is probably the one thing people can make fun of him for. He met her on TikTok and he married her right away. Because at that point, he's like, well, I'm already here and I didn't fall in love with her for her looks. I fell in love with her because of who she was as a person. So I can get past the looks. It's going to be okay. And he married her right.
It's going to be okay. What? Okay, I got a serious question. Is this the mother to the children that were abused? Does anybody know? She's like, it's going to be okay. It's okay. We can get past all that nonsense with the holes in the clothes and the shit in the floor. It's okay. It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. The fuck? What? Rachel, I'm blaming you. You said play it. Remember? I left it as an option.
Away, and that's when everything just went downhill, is once they got married.
Oh, hell.
Babe, they want to know what sort of abuse.
That's usually when things go downhill, is in my experience. I've only done it one time. I swore I'd never do it again, and I didn't that second time. We had to coexist in the same house until we didn't want to anymore. Until I didn't want to. Gotta have my own house, privacy and all that. I'm a loner. But yeah, whoa, shit, it went downhill. It didn't go downhill when that first red flag popped off, when you got there and it wasn't what you thought it was, when you realized you were being catfished. That's not when it went downhill. It was when the marriage happened. All right. Was this life after lockup bullshit? We got some real life after lockup. But you met her on the life after lockup on the TikTok. Oh shit. Oh man.
So you've experienced as a child.
I got whooped with extension.
Rachel, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Hold on one second. I do want to answer this really quick, though. Explain why we think Elizabeth is a victim. So we think she is, just based on what she looks like, based on the fact that she hasn't made any attempts to reach out to anybody. We've heard stories from people in grocery stores like the Dollar General, people from food banks. They have all said that
People from the food banks. We suspect all those boxes are from the food banks, but you're basing your opinion that she's a victim based on the way she looks. That alone is not enough to go by. We see a dirty girl that appears to have been crying a lot or got seriously irritated eyes. How they got that way, we don't know. And the people in the Dollar General, we've heard them talk as well. The smell would linger 10 minutes after they left. We gave them hygiene products and clothes. Now, the people from the food banks locally, were they speaking out now too, saying, well, we were always helping with food. Did the food banks ever see these disgusting little children running around dirty? The children weren't disgusting. The way they were kept was disgusting. Did the food banks never see any of the kids? Dollar General saw a few of them. So they got me to, they provoked a serious question again.
Always looked scared and nervous. They said
back to the bullshit. Never judge a book by its cover. Try not to do that around here because I know better, right? Like I said in the beginning of this, I am used to dealing with people from all kinds of walks of life. And I'm the girl that can walk into any situation and talk to the most tattooed up guy in the room and it wouldn't faze me. How he interacts with me is going to be my judgment. We're sitting here judging this guy by all the shit he's saying, not based on nobody's looks, right? But the family, they were all extremely dirty, but when they're offered hygiene products and they're offered clothes and we know they had running water in the home, there's no excuse not to bathe either, especially your babies. If you want to stink fucking fine, bathe your babies.
she wouldn't speak to people. So we're just going off of assumptions, but we have made it perfectly clear that with the bruises as well, we want her to be evaluated and go through extensive.
Shortcake, our minds had to go there for a split second. They're having a bunch of relations and ooh. Oh, Jesus, I know.
Forensics. Oh my goodness, sorry. We want her to go through extensive questioning to figure out if she is a victim. Because if she's not, we're not going to support her.
No,
if they say that she 100% is capable, she knew what was happening, and this is her fault, we want her to see the justice because the kids did not deserve this. They did not be asked to be born into this.
What I think happened, I think my sister I think they finally got her off alone. I don't want to say she was tied up because that just puts a lot of bad things in my head. I don't want to say that. I don't want to picture my sister like that because that's just something you don't picture. And I think she was forced to have them kids. I think she's got a little bit of, what is that, Stockholm, battered women syndrome. I think she's got a lot of stuff going on. And when she didn't talk to that lawyer, I think she's just...
Stockholm syndrome and battered women's syndrome, sir, are different. But I don't expect him to really understand that or know that. So I'll just have to ignore that for a moment. How could she not know what was happening? Elizabeth? Yeah, a lot of us are trying to wrap our heads around, okay, so are we going to say that Gary and Elizabeth are mentally got something going on? What are we doing here? One or the other? How could they both have the mental illness to that extent? And how come, if they didn't, how come the one didn't recognize it and the other and get help, right? There's 4 adults in this house. At some point, someone didn't say, hey, then you also got to wonder, then people are like, with maybe the grandparents didn't know and all this stuff. So are we going to say they were abused as well the whole entire time, even prior to them becoming sick and unhealthy themselves? There's a lot to still unpack, but there was 4 adults. And at some point, nobody knew to say a word. Like, we can't compute that. It's hard to wrap our heads around that. Right. I just don't get how you can't throw trash out, but just throw it in every room. Right. Who does that? They apparently did have the water and sewer, the garbage services on, but what gets you to that point where you hoard all that shit in your house and you think it's okay? That's my problem. It's not a problem, but one of my thoughts is, regardless of what we think was happening in that house, who in the hell in their right mind wants to live in that? We all can understand a messy house at times and our house being well lived in and a big family. We get it. But no, nobody wants to live in that shit. And I'm such the opposite of that. I'm like, I'm fucking a fanatic about my house being cleaned up. Like everything's got to be done before I can go relax. Before I go live, I want all my shit done, so I ain't gonna worry about it later. That right there would drive me absolutely insane. I tell you what. Oh my God.
She's still timid a little bit and not willing to talk to me because she's scared to death. She don't know nothing right now. The world just hit her. And now look, she don't know what, she's scared to death.
No, the family is not related. There was a marriage, like there were two cousins from one side of the family, one from the other side of the family that married each other, but there is no blood relation.
No. Between us, no.
Yes, she was a child when she had her first child. And
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
other thing. As a mother, I'm also looking at it as a mother.
Well, so are we. Oh, geez. Faye, set a thumbs up. Thank you for that. Mental illness before adults. Exactly. What's what, we've heard Gary Sr. had a stroke. Gary Sr. has all these things. Gary Sr.'s in the hospital now with serious medical conditions. He can't walk. He can't hear. We're hearing that Christina / Lynn, aka Granny, got maybe some dementia. Now she physically can't do anything anymore. So, okay. So grandma and grandpa got sick and now the house has gone to shit and the kids aren't cared for? What the fuck were the parents doing the whole time? How can they all have the mental illness to that extent? And where were the other children of the Siders? Senior, Gary's sisters. How come they didn't know their parents were living in such dire conditions at the hands of their brother and sister-in-law, right? We got some hard questions to ask still, while trying to also be maybe a little understanding as to what the fuck happened over there. That's the only thing we want to know is what happened and how the hell did that happen, right? But to get there may not be so pretty. The getting there may not look pretty. And boy, these people right here, they're a lot. These people are a lot, y'all. Ugh. I don't know, Forrest. It looks like it's long. If you need to go, we understand. You can dip out and do that. I get it. This does look a little lengthy, and I keep stopping, so I'm not helping. I think so, Shortcake. It feels like that's all they did. With the fact we see the number of pregnancies, we see it. We see the timeline. So yeah, that's all they seem to be able to do. Were there any beds in the bedrooms in that house? Not that we saw. We only know of one bedroom. It's appearance listed. It's described on Zillow as a one bedroom. There's no floor plan that you can see, but this is allegedly had a basement, is where the kids were all in that room. So maybe the kids all shared the basement bedroom. Maybe grandma and grandpa shared the one bedroom, and maybe mom and dad had the living room. I don't know, y'all. There's a lot of people in this house, right? But damn, it was dirty. Fucking filth.
I could not imagine having a child that young. So here's the thing with that, Rico. There's this thing called battered woman syndrome, and there is Stockholm syndrome. And when somebody is stuck in a situation for so long, they start to identify with it. It starts to become part of their normal life. It's the same reason that women that are in domestic violence relationships stay with their abuser. But I mean, she was so young when she had these kids, and then...
Oh, honey. Honey, honey, honey. You ever saw a movie called The Burning Bed? And what a battered woman is willing to do for her children. You might do a lot of shit to me, motherfucker. Cross that line and touch my baby. And see what happens. It's called fuck around and find out. And I might get a spine all of a sudden. Oops, did I say all that out loud? Yeah, I did. I can see the cases where women are scared to death and terrified and don't want to leave. And I don't know how they could turn a blind eye when something's happened to their babies because they're too scared. But a lot of women, they'll die right there and right then and there.
She's basically been pregnant her entire life. She's been pregnant longer than, like, she was 14 when she got pregnant the first time. And she's in her 30s now. Exactly. The hormones, the changes in your body. I mean, the pregnancy literally changes the chemistry inside your brain while you're pregnant. And then you go through a lot.
No.
That's why a lot of women experience postpartum depression.
God damn. Stop it. Deep breath. It does not affect all women like that. I would say that's the minority. Don't put that out there to all those young girls listening. Oh my God, if I have a baby one day, all that's going to happen to me. So they get that pre-diagnosis in their head before it happens. If y'all don't believe me, just take a look at society over the past 25, 30 years. Bet.
As it does a lot to your body and your brain.
Hi, Deb.
I could not, and so did I. I'll be the first to admit it, and I said it last night on live. I stayed in an extremely horrible relationship for 13 years, and it took us to move out of town and me to meet my neighbors, and I had permission to talk to my neighbors because they lived right next door, and he didn't want things to seem off. And my neighbors built me up and realized what happened. And my neighbors had to pull a pew-pew to get him to get off of me, and he left the house and never came back.
Yes.
I have all of this proof, too, if anybody wants to say I'm lying about that. And I absolutely wouldn't put myself in a position to be abused anymore.
Who's out there calling these two liars? They keep saying that. For those who say this, for those who are saying that, who the hell's out there calling y'all liars? We don't know y'all like that, so I'm just saying, wow.
Nope. She done told me. I put my hands on her. She didn't know. I'm gone. Yes, they were really
We
immense.
don't know who he exposed himself to.
I don't know that. I don't know
That he
none
might
of
have
that.
been urinating off of the porch. We've heard rumors that he was exposing himself at a park. We don't know. None of us are going to know until that comes out in court as well.
Oh, I want to tell you something else too. My grandmother actually had to take me from my parents one time because they accidentally left me in a creek all day in a walker, and I was burnt so bad.
What?
She took custody of me.
Your granny had to take you because your parents left you in a walker in the creek and you got sunburnt that holy dude. That's Elizabeth's parents that did that ridiculous shit. I was raised on the river banks and creeks, baby. You don't fucking put a baby in a walker and leave it in the water. Who done that? Were they on drugs and drunk all day and forgot you? And your granny had to take you. She should have kept you. She should have took you and Elizabeth and kept y'all apparently. Or did she teach her kid to abuse? I had to ask.
A little bit of that too.
Damn.
You didn't know that, did you? Yeah.
Damn.
There
Sorry about the wieners on my face too.
Has that been verified, Feisty? Like, has that actually been legitimately verified? Because I haven't been able to find anything on that.
Listen, it's not 13, it's 14. The oldest child is Chloe, period. It's Chloe. Chloe is the oldest kid. She's the first kid, the oldest
I
kid.
know. I was just explaining to you why. Like, why women stay in those situations.
Okay, so Chloe is supposed to be the oldest one. She had that child at 15. So the 13 story came from him originally. And people did run with it, and they still are, but we've never seen the confirmation of that. But Chloe's allegedly the oldest one, and it would be the one that the authorities said couldn't spell her name. Maybe her mom misspelled it all her life, and they thought, well, look, she can't even spell her name right. That's not how you spell it. I don't know. I'm speculating at this point.
And when women stay in those situations, like, I get it. It's a grown woman. She could have walked out at any time. She could have asked for help at any time. But you have to look into what is that women's syndrome.
I'm running with it.
Stockholm
Who was that?
syndrome.
Who was that? Who was that?
It is very real. Yes, every person that goes through things don't experience that.
Who was that?
There are some women that can be held captive their entire life and then get freedom and nothing ever happened. They were perfectly fine afterwards.
Oh, I'm
But
okay.
most women and most children that go through things like that end up with mental effects from it.
Dinosaur, I'm definitely okay. I'm definitely okay. I promise you. I'm not unhinged. I just don't like people running their mouth, and they don't like it when it comes at them either. They can't.
He did not have a child at 13. So Joey was wrong about her age when we went on the first podcast. It happened a long time ago. Everything was still really fresh. So he was wrong about the age, and he's come out and said he was wrong about the age. It was 14. He was a year off.
14. We're 15. You're still off. Yes, exactly, Shortcake. It's supposed to be about his sister. You know, he won't go on the mainstream media, although they're all knocking on his door now, according to him. He don't want to be paid, so he's not going to go on the court TV and all the mainstream media places that he claims is wanting him to speak out on his sister's behalf now. But here we are, learning all about him and his wife's drama, even his catfishing ex-wife and the abuse of his own children and the ones adopted and ones in foster care. Why do we know so much about this man now in this one ass video, y'all? Wow. But it puts a little insight into maybe what Elizabeth's like. Think about it. Is she like her brother?
Also have to remember, Joey was no longer living in the home when this happened. At this time, he was either in jail or he was with his ex-wife. I mean, his son Tyler is just about to be 19 years old. He was already having his own children, because it's very common in that area at that time period for people to be off and getting married. I mean, Joey's own mom got married at 15 and had him at 15.
Okay. So Elizabeth's mother gave birth at the age of 15. So she had no problem signing those papers for her own daughter to go off and get married and give birth at the age of 15.
I'm a product of a bastard childhood. I admit it.
We're not sure. We don't think so just because of the poverty levels, but we also don't know.
Yeah, Shortcake, you're laughing in the background. That's what I was wondering too, was easy reading the comments and shit and thinking.
They could have had some income on the side that we did not know about.
Oh,
Lynn and Gary, as far as I knew, they had Social Security coming in. I knew that, and they would trade cars here and there. They would trade it plus money. They would get a car and tell them they want like $50 or $100, but to trade with it. Other than that, I never seen neither one.
Gary and Elizabeth, I mean, not Gary, Gary and Christina / Lynn, Granny and Grandpa, they would get cars and then trade them off for money. And the son-in-law said, we helped with water bills and gave them a car. Joey has said that they wanted water bill help one time, and he said, no, I'll pay it, but I won't give you the, I'll help, but I won't give you the money, but I'll pay it. Why wasn't Gary and Elizabeth doing anything? Junior, dude, you're gonna lay up and knock up a girl from the time she's 15 to 33 as many times as you've had done it and not go get a fucking job, Gary Jr.? Yeah, trading the car off for what? What are we trading it for? Money? Were the seniors in charge of funding the family lifestyle? And we're broke. Got to get rid of the car. Got to get rid of the car. We're broke.
One of them work. Now their daughters, they all work. They all work.
I will say this about his parents. They are great people now. They are hard workers. They try their best. They're very, very good to their grandchildren that are at their home constantly.
What?
They're very good to Jeremy. They're very good to us now.
I don't know how they got to SSI.
What it is they were just too young then too.
Is she talking about Elizabeth's parents? Oh, now they're good. Didn't he say he spent 38 years trying to get back in good with his parents earlier? Is she talking about his parents now? Oh, now they're good. 38 years later. They were just young too. It's okay. They were just young, giving birth at 15. They're just young. Don't worry about it. My mama says, girl, if you're old and if you're a woman enough to lay there and spread those legs, you're a woman enough to raise it. Direct quote. I was like, oh hell no, I didn't. No ma'am, I'm throwing my hands up. I ain't trying that shit, because you ain't finna help me a whole lot, are you? Only if I necessarily need it. Wow. As far as those benefits, Shortcake, all we know so far by the media has got the reports, and the prosecutor said it. Gary Sr. and Christina were receiving benefits, but I'm assuming it was Social Security and probably Medicare. I don't know how much per month each one of those two were bringing in. So whatever that was their combined income for the two elderlies, right? But apparently that was the only income coming into the house. Don't really know when the dates were of little Junior's DoorDashing job. There's different speculation going on out there about that. Seen no confirmation of it. So was the only income the entire time coming in from the older two?
I don't think they were ready. Chloe is the oldest daughter of Elizabeth and Gary Jr.
Well, what about Linda?
Linda Siders was the one that was giving his mom the updates. She was the one that would run into Joey's mom, either around town or in Joey's mom's work.
Run into her around town or at work. Joey's mom's work. Elizabeth's mom. Linda is the one in the picture sitting on the porch on the green bench with the cat food bowl underneath it. Listen, Linda, you and Joey's mama got some splaining to do.
And she would give her updates about what was going on.
No, they did not go to school. They were homeschooled by Lynn herself. And when she started deteriorating, that's when that stopped.
Why was Granny homeschooling the children? What? Homeschooled by Granny? What the fuck did Elizabeth do? Besides get it on with her husband. And then when Granny deteriorated, the whole house went to shit? Oh, wow. That's right, Faye. Look, I know girls who had babies in their teenage years, right? I'm a product of the 1980s. I know girls who had babies. There were some who absolutely handled it like a champ, right? And turned out to be the most amazing moms. There were some who absolutely could not deal with it. I knew I did not. I need to wait. My ass is not doing that. Phew.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Allegedly.
His parents are not speaking to us because they are upset that we're trying to get to the bottom of the truth of everything. They kind of just want all of this to go away. They want him to stop talking about it. They want all of the details. Joey is genuinely concerned for those kids, and he's genuinely concerned about his sister.
Oh, too bad his parents aren't. Her parents aren't now. They're like, oh, no, we want it to go away. We don't want the world to know we were shitty parents, and we don't want them to know we were even shittier grandparents. Yeah, y'all go away, please. Nothing to see here.
If they had anything to do with my sister, why ain't people going to them like they are to me? Like, because they know I'm gonna get it out there. I'm gonna get it out there. I'm gonna post it. I don't care how annoying it gets, how big it is. I'm gonna post it just to let them know, hey, I'm getting information. I don't care. I don't care who it makes look bad. I don't care. If it makes that AG look bad, cops look bad.
Oh.
My sister look bad. I don't care. It's getting posted, and there's no such thing as me not being allowed to be on live because I'm a wanted felon. That's not true, and I can go get the paperwork to prove it. So whoever's making that up, which I know who it is, that's full of shit.
Well, your stalker who's watching you is out there telling people you're a wanted felon? Huh. That's ridiculous.
Me to be in here and ask me to help talk.
I have,
I honestly didn't want to be here because of the shit.
Exactly, Shortcake. She said it. But now they're good to us, right? So what about Elizabeth and the kids? Oh, it was Elizabeth keeping y'all at arm's length and not allowing y'all? Y'all didn't know where she was. But yet you're being told by Linda every time she bumps into you at work or around town, there's a new baby. Yeah, we're not buying it, are we?
That I've been going through because of this, just because I'm affiliated with Joey.
Can you what?
People are literally harassing me and my minor child just because I'm affiliated with Joey.
Aw, not the babies.
I'm going to say this one time. That first one is a split decision. I don't know. I don't know whose Chloe's is. It's a split decision, okay? The rest of them are Gary's. But that first one, I'm in a split decision.
Oh, dude, oh God, what is he talking about now? Chloe, the oldest one, the 18-year-old that could barely write her name, may or may not have had a phone and social media. Now he's saying, I'm on the fence. She may not be Gary's after all. Fuck, dude. Wow. Well, DNA tests are underway for all the children found in that house. We're going to know if Gary was her daddy or not. Could have been another boy down the street. Is that what you're saying? Could have been another kid from down the street. Not that one, the other one. Jesus Christ almighty.
I don't know about conjoined. I don't know about none of that.
Oh, no, you don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. All we know is that we just found out about the twins too, and the rest of the world did.
Yeah, she's 18. I guess they're supposedly releasing them from the hospital, putting them in homes. Do you remember what kind of work, Christine? They didn't do no work.
According to the courts, all of the children were born in the hospital.
And that's a lie. Because they wouldn't have been calling them Jane Doe. They'd been fucking birth certificates and social securities and all that stuff. There was an investigator on here saying the same thing. I mean, she was bad-mouthing the hell out of me. But I don't care. Y'all are going to do it regardless. So, but she said that the same thing. Why didn't person around the family? I don't know. I don't know why Linda didn't say, or whoever, the last person, the neighbor. I don't know why the kids didn't speak out. I don't know. But what I do know is me and Sis had a very bad childhood. That's as much as I can give you on that. Maybe that's what Linda, maybe she is, maybe I am the reason she left. Casey may be right on that. I was a hell of a kid. I was very bad. So it might have been my reason she wanted to leave. He may be right about that.
I don't know who Casey is, but we keep talking about the Casey, and now he says Casey must have leveled the accusation that Elizabeth left because of you, Joey. And you mentioned in the beginning of all this, you need to defend that there was no inappropriate relationship between you and your sister. Wow. Oh, God, I wish I had not heard that part. And now hearing this part. Why would Casey say you're the reason Elizabeth wanted to leave the home? Oh, Jesus Christ, it just gets worse. I don't know how you keep all those kids inside without them begging to go out at some point. Or you just even wanting to, normally get outside and play for a while, whatever. We don't know what the hell would cause anybody to do that to children. No kind of life at all.
That. But I doubt it. Like I said, you couldn't catch me and my sister apart. So I think he may be lying about that. Yeah, he may be lying.
We don't know what injuries the kids had. We don't know anything about it. But honestly, Joey was already gone from the home when Elizabeth left.
I gotta go check on the puppy. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute and let this play.
He was already gone from the home when she met Gary. He lived with his ex-wife. And as much as him and his ex-wife don't get along anymore, I'm sure she'd be happy to even say.
Oh, I want to point out something. Since Casey wants to run his mouth, why don't you look up Rick Hayslip? He used to be a cop in Oak Hill. Then get.
Wait. Did she just say that Elizabeth had already left the home when she met Gary? Because Gary lived 2 houses down. What the fuck does she say? I don't want to put a whole lot of stock in what these people say. This girl wasn't around back then. So I don't know how she thinks she knows everything.
Back to me. See what he did.
For the people who are asking who Casey is somebody that has been frequently going on another live, a true crime live, talking about Joey all the time because he used to be Joey's neighbor. He's also the brother of Joey's ex-girlfriend, who was just trying to talk to Joey like 3 days ago, trying to like swoop back in.
Oh God, not the ex-girlfriend's brother's friend. What the hell's happening here? All right, now we know who Casey is. Okay. Wow.
I got the messages and I'll post them if you want me to. She was trying to say, oh yeah, she was trying to swoop in. Casey's mad because he thought she was getting a GoFundMe account and all this. No, I never was. And I even told her that she would not go tell him. I told her and he wouldn't take the video down. So y'all gonna get what you're getting now on the social media, I promise you. When they lived in the trailer park, their house was so nasty. Oh God, it was so nasty. Oh God. It was Ricky, Kara, Casey, and Kayla. They were addicted to K2 real bad. Really bad. Really bad.
Joey, didn't you say you wanted to speak on Tiffany too?
Oh, Tiffany? Oh, Tiffany. I forgot about her. Now, she wants to sit here and run her mouth. Her and my uncle got a big settlement off of her mom getting unalived by 2 state troopers in Gallipolis. But they got a lot of money, and they blew through it within 6 months doing powder substance. They were, yeah. So I know she's in here. My uncle bought a house with a garage so he could open a mechanics shop, but it all went to hell. He's drunk. They were all drunks, and they were all cokeheads. They all did drugs, all of them, every one of them. So they're sitting here by mouth. I've never touched a drug a day in my life, to be honest with you. Not one besides weed. Never.
Babe, watch naming things out. They're
I don't
trying
care
really
if they
hard to
say
keep
that.
your life.
Yeah, you have to use TikTok language or you'll get banned and everybody wants to be able to hear your story. I just wanted to say thanks for sharing your side of the story and letting us hear your voice.
Oh, you're welcome. Sorry,
Yeah.
I got a crack.
Thanks for inviting me on panel.
Oh, you're welcome. Ain't no problem. Ain't no problem.
For anybody that actually knows Joey, especially as an adult,
Justin's me and my
he's
brother.
an amazing person.
When was the last time you talked to
Thank you
Elizabeth?
for that gift on behalf of Joey.
2008. I have not talked to my sister. That's why I keep trying to tell everybody. I don't know. I don't know.
They keep asking about Justin, babe.
Justin, we grew up with him. Me, Casey, Jeremy, everybody. We all grew up with him.
He was also a kid at the time.
Yes,
So Jeremy, you guys all have to understand, Jeremy had a massive stroke a couple years ago. Jeremy has not been the same since. He has a really hard time typing things out and usually doesn't mean what he says. That's why yesterday he made a post and he was trying to make a point and then realized it came off completely wrong and tried to delete it, but the internet detectives got it before he could remove it. Honestly, we're a little upset with Jeremy right now. We don't feel like he should be saying that he's getting famous off of this. This is not something to get famous off of. This is not something anybody should want attention for. We just want to know if the kids are okay. We just want to know what happened to Elizabeth and where the decline started and just everything. We just want to know.
My mental health, I didn't go to bed until 9:30 this morning. I was up all day yesterday. I've been getting death threats. I've been getting all kinds of stuff. You kind of
From around the world.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
We've had people from Greece, we've had people from Australia, we've had people from all over the world. Like, I mean, they're even threatening my minor child.
Now that's Chef and all there's problems.
We are hoping so. The problem is the kids probably, we don't even know if they know that Joey exists. We don't know if they know any of their family members on the mom's side exist.
A few of them did when they was babies. A few of them knew Uncle Joey. Uncle Joey came around.
But that was way before Elizabeth left.
Oh yeah, that was. Whew. I had my first son in 2007, so right there tells you something right there. And mine's the oldest of all of them. He'll be 19 in August 1st. This damn
No,
son.
Jeremy is the middle child. Joey is the oldest. Jeremy is the middle child. And then Elizabeth is the baby.
That's my bad. For some reason, I thought Jeremy was the baby.
No, Jeremy is not the baby. He's the middle. Sissy's the baby.
He's the prodigal child, though.
Maybe that's why I thought he was the baby.
Yeah, because he even said it himself. He is the golden child. His ear was ripped off by a dog.
I don't know why Linda didn't report to my mom and dad. I don't know if she didn't want to get her family in trouble. I don't know if she didn't want to get in trouble. But if you report it, you're not going to get in trouble unless you know about it for so long.
Custody.
Nah, baby boy, I ain't got no baby boy. I'm 40 years old. The woman is my wife. And that woman knows a lot.
I think everybody in the chat is wanting to know if you could go into a little bit more detail on Elizabeth having a hard life growing up.
Joey, you're breaking up pretty bad, but everybody wants to know if you can go into more details about the abuse Elizabeth experienced.
Well, like I said, my mom would sit there and beat us, and she would smack Elizabeth in the face, pull her hair. She would do a lot of stuff to us. Wait till we got out of the thing, and she'd beat us with extension cords getting out of the water. For some days, for no reason, she'd get mad and come and beat us. She just beat me and my sister. Like, literally, me and my sister did not want to be at the house.
Like Joey said
And
earlier.
did your dad just sit back and watch it then, or?
No, I don't want to get into that. My dad's not who he used to. He's a good man now, but he
didn't used to be. I can relate. I can totally relate. So
that man is the only man I'm scared of in this whole world.
it's one of the ones I'm only scared of in the whole world too. So I completely understand that feeling.
Like, that man put me in the hospital for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And all the cops did was took him down there, asked him if he was all right, and let him out. Kicked me out of the house, made me live with my Aunt Christy. They didn't
Did
charge
he
him.
do the same kind of things to Elizabeth then?
Yeah, well, me and her got it bad, yeah. And all these people are going to say that's not true. Like, live it, then come tell me.
So now Dad's a good guy, but also the most frightening guy ever, and I can relate. I can't relate, but the lady says she could relate. I can't, honestly. I don't know what that's like. But you know, Dad is forgiven now. Mom's a piece of shit. She would smack us around. When they wanted to bring up Elizabeth, people want you to talk about Elizabeth. Y'all notice he ain't got much to say? That's why I was typing, oh, Elizabeth, oh yeah. He's like, oh, y'all want to hear about Elizabeth's abuse? Yeah, well, Mom used to smack us around. extension cords and shit for no reason. And what about Dad? He just sat there and watched. Well, I don't want to talk about Dad. He's a good guy now, though. That says all I need to know about your dad, sir. Grow a pair, maybe? You're 40 years old now. How old's your daddy? Set an example for your boys that you're not raising. Sorry, but I have to be blunt because I just am. He wants to put it all out there. I got the freedom to sit here and say, what?
Me and my
We
sister
honestly aren't very sure who Piper is. She requested, and we let her in.
I think she's
No, actually, I didn't request. I was invited, and I was.
But there's not a doubt about it, horsewoman, that she left one abusive situation and went right headfirst into another. At some point, she became an adult herself. And surely at one point, she had a reckoning that said, honey, this ain't a life you and these babies should be living.
was like, well, I don't know why I was invited, but here I
One
am.
of us might have accidentally hit it because every now and then, like if you see the little plus sign where it says like invite or like the boxes that are empty, every now and then somebody's face pops in and it suggests that we invite them.
So, are you in contact with Elizabeth, Joey, or do you?
No.
Why not?
No. My mom has been in
Came through.
contact with her. My mom said, or my brother and my mom has had conversations with her.
Do you plan on being in contact with her?
Yes.
The mom and the brother have talked to her. Like, since she's been in jail, but he hasn't yet. Joey hasn't. But Jeremy and the mom have. Interesting. Can we get those calls? Did they go down in person? Or did she call them on the phone?
So you're standing by her side through it all.
Until if it comes out that she did it, she was fully acknowledged. No, I will not. But until that happens, I'm getting tired of my sister being proven guilty without going through the court process. Everybody's like automatically guilty. There's a process proving you arrested. You prove us innocent until you know.
Innocent.
Yeah.
We want her to have an extensive psychological evaluation.
Innocent until proven guilty. You should be familiar with that enough that you don't butcher it.
We want to make sure.
Innocent until proven guilty. That's what I was trying to say. There you go.
We
Sorry.
want to make sure that she was not a victim.
Hi, Hannah. Hey, Joey.
I won't say
I'm going to
another
be
thing.
honest.
I won't say another word.
His mother is not saying anything about it. She wants it to go away. She wants to be left alone. She's not speaking to us about it. His family wants nothing to do with the situation. They said she made her bed, she can lay in it.
Oh, damn.
Hey, Joey, can you explain to us just like about the time if you was there that Elizabeth actually went and got married, like what transpired like days before, or kind of a reasoning that her mother finally let her go?
From what I was talking, like I said, they didn't get married until what, 2008?
2008.
Yeah, I was in Georgia, but my mom did call me. She said, your sister just got married. I said, how did she get married? She's underage. She said, we had to go over and emancipate her in West Virginia. I was like, I didn't even know what that meant. I had no idea what that meant. And she told me that that's where they sign all the rights, and she pretty much becomes an adult. And I asked her why she did it, but she really never gave me that.
Do you think it was because of her abuse at home?
I would say so. And part of me being a real big problem at home, there's probably another reason. I'm not going to deny that fact. I was pretty bad at home.
But you were in Georgia. So why is Elizabeth trying to get away from home? Because you were pretty bad at home. But you're living in Georgia. And your mom's like, hey, by the way, your sister got married. Your math ain't mathin', sir. You can't come off. That might fly at the TikTok state, but no, not on the YouTubes. With the armchair sleuths over here, we're a little bit different than them TikTok girls. I promise you that.
But if you were living in Georgia at that time, then you wouldn't have been there.
No, I'm talking about like.
Sorry, I spoke too soon. That TikTok lady's like, oh, hold the fuck up. I like you, lady. Okay. See, I like it when the questions are asked, because 9 times out of 10, that would have been glossed right on over. And they're like, just keep talking. Just keep talking. No, back it up, sir. So what's he got to say? He's like, no, I'm talking about like what before? Elizabeth, did she run away a lot? What's he talking about now?
Like growing up to that point.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that my actions, maybe she got too scared to be home because I was very violent.
So Elizabeth had PTSD because of your actions as a child. You were wild, but then you got a little older and you moved away. And she was still so affected, she got married and left the house because your ghost lived on. What the hell's he talking about? Is he making it all about him, or is he? What is he doing?
But you weren't home anymore, so you need to stop.
I'm trying to say before 2008, as we was growing up as kids. I'm not saying nothing else other than that past 2008. As I was growing up with her, as we was kids.
That ain't got nothing to do with her running off at the age of 15 when you're not home. Even your wife just called you out on it. You need to stop saying that. Is that fueling the rumors that you talked about at the beginning of your incredibly long TikTok live? Damn. This ain't like that 9-hour live we had to sit through, is it?
So you kind of became your father in a sense when you were younger, is what you're saying.
I thought it was okay to hit women because I seen it happening. I thought it was okay.
Oh, so what is he saying? He thought it was okay to hit women because his not good father, one time good father now, was he used to hit your mama? Did you used to hit Elizabeth, sir? What's that got to do with the situation of why Elizabeth left? Because you thought it was okay to hit women. Is he saying he abused his sister as well? Oh, I'm well aware, horseman. Yeah, one thing, a horsewoman. I'm far from naive, guys, and I've been covering crimes, not covering them, looking at them for 40 years, right? True crime is nothing new to me, but we've seen a lot of bizarre shit. But with the YouTubes now and social media, these people can come out and just live large in real time. It's wild that we see it like that. And this guy's out here a word salad and all this thinking we're going to follow his weird timeline here. She may have left because of me, the way I was. Sorry, you're talking about when you were a child? And now you think it's okay to hit women, and that was affecting your sister as well. Because you was what, hitting her?
I thought that's what you're supposed to do when they got mouthy with you. That's how I was brought up. I've changed.
Thank you for letting me up.
He thought you was supposed to hit women if a woman gets mouthy with you, you just hit her. That's the way I was brought up. So every time your sister said stop, you smack her. Give me my toy back. Did you smack her? Was that her getting mouthy?
One thing I want to say, though, is I think it's not fair, is that we're asking them to explain their trauma as a child, and to keep bringing that up as painful. Trauma is trauma, and to keep having to explain why somebody is the way they is, you can tell why she is the way she was.
Okay, well, he needs to get off the fucking internet then, little lady. We didn't ask him to come out here and unleash all their trauma. He did. He is bringing the drama to their trauma. But it ain't our fault.
She had a horrible childhood, and to keep asking these poor people, what did you do as a person, or what did your parents do? It's not fair. And I think we have to treat, these are real people. Like, it's not a true crime story, it's a real story. that these people have
Exactly, but he
endured.
came on here to be able to tell his truth, and that's part of coming out here on TikTok is answering the hard questions. And
okay, lady,
some people have to ask the hard questions and get the hard answers to get an insight to be able to study people and do what we do.
No,
It's
sure,
not to be,
I
it's
completely
not to
agree.
be malicious. It's not to keep bringing it up. We don't know these people. They're coming to us to tell their story, and everybody has questions.
No, I totally understand. And you of all people, Piper, I agree with you 100%. You've seen it worse than it's ever been. But he's explained it like 4 times already.
I'm sorry, I wasn't here.
Yeah, no, I know. I just feel
came in.
bad that they keep asking.
So, yeah, but we all know that's part of this is recap, please, recap, please, recap, please. And he knows that coming on here. He is a smart man. I can look at him and tell that he's lived a life like I've lived.
Yeah.
And he knows what this is about.
I get it. I'm just saying I think we need to focus on Elizabeth and not what his past was.
No.
Because his past has nothing to
It's
do with
just
it.
learning the whole family history, like, you know, and that he had fallen into the cycle, and he is a part of breaking the cycle, like I am, I hope, you know.
Sure.
So, and he deserves to be able to tell that cycle and to put that out there if he'd like to. If it's hard questions for him, I feel like he looks like he's a grown enough man. He'd be like, no, I don't want to answer that.
is this the kind of stuff that normally goes down on the TikTok show, or what are we missing over there? I don't know. They sound like they're just used to all this. What?
That or hey, everybody, quit asking me the same question. You know,
Hey, Joey, can I ask you one more question? I'm going to jump down and let somebody else come up. I think Ivory was wanting to come up. Do you remember back when you guys were growing up and Elizabeth met Gary? Do you remember the parents, like, did they do any type of work at all?
No, none.
None.
No. They traded cars here and there and made money off that. And I think they were getting SSI because he couldn't read. I'm pretty sure he was getting SSI because he couldn't read and write. I'm pretty sure.
Who?
Okay, that's what I was curious about.
Who couldn't read or write? The senior, junior? So the Siders had 3 daughters and Gary that we know of. If somebody couldn't read and write and they just traded cars for money.
I'm going to jump down and let somebody else come up. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
I am as well. And if I could request that you give She's Country my box, I would really appreciate that. She's a great woman. You'll love her.
Hey guys, can you get She's Country up here?
And
please?
same here. I would like to give my box up to Ivory Rose.
Okay, you all heard that. You all do that.
Ivory Rose knows.
I will put them in. I do just want to say one more thing to the person. Multiple people that are saying in the comments she's no victim. I just ask that you please research Stockholm Syndrome and Battered Woman Syndrome. They are very real. I personally stayed in a relationship for 13 years where I had my back broke, my hip broke, my eye socket broke, my ankle, my wrist.
Damn.
And I was too scared to leave at first, and then it just became part of normal life.
Hey, Joey. Hey, buddy.
I don't.
I just wanted to clarify for everybody in here. When I spoke to you last, Joey, could you tell them that how you met Gary Siders was because they lived in the trailer park next to you?
Yeah, they lived. Okay, we was on the end, 3687 Bealerville Pike. You had a blue white one, and then you had the middle one. They lived
Wait.
Gary Siders was because they lived in the trailer park next to you.
Yeah, they lived. Okay, we was on the end, 3687 Bealerville Pike. Had a blue white one, and then you had the middle one. They lived 4 trailers down from us. That's how I met him, and he was working on a truck.
So they all lived in a trailer park. He says they were 4 trailers down. We'd heard they were neighbors, and he lived 2 houses down from the news media reports there locally. According to Joey, they lived in the same trailer park, and there were 4 trailers apart.
That's how I met him. I didn't hang out with him. I didn't like him. I didn't hang out with him. My brother did. I didn't. Casey did. They all hung out with him.
Ivory, if you could please request a box. I'm not seeing you in here, love.
Hold on.
So the other brother and this Casey fella knew
Who?
Junior.
No, I'm not seeing this. I don't see Ivory. Ow. Yeah.
See, but it's different for everybody, Jukebox. Just because one person felt that, just because you had that strength, some people don't have that strength. Some people develop mental illness from it. Serious abuse can cause mental illness and cause people to go crazy. That is why there is a term called battered woman syndrome and Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, Linda would say that she was doing well. Yeah, obviously Linda did meet him. She was at the house. It's everywhere. She was sitting on the front porch. Obviously. And then there's a picture or a video going around showing her house, how bad it is.
Oh.
Look what Sassy Ohio said. She almost lost her life getting out, and Vinton did nothing.
I don't know who that is, but the Linda, he said there's a video out there of Linda's house looking just as bad. Now, Linda's the one on the front porch of the Siders' home, sitting there with her mom and daddy in the green chairs on the green bench. I've not seen a video of Linda's house floating around out there. It could be AI too. We don't know. Lord help us all. What's going down?
You guys have to understand, this is, unless you're from these areas, you don't know how they run. They run a lot slower than the rest of the world does. They're still all stuck in old times. A lot of people can't afford computers and social media and stuff, and these people, they live like back in like the 90s, like 80s and 90s. Like, it's different there.
Hold on. It's Vincent, little girl. Oh, God, little girl, sit the fuck down. Y'all, them ancient times in the 80s and the 90s. Okay. Damn it.
Very old school.
Hey guys, thank you for letting me up. So I have
Not
a question.
excuses. It's to give an understanding.
Go ahead, Ivory.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're
so, first of all, can I just say I appreciate you for coming out here, giving this explanation. You owe nobody nothing. I just want to put that out there. But I really do appreciate you coming on here. And
That's a really good point, Shortcake. Which makes you wonder, what the hell's wrong with Elizabeth? Okay, I can get behind the fact that she was a victim. I just can't wrap my head around why she wasn't bathing her children and taking care of them. Absolutely. Because, yeah, I could see, okay, yeah, Stockholm syndrome, whatever, battered wife syndrome. But not taking care of the kids, you're afraid of him, you're afraid to leave, you're afraid, all the things women stay for. And I'm not saying anything about battered women, because I'm not, trust me, I know things. But not taking care of the kids, that's different. That's different than a battered woman, right? Who is afraid for her life. They take care of their babies. That's what we're saying. That's what a lot of us are like, what is wrong with her? That she can't take care of the children even. Is Gary not allowing her to do that? Is that what we're saying now? Is Gary kept her down, wouldn't allow her to care for the kids he kept forcing her to have? You know, so there's a lot of that too. every time you think of one thing, there's another question to follow that with, right? It's wild. There's just so much here that has to be unpacked. The depression could cause it, yeah, but what was causing her depression? The abuse from Gary, allegedly, right? The having all the babies, and the postpartum depression that could have been at play, so severely depressed that she couldn't get up and clean the house. Now we're also hearing, no, things were good, it's just Christina got sick and she couldn't do it no more. So again, well, why couldn't Elizabeth, right? So I'm going to be curious to see where the mental health evaluations fall with Elizabeth, because you know damn well they're coming. Seniors attorneys already got the ball rolling for Siders stuff. Sider Senior, his evaluations, because he's going to go for the and not competent. But Elizabeth is going to be interesting to see how her defense attorney wants to attack that, if you will. Yeah.
Answering questions.
We haven't seen them say she has postpartum, but don't be surprised if it doesn't enter the picture.
And being there for the kids. So for that, I want to say thank you and kudos to you for putting everything out there. And I'm sorry that you're being attacked. Now, that being said, I'm just curious, and you touched on it a little bit before. What do you think, like in your heart of hearts, knowing the area, knowing the people, the players in the game, what do you think happened?
I think my sister, after so long, after having so many babies, she probably didn't want no more. This is all allegedly. I don't know. This is allegedly. I think after she had so many kids, she didn't want none, and they kept her there tied up, making her have them kids.
Oh.
I mean, if you look at that bruise, that bruise around her arm is so embedded. It looks permanent.
Okay, so he's talking about that mark. We can pull the picture up, but that photo, I still have it pulled up back here or loaded up. In her arrest photo, there's it appears to be a band. I'll call it a band. It looks like a band, but it appears to be a bruise on her arm. But it's the only one. There's not one on the other arm that we can see anywhere. So that's what he's speculating. People were speculating. Was she confined? Was she tied down? Was she anything? He's over here alleging that she didn't want no more babies and Gary tied her up and forced her. But she was giving birth at the hospital, so she wasn't tied up the whole time, allegedly, according to his theory. So I guess her fears were like, oh God, even though I'm untied long enough to go have the baby, I better not tell anybody. When I get home, he's going to tie me up again and knock me right back up again. No.
There's big old black bruises around her neck and everything.
I didn't see that.
They don't just pop up for no reason.
Now, I'm going to say this. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I think I'm lagging a little bit. I absolutely agree with you, though. Now, I am a woman with a lot of kids, all right? I've had 10 on purpose, all right? But I'm going to tell you from experience, it's physically, emotionally, and psychologically taxing. Physically, to have that many kids. Now, she's had almost 1.5 times the amount that I've had, and she is far younger than I am. Now, I don't see any woman, in my opinion, choosing to have a baby back to back to back like that, making that decision. I really don't. So I absolutely agree with you. First of all, she was getting pregnant. And again, coming from a medical perspective, that girl was getting pregnant before she should have. Like, at the point where it was just starting to be.
We know that, okay? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. Doesn't mean, and I'm not, because they're speculating she's being forced to have the babies. Yeah, there's a good chance she was being forced to have relations that would cause her to get pregnant. And it's going to take a toll on the body, all these pregnancies, but why wasn't she ever on birth control? We got to put this on her at some point. Even if she was abused, tied up, forced, she was going to the hospitals, according to the prosecutor, and having these babies. There's 15 birth certificates out of these 16 kids that we know of. So don't tell me this girl wasn't giving birth at the hospital. Is anybody telling y'all she didn't? They have not seen that anywhere. There's no confirmation, but we know they've got at least 15 sets of birth certificates. And the set of death certificates on the little twins, the conjoined twins. So it's separate the fact from fiction. You know what I mean? Because a lot of what these people right here on this TikTok thing are saying, a lot of this is fiction, a lot of it's speculation. We don't know the extent, of their. Here's the thing about addiction, the fact that drugs could be a part of it. They don't look like they are addicted to something. And that don't mean they're not using. I'm saying what you would typically think a full-blown addiction would look like. We've seen images out there, right? Junior don't look like he's missing a whole lot of meals. Don't look like he's doing something that's causing him to stay skinny. Elizabeth doesn't look the best, but she doesn't look frail. Y'all know what I mean? They don't appear to be hitting the pipe and whatever people do. That don't mean they're not. What does each drug can cause different effects. Opioid addiction. You're not going to look like the town crackhead. You know what I mean? It's just, sorry to be so blunt, but you're just not. It's going to look, the alcoholic, it's going to look different than the meth head. Right? So we don't know what they used, if they used, how deep that went. And again, what was this parallel investigation that's under seal? What was that all about?
Possible for her to get pregnant again, and bam, she picked up she was pregnant. But let me ask you this. You know the Siders, you know the area. Why do you think that they want her to have those children? Do you think they were doing something with the kids? Do you think it was money?
Me personally, I think it was for money so they didn't have to work. But eventually that stuff cuts off and then they're screwed. And I think that's what happened. They got cut off and there wasn't no way to afford them kids no more.
So they might have been receiving benefits at some point and then got cut off. Junior and Elizabeth, no way to support the kids now. We got our benefits cut off because for whatever reason, and now it's up to Granny and Pawpaw to support them until they couldn't no more. And then they just decided, oh, well, we don't need to go get real jobs. We lost all of our benefits. No need to get a job, Gary Jr. We'll just live in poverty and never bathe. And you might be the only one eating well. Ew, fucking sick bastard.
So I think they were going to let them die, unalive.
You, Higgins.
I'm sorry I get used to the stuff on here. I'm not used to that stuff. But I think that's what, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's allegedly.
Right, Higgins, different things can look very different on people. So we can't look at their images and let it say it alone. Like, this is what's got to be happening. Or take a look at the house and say, well, that's got to be. What we do know is it's got to be something. So we're wondering, is it drugs? Is it mental illness? Is it hardcore abuse from someone in that home making everybody live this way? They all is their mental abuse contagious? I mean, their mental health issues, is it contagious? They all got it at the same time? What's going on?
But it's in my brain. You're right. You're right, Ivory.
So now, do we know that they were getting money from the state for the children?
Yes, my sister.
We don't know that factually.
I do. I know. I know for a fact. The first two kids that were born, she was getting that 3-year extension stuff that you get from the welfare department for having a kid. She was getting that, but after that ran out, I don't know.
And I'm sorry to keep asking, but these are just things. This is such a complex situation.
Oh, I know.
Now, going back to the marriage at 15 years old. Now, first of all, she wasn't even old enough to be on her own. Obviously, she was only 15. Why do you believe your parents allowed her to get married? Did they put up a fight?
From what I heard, no, they just went and signed it. And the problem is they never wanted me and Elizabeth around. we were a burden. Oh, believe me, we and her got called that all the time.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that before you even said it, when I really tried to look at the situation. Now, do you think, and again, knowing the Siders, I don't know these people from Adam, do you think that there was some abuse from maybe the father to your sister? I don't mean to say that, I'm sorry.
Are you talking about my dad or his dad?
His dad.
I think that he was doing stuff with my sister, yes. I think most of the baby needs to be DNA tested to make sure of that too. Oh, and since the since the rumors are going around that it's mine, I will definitely take mine. My DNA is all over the place anyway in prisons, so they can find that.
Rumors going around about one of them being yours. Holy shit, we don't need all that. Oh my God. And he's listening to internet rumors, obviously, about what's going on in that house. Sir, that's dangerous. You need to stop that. You're speculating now based off internet rumors that you're sitting up here trying to dispute about yourself. That's rich. What in the actual hell?
Are they saying that?
Yeah, they're saying I slept with my sister.
Oh.
Like they are. This Heather woman over on the other crime show is saying I slept with my sister.
Oh my gosh.
I ain't been home. I ain't even been around my sister. And that's gross. Like, that's beyond gross.
Wow. Wow.
If there was any of that going on inside of a family, you know what I'm talking about, the INCES word. If that was going on, that was inside that house. That did not happen in our family. Never.
Is there any SA that happened in your family?
Oh, shit.
Besides me, my uncle doing what he did to me, not that I know of.
Thank you for being honest about that. I appreciate that.
A clip. The reason he is calling her out personally from that is because we were sent a clip where they were talking about how Joey was accused of SAing his sister, and that was why she left, and that the oldest child could possibly be Joey's.
It's gross.
Wow. Whoa. Rachel. We dared to jump in, and we did, didn't we? You're still here with me. It's later. I'm in the future. Rachel's 2 hours behind me. Is she my only mod in here tonight with me? The other ones had to go turn in, and we understand. Thank you, Rachel, for sticking it out. Thank you guys for who are still here. Wow, we are all we were all at the same time when I was going, wow, wow, wow. I looked down, y'all were all going, wow, just wow. We were all wowing at the same time. Yeah, he's gross. Damn. Right, so why talk about it? Huh. Didn't he just say that his father could have messed around with her? Did he say that? He said he was accused of it, apparently, allegedly here.
Since the rumors are going around that it's mine, I will definitely take mine. My DNA is all over the place anyway in prisons, so they can find that.
Are they saying that?
Yeah, they're saying I slept with my sister. Like they are. This Heather woman over on the other crime show is saying I slept with my sister.
Oh my gosh.
I ain't been home. I ain't even been around my sister, and that's gross. Like that's beyond gross. If there was any of that going on inside of a family, you know what I'm talking about, the INCES word. If that was going on, that was inside that house. That did not happen in our family. Never.
Oh, if family relations were going on, that didn't happen in our house. That happened in that house, meaning the Siders' house. But we don't know if that was happening yet. Did y'all both hear that? Did he say that if it had, is that what y'all heard? Did that go back far enough? Didn't he just say the father could have messed around with her? It was before that? Okay.
Allegedly. I don't know. This is allegedly. I think after she had so many tenants, she didn't want none, and they kept her there tied up, making her have them kids. I mean, if you look at that bruise, that bruise around her arm is so embedded. It looks permanent. There's big old black bruises around her neck and everything. They don't just pop up for no reason.
Now, I'm going to say this. I absolutely, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I think I'm lagging a little bit. I absolutely agree with you, though. Now, I am a woman with a lot of kids, all right? I've had 10 on purpose, all right? But I'm going to tell you from experience, it's physically, emotionally, and psychologically taxing. Physically, you know, to have that many kids. Now, she's had almost 1.5 times the amount that I've had, and she is far younger than I am. Now, I don't see any woman, in my opinion, choosing to have a baby back to back to back like that, making that decision. I really don't. So I absolutely agree with you. First of all, she was getting pregnant. And again, coming from a medical perspective, that girl was getting pregnant before she should have. Like, at the point where it was just starting to be possible for her to get pregnant again. And bam, she picked up, she was pregnant. But let me ask you this. You know the Siders, you know the area. Why do you think that they want her to have those children? Do you think they were doing something with the kids? Do you think it was money?
I think, me personally, I think it was for money so they didn't have to work. But eventually that stuff cuts off and then they're screwed. And I think that's what happened. They got cut off and there wasn't no way to afford them kids no more. So I think they were going to let them die, you know, unalive. I'm sorry I ain't used to the stuff on here. I'm not used to that stuff. But I think that's what, yeah. It's allegedly, but it's in my brain. You're right. You're right, Ivory.
So now, do we know that they were getting money from like the state for the children?
Yes, my sister.
We don't know that factually.
I do. I know for a fact. The first 2 kids that were born, she was getting that 3-year extension stuff that you get from the welfare department for having a kid. She was getting that, but after that ran out, I don't know. I don't know.
And I'm sorry to keep asking, but these are just things. This is such a complex situation.
Oh, I know.
Now, going back to the marriage at 15 years old. Now, first of all, she wasn't even old enough to be on her own. Obviously, she was only 15. Why do you believe your parents allowed her to get married? Like, did they put up a fight?
From what I heard, no, they just went and signed it. And the problem is they never wanted me and Elizabeth around. We were a burden. Oh, believe me, we and her got called that all the time.
I'm not going to lie. I thought that before you even said it, when I really tried to look at the situation. Now, do you think, and again, knowing the Siders, I don't know these people from Adam, do you think that there was some abuse from maybe the father to your sister? I don't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Are you talking about my dad or his dad?
His dad.
I think that he was doing stuff with my sister, yes.
He's talking about Siders Sr. right there. Was that what y'all were talking about? That segment there? Tennessee allows 18 months food assistance in your lifetime. Oh, really? Other states don't have, no, Florida don't have that. People I know. 18 months, that's crazy. I don't know. Every state's different. Everybody has their own beliefs about people getting benefits. You know what I mean? You never know when your family's going to need a benefit, so don't knock it. That's all I can ever say to people. And I mean that. You don't know that you or your husband won't become injured at work today or tomorrow, and you find yourself in a situation you never thought you'd be in. And how are you going to feel when you have no choice but to get some benefits to help whatever? Just say you had to. You just never know, right? It should never be a way of life. You know what I mean? So I don't knock anybody getting benefits for whatever their reason. Don't abuse the system, and I ain't gonna try to tell you how to do it. Just do it right, where you spend them and shit. But we don't. Everybody, it's easy these days to say it's all about the money. Follow the money. They had all these babies for the money. I think it went much deeper than that. I'd not a doubt in my mind when she was a minor, Gary Jr. 18, she's had a baby, they're getting some assistance, probably the food stamps, maybe the Medicaid. I don't know what, they're in Ohio. when they had the baby when they were first married. I don't know the timeline of when they lived in Wisconsin, but they ended up back in Ohio for a majority of all this time. So go by whatever the rules are there in Ohio. We don't know. I don't think they're sitting out there having the babies to make bank, because they weren't. They're not drawing checks on all these children. They're not getting thousands of dollars in food stamps and money every month because I got all these kids, because we're not seeing any evidence of that yet. And there's no way a state's going to supply this family with all this money, because in Florida, if you are an able-bodied adult, you will get your ass up and go to work. You got kids where they'll help you, but if you're able-bodied, you have to go. It's a work requirement, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. So for them for Gary and her to qualify and receive benefits, they probably had to be actively looking for work at the same time, if they're not disabled themselves, right? Then you have to say, well, if they were, say, what if Junior is like disabled, he's got something wrong, then he would have been drawing a disability check for that, right? But we're not seeing any evidence they were out there just using all these kids to fund a lifestyle of luxury while the babies were trapped in the basement starving. There's much more to it than that. Just like sometimes there's more to than it's just for a click and a view. It's way deeper than that sometimes. Y'all know what I mean. Food stamps only. You can't get insurance unless it's emergency circumstance. Now that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. If they need to save money, find other fucking ways to do it. But that right there is not fair. That's like saying, sorry, poor America. You only can get insurance for an emergency. Hope you don't get cancer. What the fuck? Really? A society, we're cool with that? I'm not. I'm just not.
I think most of the baby needs to be DNA tested to make sure of that too.
Rachel, the rumor is they were living on SSI, but that's a rumor. The only thing we know is the seniors, Granny and Pawpaw, were the only two receiving a check. And I guarantee y'all it was probably Social Security checks and goes hand in hand with the Medicare. Now, as far as they're not living off of it, they're barely surviving if they were getting any kind of, as far as the other two, Granny and Pawpaw were going to barely make enough to support themselves over there. So there's no way they're supporting that whole family. We know they're starving to death. But they're living on SSI. It's not even a rumor. That's apparently the only income in that house. You know what I mean? But I think for people to sit back and say, well, they were having all these kids and they're drawing all this money and that's the end of that. No, it's not that at all. Right? It's just not. They did, Higgins. The prosecutor said that, y'all. That's how we know. Yeah, the prosecutor said what they know so far. They have birth certificates on most of the children. The senior parents both were drawing benefits, and they paid rent. They were not squatters. And we also know they did have the water on at the home. So, it is what it is. They weren't sitting there making bankroll off these kids, though, is what I'm saying. It wasn't like all the kids were getting a check and they're just living large out there on it. You know what I mean? So it was just the grandparents. And trust me, I don't give a freak what state you live in. 2 old people living off Social Security is barely enough for them to survive on. There's no way in hell that whole family was living on the high hog. Y'all know what I mean?
And since the rumors are going around that it's mine, I will definitely take mine. My DNA is all over the place anyway in prisons. So
you mean you're in CODIS? That's what you mean there, Joey. Joey's in CODIS.
Find that.
Are they saying that?
Yeah, they're saying I slept with my sister. Like this Heather woman over on the other crime show is saying I slept with my sister.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
I ain't been home. I ain't even been around my sister. And that's gross. Like that's beyond gross. If there was any of that going on inside of a family, you know what I'm talking about, the INCES word. If that was going on, that was inside that house. That did not happen in our family. Never.
Is there any SA that happened in your family?
Besides me, my uncle doing what he did to me, not that I know of.
Oh, Faye, we don't know how reliable this one is. He's a wild card. Take it all with a grain of salt. We've been very critical. We've caught him a couple times, we're side-eyeing him. We're trying to get him to talk about Elizabeth's abuse, but he just wants to talk about his own stuff.
Thank you for being honest about that. I
We were
appreciate
sent
that.
a clip. The reason he is calling her out personally from that is because we were sent a clip where they were talking about how Joey was accused of SAing his sister, and that was why she left, and that the oldest child could possibly be Joey's.
Oh my God.
It's gross. Gross. Like, come on, man.
Oh my gosh.
I understand the stuff that's going on, the hills have eyes and stuff, but come on, just because we live in a little back country town, don't mean we're like that. That's not what's going on. Now, if it is, like I said, it was in that household, not our household.
There's a lot of new people in here. Joey himself in the beginning of this live admitted to being SA'd himself as a kid.
Well, by my own uncle. That's hard to talk about, but I've talked about it with psychologists a lot, so it's easy for me to come out with it. Not easy, but it's there. Now my uncle, he could have he's in Noble County or Noble Prison right now for Jamie Raines. Just look him up. He's fucking disgusting. Just if my sister was around him by herself, that right there could be a very, very good.
When I met Joey, Joey was a very broken man. And Joey is healing every day.
Over your uncle. Well, I got his name. Is that your dad's brother or your mama's? Careful what you say on the internet, sir, because some of us are just, we're listening to your drama, but we're listening to a lot of stuff at the same time. Oh, God.
They're asking if it was Jamie Raines.
I'm not playing victim. No one's playing. I am not playing victim.
Oh, no.
Not playing victim. I'm telling truths. There is no one playing victim here. I could care less if you believe me or not.
One more question. As far as Gary Siders Sr., now I don't know the situation on how they approached you or how your sister approached the family, that, your parents, that she was pregnant. But obviously those children were close because they were dating for a minute before that. Do you think it's possible that Gary could have done something to her and that's why they needed her to be married so quickly?
Problem.
I mean, Gary Sr. Like maybe that's why they needed her to be married with Gary Jr.
I don't know. That I don't know.
I wasn't sure if you knew them and you were a little like iffy or suspect on like, their behavior with her. I just wasn't sure, but I appreciate it.
They were nice. They let her around mom and everything. But around 2008, all that stuff stopped. No, they were nice. Mom loved them. They were all.
So how do we know that Gary and Elizabeth have always lived with the senior Siders, right? We don't even know when that started. Did it start when she was 15? Because they were so young. She's 15, he's 18. She's knocked up. They got to get married. Did they move in with his parents immediately? Because Elizabeth's like, we're not staying in my parents' house. You see the shit going down over here. Did they always live with the Siders? The senior ones, I wonder. I'd like to see the timeline on when they actually, did they ever live on their own? You know what I mean? We got questions about that too.
Getting together, everybody was doing fine. But after.
And then in 2008, it just changed?
Whatever happened.
I agree with the failure tattoo. The failure tattoo. It's the first thing I noticed.
I don't know what happened. That was it. Last time.
Oh, wow.
She quit talking to mom. She cut all severs. She cut all communication with all of us. It was over. Done.
The one that they said could not speak is the oldest daughter, but we have proven that that is incorrect. We literally have a video, like an audio clip of her. Babe, turn your screen back.
No, babe.
We literally have an audio clip on Joey's Facebook. For anybody that wants to go see it, look Joey up on Facebook. It's mixed in with the pictures that he posted today. But if you scroll down, you can hit play and you can hear like her speak.
What?
We have not heard anything about her being active on social media in the last couple of days.
She's saying they've posted that voice clip onto Joey's Facebook. What, the one from the guy from India sent them? Hold on, we gotta make a note of that, Rachel. Hang on. Joey's Facebook is mixed in with some pictures they posted. The voice clip. All right.
Days. Well, hi, babe.
Hi.
How you doing, my internet boyfriend?
I live in a shed.
Because, you know, I'm sorry. We had to put that little joke out there because it was said today that me and Joey are just in an internet relationship and he lives in a shed.
Aren't you? And they're good. There they go with their internet relationship again. Y'all, it's okay to be friends, but if you're dating somebody on the internet and you're just internet what's going on? What's happening with this internet relationship shit?
You his wife?
You're just boyfriend and girlfriend on the internet. Oh my God.
Yes.
Wow, they'll come up with anything for some talk,
It
huh?
is unbelievable the things that are being said, and it's so sad the amount of people that believe it. But we don't know if she's been active on social media. We have been told that the oldest daughter is being treated as a minor because of her disabilities and
Whoa,
that she
whoa,
is
wait.
also in protective custody.
You've been told by who, by what? Because I got questions because she is 18 years old. I can't not unsee that. So I ain't really said nothing because, you know, she's in the home and she's been abused. But she's 18. She's not a minor. I don't know if her mentality will affect that moving forward with the charges. But yeah, there's questions to be asked, but these people are, I don't know if he's helping his sister at all by being out here running that mouth. Y'all know what I mean? I'm not saying he needs to be helping her, but either way, it could be damaging. Say either way you look at a case, he's putting a lot out there. Do y'all get what you know what I'm saying? That wasn't funny either, lady. Insensitive. Yeah. Well, they're internet boyfriend and girlfriend. This is a big joke at times. It's crazy. Are we sure all the kids belong to that mom? No, not yet. Now, the 15 birth certificates I know they have say that they're the parents. Elizabeth told her attorney she's the mother of all the kids. But I know they're allegedly still conducting DNA tests. So we don't know yet that Gary and Elizabeth are the parents to all of the kids, but right now, all of the indications look like they are. And then that's what made me wonder, okay, so what if they really all are Elizabeth and Gary's? We got a small house with a bunch of people. I can see a bunch of people in one room at a time, and it's filthy. That's disgusting. Is there evidence of physical abuse, healing bruises, current bruises? Y'all know all the things we discussed earlier. Signs of SA on any of these children, that type of abuse. The psychological abuse is there. Oh my God, come on. Living in a house of filth, can't go outside to play, not being fed properly because nobody's reported them buying groceries.
So there's damn well some abuse going on in that house. But what level? Does it get worse and worse and worse? Or does it stop right there with the neglect? We're not feeding you, we're not bathing you, and we're not cleaning the house. But I love you and I'll read you a story, right? Come here, I'll hold you if you're crying. But I don't have money to feed you and I can't clean the house because I'm depressed. Like, I'm neglecting you. What the God, see? We can't put up with hardly any child abuse. Not even hardly. None. The house alone is physical abuse. Ugh.
And that she's not. We don't know, though. We honestly don't. We've been trying our hardest to get any kind of information, but because they are.
Yeah, most states don't require you to prove your paternity before you sign a birth certificate. You could probably, depending on your state, you can probably put any name you want to on there. But right now, legally, yes, they are on the birth certificates as the parents, and she says she's the mom. But she could also be covering that ass, right? So we don't know yet officially, but it looks like they are. So we have to also, we can't say they're not, but we can't say they are either at this point.
In protective custody, we can't get anything.
No, it's sealed. Same thing they did to my son. They sealed it so nobody will know nothing.
Did Elizabeth graduate high school?
No, she quit in ninth grade. Well, no, eighth. She was going to get ready to go to ninth. In eighth grade, she was done.
So about the time she got married, she was done with school?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to make a quick comment. I see a lot of the people in your comments talking about she wasn't a victim. And I just want to say this. At 15 years old, I can't imagine my 15-year-old going off, getting pregnant, and getting married.
Oh,
At
no.
15 years old, you're a child. The law says you can't make an adult a decision until you're 18 years old, right? It doesn't matter. You could sit there. You can't buy, alcohol. You can't do nothing until you're 18, because that's what the law specifically says, is when you're old enough to make decisions and all of that. So tell me how it's 16 to be emancipated, but yet she could be married at 15. How is she not a victim? Even if, and again, I'm not saying you could be both a perpetrator and a victim at the same time. Now, she absolutely is a victim. Nobody can argue that. You have to understand, she wasn't even old enough to be emancipated. That wasn't even an option for her yet. And wasn't near the age the government says that she's not capable of making decisions.
Absolutely.
So how 15 years old, and then you're 2 years later, you're off with this family, lost all communication with your own safety net, your own mom, dad, brothers, siblings, cousins and everything else. So even if she did do it, both can be true. She absolutely is a victim.
Yeah.
And I just want to put that out there.
I have a 16-year-old daughter. She just turned 16. And I could never imagine. I am a helicopter mom. I have to know where my daughter's going, who she's going with. I have to know their parents. I have Life 360.
Okay, so even if Gary Jr. took her away at 15, isolated her, did all the things we know these kind of guys are capable of doing, keeping her from her friends, her family, absolutely did all that, his family was still connected. His family was still helping out with water bills. His family still gave up a car. His sister still came to visit in that very house. So what about that family, right? It's on both sides, man.
See on my phone to make sure she's exactly where she says she's going to be. Like, I am very, very strict because this world is a nasty place.
And she got me as a dad too, so I love that little girl to death. That's my best friend right there.
So there was no drugs involved that we know of?
No, I don't know about no drugs.
We don't know what's happened in like the past 15 years. Not a single clue.
No, I don't know nothing about no drugs being used, so I don't know. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that.
So now you originally lived in the area that she's from, right?
Me, who?
I don't know what the law requires now. here, Higgins, Florida, you could not get married. But all you had to do was drive 20 minutes across state line to Alabama with parental consent. You could get married and then drive back across the state line and go, I'm married. So that's how simple it was. Now, that was absolutely the way it was in the 80s. I couldn't tell you what it's like now because I knew somebody who that did it, right? She absolutely did it, but she was a minor. But that was the way, and actually a lot of people did it. A lot of people did it back then. You just go across state line, you get married with parental consent. It didn't take but a few minutes to get across the state line. In a lot of cases, it's like that. So I think it's going to vary from state to state. But yeah, I don't know what the laws are now, but yeah, at the time with parental consent in a lot of states, you could do it because it wasn't abnormal. It was just becoming abnormal for girls to have babies at 15, y'all. There was a time in this country, you got to go further than the 80s and the 90s, little TikTok girl, but it was normal for girls to get married at 13 years old and start having the babies. You were an old wife by the time you were 17, if you were 18 and not married with a child, you might as well hang it all up. You know what I mean? So it changed over the years. We've evolved as people. We're like, no, we've gotten better and we don't do that anymore. But of course it happens. Kids have, young women and minors have babies all the time. But it was very common. But yeah, I don't know what the laws are now, but it was very common to go across state lines and do that all the time.
You did?
Yeah, Gallipolis. It's right down the road.
Okay, so now can I ask you, and again, obviously you're not saying any of this is fact, right? I just want to put that out there for you because that's going to be clipped. But is there word on the street of what people are saying? Like you may know some people who are still from there. You're right there. Like, what's the word on the street? Is anyone friends of the family, the Siders, or anybody saying they think, or any stories going around circulating?
My wife got a text message today. If she wants to read it to you, I don't know. I don't live in Ohio. I'm nowhere near Ohio.
I think the messages need to go to the investigators before they're released publicly because this person wants to stay anonymous because she does not want all of the media coming after her and internet detectives attacking.
The one you talked about earlier with her whole ass story that you needed to vet? That same girl? Don't be putting all that out here without going to detectives first if it could hurt the case. What do you do? I think I'll just keep that private now because I'm going to give it to the detectives. I think you gave us the story earlier. Y'all remember? Put it on rewind.
Her, but she said that she knew them and she was around them recently. She said that the house was not in those conditions until recently. That she said that Lynn started to decline and wasn't able to keep up with the house anymore. And basically that Gary Jr. went on like a narcissistic rampage and was controlling the kids. He wasn't allowing them outside. He wasn't allowing them on phones. He wasn't even allowing Elizabeth to do anything. We don't know if that's true. It hasn't been verified. So that's why another reason I don't want to read it off, because
she's not going to read the text messages or produce the text messages for a fake Facebook girl account. And we're just going to give it to investigators. But I'll tell y'all all about it and tell you what it said. You might as well show the shit at that point. What in good God? Forrest Gump's mama don't lie. You can't fix stupid? Damn Higgins, what did Higgins say? Yes, my grandmother's brother, he was a lot older than her. She had a large family, or a lot of siblings, right? One of them got married and he was young. He was a minor, but the girl was also very young. And like they stayed married till they both died, 60 years of marriage, but they were very young when they married. And I remember my mama always saying, y'all ain't getting married and y'all get that young. No, we don't do that. We're not. That was the old days. But But it was common for young girls to get married at 15 years old, and you were having babies. I'm talking 100 years ago, guys, or more, you know what I mean? Very, very common. It's Little House on the Prairie days type shit.
This came to me from a fake account because she wants to hide her identity. And I'm not going to do that to her. We had actually 2 people come to us, 2 fake accounts come to us saying that they're aware of what's going on and aware of situations. I had another
2 fake accounts. Why does she keep pointing that out? These are fake accounts. How does she know that? Does she mean anonymous? Because wouldn't that sound better? I've had 2 people reach out anonymously. Not, I've had some fake accounts reach out and they've said this and they've said that. You good Lord.
other person send me some of the children's YouTube channels too, where the kids are talking. And I'm not sure if you guys have littles or not, but when my daughter was little, she used to get on YouTube and be like, hey guys, this is me, or not YouTube, but she'd make her own videos on her phone. Hey guys, it's me. I'm playing with this Barbie doll and she has blonde hair, like just little kid stuff. And it was videos like that of the children.
Yeah, I got all kinds of stuff that
Kids are making videos of themselves pretending to be social media. Is that what little kids do these days? They get the phone and mimic mommy. Hi guys, it's me. This is my ritual today. Don't you wish you could do it too? What the fuck's weird? Lord, poor little babies.
you all do not have. Like you all do not have.
We're giving everything to the investigators because we want, his name is Joey Russell. Just look for Joey Russell. I'm sure it'll actually come right up just because so many people are going to his page right now that unfortunately he's trending. We don't want the attention. We want it to stop. That's why all my accounts.
There it is. Possibly, allegedly, maybe. We're trending. Y'all don't go look at the account. We may or may not be trending. Let's not help them trend any longer. Damn it, man. But we're here for the popcorn. Oh my God, what's happening, y'all? It's 1:30 in the damn morning and we're all like going, well, damn. No, I hear you, Higgins. Look, small-minded and simple-minded. It is what it is, right? Be like Loretta Lynn inside the Coal Miner's Daughter movie when she's all mad at Doolittle. By God, I ain't ignorant. I might be ignorant, but I ain't stupid. Whatever she said. I can't remember it now verbatim. But yeah, yoo-hoo, good Lord. I'm starting to get hungry. Like, I want some food now.
Are private. Joey does not want the attention from it. We're absolutely upset with his brother right now because he's talking on Facebook about being famous.
Jeremy's on Facebook talking about being famous. Oh my God, their sister's trauma has made them famous. Their sister's abuse has made them famous. Oh, which one's Facebook, Rachel? I've already been looking at their Facebooks before all of this. I hadn't looked in a couple of days, though. Did you? Oh, wait, let me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because he's got the picture up with him. Yeah, but I don't remember seeing. Did you see the clip anywhere posted on there that he's talking about? And then the other one is Jeremy. His account's also on Facebook. Wait, what is this? Now comes counsel for the defendant, attorney Dorian Keith Baum, who respectfully requests that this honorable court grant an order for the release of any relevant private and public records related to the defendant, Gary Siders, born 4/1953, directly to Dr. Hinko at Forensic Diagnostic 9. Hang on, because that's, who's posted this? Oh, the same person I got. It's document on Siders Sr. Remember, y'all, he went into the hospital? And it's about his records. Facebook. I went on there looking. See, I always go there and see other shit and start looking. Let me see if I see anything else.
He is. He said, "Oh, got my popularity." And I was like, "Are you serious over your sister? Like, say something instead of downing her. That's your sister. Say something."
Right.
So I'm going to. Whether people like it or not, I'm going to. I believe she has a right to be heard, and I'm going to be that voice.
So we don't know exactly what the kids' conditions are. We are only going off of what we've heard from investigators that released it in the press conference. Everything else, the court sealed everything else about this investigation.
I've been talking to her ex-boyfriend for a while now. It's real. He's real. He calls me uncle and everything.
The profile picture of a dog would be mine. That is my Facebook. And
okay, hold on, you two drama queens, stop it for a moment. I gotta focus. I'm trying to read this document. Hold on, y'all. On July 10th, counsel was notified by Forensic Diagnostics 9 that the defendant was scheduled for an evaluation to be completed by Dr. Hrinko at the same office. Hrinko specifically requested that the court order that he be permitted access to any and all discovery in this matter. Why would the doctor evaluating him medically need to see all the discovery in this case? Nosy fuckers. What are we doing here? Further, counsel also asked to request copies in all the documents related to the defendant's incarceration at Southeastern Ohio Regional Jail and all medical records from their facility. Let's see. Counsel believes that only be releasing these records will. I don't know why that's weird that the doctor wants to see the discovery. I don't understand that part. Why do you need to see that? You're evaluating the person.
I have most of everything private. I did share a link there, though, for anybody that would like to donate to the children. There is it's not a link, but it's where you can go. You can open it up and
it does not come to me.
Go to delete to the children or to donate to the children.
It does not go to me at all, period, point blank. I have nothing to do with it.
It goes directly to child services for the children.
It goes directly to child services for the children. Has anybody verified that? Huh? Yeah, I'm getting the document, Shortcake. I didn't finish reading it all. I stopped because I was like, what are these people talking about? Y'all, I'm kind of getting sick of hearing these two. Like, I can drop the link into the chat.
It is child services themselves. It's their post. It's their contact information to donate to the children.
Oh, it's child services post themselves. They've posted accepting donations for the children on behalf of the children. Send money here. Okay. Yeah, because we don't need you just making up shit and dropping it, girl. We don't know y'all like that.
We refuse to have anything to do with GoFundMe's or anything like that. We actually ask that people, unless it's been verified through Children's Services, do not donate to anything that's not verified.
Oh, I know, Candy. Oh, I know.
Have you guys had any contact with Linda or the Siders family? Not necessarily Gary's, but
Yeah, guys, so that was a motion for court orders for records on Senior. They want to release any and all relevant private and public records related to the defendant, Gary Siders, born in 1953, to Dr. Henrik, or whatever his name was there, at Forensic Diagnostic. Now, we know that Forensic Diagnostics is the ones who was taking him to do for the evaluation. That was in the other document we read. Was it yesterday or the day before when I was on last? So this is the doctor who will be evaluating him, that the defense requested that evaluation. The reasons for this motion are for delineating. Okay, so then that's when the memorandum kicked in, and they said on July 8th, counsel filed several motions with the court, including a motion for an evaluation to determine whether the defendant is not guilty by reason of insanity and whether the defendant is competent to stand trial. And on July 9th, this court signed an order directing an evaluation to determine whether the defendant is not guilty by reason of insanity and whether the defendant is competent to stand trial. July 10th, counsel was notified by Forensic Diagnostic 9 that the defendant was scheduled for an evaluation to be completed by Dr. Hirenko at the same office. The doctor specifically requested that the court order that he be permitted to access any and all discovery in this matter. Further, counsel was asked to request copies of any and all documents related to the defendant's incarceration at Southeastern Ohio Regional Jail and all medical records from any facility he may have been seen at, so that he has all the relevant information to complete his evaluation of the defendant and make a report of the findings. Is that the competency doctor? You don't need to see discovery to make a decision. Why was that common? At this time, counsel would thus ask that this court make an order that both counsel and the court-ordered evaluator be given access to all relevant private and public records related to the defendant. Now, I could see wanting the medical records, but not the discovery on the scene, right? That's what I'm thinking. Including competency evals and reports conducted in prior court proceedings, if any. While counsel would ask that if this order be appropriately broad to allow the evaluator access to all the records he needs to appropriately conduct the evaluation. Counsel would ask that the court specifically allow access to all relevant medical records, and that's pretty much what they're asking for. Yeah. So the doctor doing the evaluation wants permission to look at all those records. I don't know why it would be necessary to do that, but okay.
Linda, from what we are told, has deleted her Facebook after everything came out.
And that one girl that y'all keep going after, Kayla has nothing to do with him. Kayla ain't even related to him. And she's on Facebook getting attacked because she has the same last name and has no connection with him. I know Kayla real well. Kayla
There are
has no...
multiple Siders families in Ohio that aren't related to each other at all.
Yeah, Kayla has nothing to do with it, and she's getting attacked. I went on her Facebook Live the other day, and they were attacking her, and she was in there crying and stuff, and I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, shit. I don't know who that is, but people are attacking, and now they're crying. Maybe it's time for all them to get offline, y'all. What in the hell? Yeah. Is it hitting too close to home? Yeah, it's... Sometimes you got to step away from this stuff. These people are wild, and it can be very triggering. I could see that. You know what I mean? If it's getting late, and this guy's got kind of giving me a headache. Exactly, Rachel. the growing up around this kind of mentality, right? The parents are now sitting over here on a TikTok live just going blah, 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 about all this stuff, not realizing they could be really saying all the right things or saying all the wrong things. You know what I mean? But putting all your business out there, all your trauma, all your drama. We know so much about this guy's life now and barely know enough about Elizabeth, except she was abused, according to him, smacked around by her mother, married off at 15 because, hey, mama did it too, so why not? Daughter can do it too. And then sent off with Gary. That's all we know about Elizabeth. And how long we've been sitting here listening to these two ramble on, guys. For him to hear him keep telling us it's not about me, it's about my sister. It's about my sister. It does. Sounds like a plot from a movie. Wake up in some kind of Joe Dirt shit. That's what I feel like sometimes with some of these cases. Or when they get to a certain point, right? All the Guthrie case even got to what kind of Joe Dirt shit am I waking up in today? That's what it felt like for a couple of weeks there. So I get it. I get that. But y'all, I don't know if I really want to watch the rest of this. I don't like. We're only halfway through it. Oh, we may have to come back in the morning and finish this. No, maybe not first thing. I let my breakfast settle. Y'all want to finish it? What do y'all want to do? You want me to drop the link and let y'all finish it at your leisure?
And she's like, I'm not, Joey, I'm not even, I said, I know you're not. She was my sister's best friend. Kayla was my sister's best friend.
Oh, okay.
It's just very coincidental that they have the same last name, but it's a very common last name in that area.
Oh.
Russell Whites.
Kayla Russell is your sister's best friend, was? When's the last time Kayla hung out with Elizabeth? Why was Kayla live talking about it, then crying because people attacked her? Okay, I got you, Shortcake. I can't leave myself hanging either. I'm like, and I'm in that like, All right, I'm gonna let it play for a minute. I am gonna mute out and go in the kitchen and grab something cold to drink and step on the back porch for a second, guys. Phew. Let me take some of this headache while I'm at it. Should I eat another gummy? I've only had like one all day. I think maybe that's what's wrong with me. Oh, I'm in Florida, guys. It's legal in my state. It's just a THC gummy. Don't panic. I don't drink alcohol. So if you drink and don't judge me. I ain't gonna judge your ass over your drinking. Don't judge me over my THC. Okay? Y'all do you. And do it do it responsibly, damn it. A Russell is a Russell. Higgins, stop it, man. You crack me up. I swear to God, we're spirit animals at different times. Oh shit. A Russell is a Russell, guys. 30 more minutes. You guys have been a great little crew tonight to hang out with and stick through this with me. I appreciate it. I wasn't sure. I had it queued up to go, because I wanted to, we need to stay caught up with what's going on out there. If we're all seeing this crazy shit, where do we put it? So I'm like, we might as well unpack it. So here we are. Yeah, we need some. This is one of those cases. We need the gummies. Higgins, y'all do you, sis.
Markham's. Yeah, it's real big down there.
Nice, Rachel, nice.
Yeah. But I just wanted everybody to know that sis was abused when she was a kid.
And people really tried to stop this live from happening. We were told that we were going to get doxxed. We were told that people were going to attack everybody that came into our boxes. And every single person, Ivory, you seem like an amazing person. I'm actually going to follow you because you just seem amazing. But everybody else in these boxes are very good, close personal friends. And these people are amazing souls. They have amazing hearts on them. They would not do anything to hurt a single person and would give their shirt off their back to anybody that needed it. So I ask that everybody please do not be rude or mean or stalk or harass any of these people, because they are truly amazing people.
Yeah, all of that is absolutely unnecessary. Guys, I mean, everyone's out here concerned about the children, concerned about Elizabeth. People are going to question everybody that they find. People are going to have questions, but all of that attacking people, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, grow up, get out of true crime if you can't handle it, but come on.
Yeah, I know. It all started over him running his mouth about my sister. You can only say so much before I'm like, okay, that's enough. And I went in there, I was going to talk to him, but he got lippy and he was not professional at all. I got to record it. He's not professional at all. And then she's attacked me because I attacked him. So this is all like buddy stuff going on, and it's ridiculous, but I don't care.
Yeah, you know what? I don't understand that. Listen, I can't validate anything you say, Joey, or any of you on the panel, right? But when you're asking questions, you know what I mean? It's like you're asking questions and take the answers, whether they're true or not true, or you have a past or you don't. Everyone take the information these people are providing you and take it however you want. You know what I mean? Believe it, don't believe it, just don't be rude about it. You know, he's giving you the information. He's not telling you it's the God's honest truth. This is what happened. You know, he's not doing any of that. So, I mean, that's really what it is.
That's what I'm doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. She has just took everything off my brain I wanted to say. I just didn't know how to say it without being rude. Thank you, Ivory. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm not very good.
Guys, I'm going to hop down, but I really do. Joey, again, I appreciate you coming out, being honest with your past. You didn't even have to do that. You owe nobody nothing. And to the panel, thank you guys so much for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Anytime, Ivory. You need questions, just text me, and I'm right there. If I can answer it, I will answer it. If I can't,
Thank you
I'll text
so
you.
much.
I'll give you a follow.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. I'll follow you guys back. Thank you.
You're welcome, Ivory. Is She Country still in here? I know she was wanting to come up.
I'll check real quick.
I got 6 of them wanting to come up.
Yeah, I got her.
Okay. I'll let her come up and talk.
Hey, thanks for letting me join.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm so sorry.
Listening.
No, I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. I was here and then I was going to say something and then people started talking, so I'm just the type to step back.
I'm the same way. I'm like, That's why my wife does most of the talking, because I'm not very, spoken well. I usually come off aggressive or mean, and I don't try to. That's all I've ever known. But I'm trying.
Well, I can relate to that. I've spent 16 years in the Texas prison, so I can totally relate to that. And anyways, what I wanted to say is this. I know a lot of people are, they have a lot of opinions. And today I did some research into the area that this took place in, and it's a very poor area. I don't mean that offensively. But I was just thinking, and I even made a post on Facebook about it. It's like, if you don't know any different, how do you rise up from something that you don't know different? That's what keeps coming to me.
Yeah. Yeah. She was too young to know any better. I think that's what it is. I think you're right. She was too damn young to know better.
Yeah, and I think also that even though she's 33 now, if you're abused,
she'll be 33 next month.
Right. If you're abused and you're beat down for so long, your mentality isn't growing. It's not maturing. So I just feel like in her mind, she's probably still that 15-year-old girl.
She's stuck there.
Exactly.
Yep,
exactly.
She's stuck there and don't know no better.
She don't know no better. Oh, shit. Guys, I just messed it all up. I gotta get it. I hit a button. She don't know no better. Now, if you go to like a trial and you go to mitigation, they bring all that up. When you study criminology, all of that gets looked at. Oh, Ann Taylor needed to go back into Kohberger's life to the time he was born, probably generations back, because you know. Well, there is something to be said, about impoverished areas, and things like that, and we've seen a lot of it play out over different things. But this is like, I can't chalk this up to that. Like, give it that excuse. It feels like it's an excuse almost that, oh, it's they can't rise above it. They don't know any better. And yes, I get it. And I just had this talk. My sister and I were talking about it actually, because of this case. So they're not very bright. Okay, like apparently his parents, their mom was 15. They didn't learn anything. Elizabeth, 15, has a baby. She didn't learn anything. Now she's off. They're damn lucky one of her 18 kids, 16 kids, whatever, hasn't had a baby yet. We don't know that if they have or haven't, but we understand how that happens, and it's hard for once an area is like that to get people out. They don't have the means or the opportunities. What I'm saying, like for education, to get that higher education, to get out of that poverty they're born into or whatever. You can't use that as an excuse, because there are so many people who live in poverty, technically, by our government standards, who do not live like that. And I don't care if you're from Appalachia, America, or somewhere out on the East Coast, West Coast, Southeast, all the way up north as far as you can get. You can be poor anywhere in America. It's not just small town, country, backwood motherfuckers. People don't say that. I'm from the deep South. I'm below the Mason-Dixon line. I may be in Florida, but there's two parts to Florida. And I promise you, I'm way different than Central and South. Ask Florida. So you can't say that anymore. People need to stop doing that. Well, they just don't know any better. Well, there comes a time, by God, you should know better. You should know your baby shouldn't fucking stink. You should know that flies on your baby ain't very good. You should know that having back-to-back children, no matter how bad you wanted a big family, may not be the healthiest thing for you or your children. You should just know these things sometimes. And if you don't know, people need to start helping people out with some knowledge. I don't know what the answer is. It said dollars for hygiene things that she clearly has been doing without for years. Yeah, well, the Dollar General store attendant said that they gave them hygiene products and clothing that apparently was going unused, because they would continue to come back in and still be dirty and smelly. So they weren't even using the stuff that was being given to them. Horsewoman says, my daughter taught in Arkansas in a very poor area, and the kids didn't care about school because they were worried about the next meal. Right. They shouldn't have to worry about things like that. And they do. Their poor little minds, they cannot focus and concentrate if they're sitting there hungry. And so many, how many elementary schools now send home those, I don't have little ones in school, so when I found out this was happening, I was like, oh, wow, that's a thing now? Send snacks home on Fridays, because to the low-income children, or I guess whoever, it depends on how the school policy runs it, but they would send home snack packs to the kids on Fridays because they knew that some of those kids weren't going to get a decent meal over the weekend. Now, can you imagine what those babies go through in the summer, or what mamas or struggling families go through because they know, at least during the school year, that baby's going to have a hot breakfast and a lunch at school. And I can do the dinner. I can swing that. But come summer, now I got to feed them breakfast and lunch and dinner. When America's going to say, we don't have no babies if you can't afford them. Shut the fuck up. No, don't go have 16. But don't tell somebody they can't have 1 or 2 babies because they can't get a job outside of the grocery store that you need to go to buy groceries for your family. Mind your business there. Remember when the pandemic happened and we saw who was really important for running this country? What you gonna do when the dry cleaner shuts down? Oh, about that restaurant. Oh, you gotta cook now, lady. What you gonna do? Y'all can't go out to cocktail happy hour now? Oh my God, we gotta go home and face each other. Without a cocktail or at the bar with our friends. We gotta do it privately at home. Yeah, it was a whole ass thing. People didn't know what to do. I just, it's that icky line they cross into when they want to blame poor people or just stupid. I know it's hard as hell for a lot of them to climb up out of it, especially when they're not given opportunities. Like, these young people who want to go to school and they want to do better than what they have seen their own parents struggle through. And they're like, I want to do better, but I just can't afford it. I got to go work 4 jobs to make it happen. And by the time they're in the middle of that, life starts happening, so we get it, but it's not an excuse to be neglectful to your children's basic care. We're talking basic care, bathing them and feeding them and giving them safety and security at home. A lot of places do have the summer lunch programs, Rachel, because of that reason, right? They know these kids aren't going to get the proper meals, and it's not because parents don't want to give it to them. Yeah. My mom had 4 kids. I've got 4 total. But, 16's a lot of damn kids this day and age. Kids are getting more and more expensive. We all know that. It's costing more and more just to feed them right now at the grocery store, the clothing alone, all the things that come with them. They're a lot. There's a lot of money you spend on that from the time you conceive that child until the time you turn them loose at 18. Hell, you're not done at 18 half the time. You're offering support on and off throughout their entire lives. Not like financial because you have to, but y'all know what I mean. And support. I hope you're still supporting your children. And what I mean by that is if they need you, be there for them. Supporting them emotionally, keeping the grandbabies every now and again, or giving a little loan or whatever. Y'all know what I mean. But it's just wild that not everybody has that, and people do grow up in abusive situations, and they don't know how to get out of it, and I don't know what those answers are. Where did that video go? Hold on, what happened? Was that me oh yeah, there it is. I was like, I'm going to grab the link, guys. I'm going to drop it in the chat. Who did this? I'm not familiar with this YouTube account. Is it Sonia D? I'm not sure. I think that's what it says. So this is I guess they recorded it off the TikTok live and then made a YouTube video. And that's where I saw it when I was scrolling. So let me drop it in the chat for you guys. Okay, here we go. Paste. Yeah. because of course those TikTok lives, they disappear. They're not like YouTube, they'll live forever until we delete them, and which I don't do that. I've never deleted a show in my life, but those TikTok lives they don't work the same. So I guess somebody recorded the whole thing while it was happening, and then there it is, you know. So that's where I got that from. That's what that link is for. It's the video to what we were just watching. If y'all want to go finish it or review it again or whatever, y'all know. Let me see here. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Is it this? Yeah, let me do that real quick. While I'm back here, I haven't done it in a minute. It's late and there's however, you know, there we go. There we go. Higgins and Horsewoman, welcome in. Barber's, what is that? Barbster back. Jacqueline and Mama Britt, if y'all are still here and listening, welcome in and thank y'all for being here. Oh, you're welcome, Higgins. Where we get those to give out every month, so I always try to remember to do that. I always try to remember to do it because it's important. I like to do it. Yeah, thank you guys. Shortcake, I'm surprised you didn't get one. I am so shocked because it lets me do it. I think I get what is it, 10 a month? Yeah, it won't let me do any more right now. I can do a poll. I can show myself support, apparently. What? Here, I'm going to show myself some support right here. Look at there. I can give myself the 100s. Shortcake, keep tuning in because I'll be gifting those memberships out. And we do have people who come into the chat who also give out memberships, so stick around. We appreciate you, and thank all of y'all for coming in tonight, and thank you so much for being a part of this conversation. That I love when you guys, that's the name of the show, Coffee and Crime Conversation. If you don't do the coffee, grab whatever gets you there, grab it. No judgment. Coffee, tea, whatever your vice might be. All right, guys, it's getting late. I need to find something to snack on. I'm hungry. It's been a long night. Thanks for coming in. If we get any more updates out of Elizabeth's lawyer, of course, I'll track those and get those, keep those for us and bring all the updates to you when we get them. I'm going to be bringing out the updates. And of course, we'll keep an eye on all the court filings. Gary Jr. will have his court day coming up on I think the 21st when it's been reset for the 4 indecency charges or whatever they're calling it now. So we'll get to it all. I will be live tomorrow. I'm shooting for tomorrow afternoon because I want to dig into this Idaho 4 document and get into some of that stuff. All right, guys. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. And I'll see you guys sometime tomorrow. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to